One shot. What if Bella loved a woman instead? Sounds pretty weird. Let's see what happened in this video. Bells, Charlie said, gently shaking me awake. We're landing. I jerked up in the uncomfortable seat. I could hear the pilot talking about our landing in Fairbanks, but I wasn't listening. I glanced out the window and all I could see was a light dusting of snow. We managed to make it to Alaska before the heavy snow started. The sun was starting to set and we had a 2-hour drive before we reached our new home. Home. It wasn't my choice to move to Alaska. No, that was Charlie, my dad. I know how much it pained him to leave. Forks was his home. He grew up there and worked at the police station since he was 21. It wasn't all bad though. Charlie was now chief of police in the small town of Denali, Alaska. With that came a big pay raise. No, it was my fault we were now in Alaska. Charlie couldn't stand how depressed I had become, how quiet. His hope was that by starting over I would heal better. I wanted to tell him he was wrong, that nothing could heal the pain I felt, but no words came out. No words ever came out. I shook away the thoughts and focused my attention on my dad. There's a diner in town, Charlie continued, oblivious to my thoughts. The guys say it's pretty good. I figured we could try it when we get to town. I shrugged, letting him know I didn't care. Food held no appeal to me. I ate mostly so Charlie didn't worry. Because of that I had lost over 20 pounds in the last couple months. The plane landed and I grabbed my bag with my few carry-on items. Most of what we owned was already shipped to our new house. We each had a carry-on and one suitcase. My iPod and headphones were tucked away. I grabbed my whiteboard and marker. I stuffed my marker into my pocket and held onto the whiteboard. The whiteboard was how I communicated with Charlie and everyone else. Charlie bought it when he realized I wasn't speaking to anyone. I hadn't spoken since they left. The airport wasn't crowded when we go off the plane. I was grateful for that. I didn't want to deal with people more than necessary. I got used to being in a small town and I missed it. We made our way through the airport to the parking lot. The man that had given Charlie his job had helped him get a new car. The car was currently in long-term parking and Charlie had the key in his pocket. My truck had been shipped last week. I was grateful for that. I loved my truck. Just 2 hours until we're in Denali, Charlie said, pulling out of the parking spot. I forced myself to get comfortable and closed my eyes. I wanted to get to our new home as quickly as possible. The sooner we got there, the sooner I could get settled. It felt like minutes later when Charlie was shaking me awake again. Bells, we are at the diner, he said. I rolled my neck, wincing at the pain from sleeping at such an awkward angle. I stretched my muscles and sat up. It was now dark outside. The lights from the diner and the street lights did little to illuminate the surrounding area. We walked through the small parking lot to the front of the restaurant. Charlie held the door open for me. The restaurant was surprisingly busy for 8 at night. Still, it was easy for Charlie and I to get a table. We sat in the back away from everyone. That was okay with me. I wasn't ready to deal with people. Welcome to Denali Diner, the waitress said. I haven't seen you two here before. We just arrived to town tonight, Charlie told her. I'm Charlie Swan, the new chief of police. This is my daughter, Bella. Nice to meet you both and welcome to Denali, the waitress said. I'm Jenny. What can I get you two to drink? I'll take a coffee, Charlie said. Bells. I quickly looked through the drink menu and pointed to the iced tea. I scanned the rest of the menu. It was a typical diner menu. Nothing overly exciting. Nothing appealed to me, which was nothing new. I picked out the chicken tenders, something small and basic. The waitress returned with our drinks so she could take our orders. Charlie ordered a burger. No surprise there, he was predictable. He should really eat something healthier. She turned to me and I pointed at the chicken tenders. She didn't say anything about me not speaking, but I could see she was holding herself back. Good. It wasn't like she was going to get those answers anyway. It wasn't any of her business. That was why Charlie got me the whiteboard. So, I could communicate when needed. What do you think, Bells? Charlie asked. I grabbed the marker from my pocket and Charlie sighed. He still hadn't given up hope that I would speak again. The diner or the town? I wrote. Either, he said with a shrug. The diner's nice. The town? I tapped my chin with the marker. I don't know. Haven't seen much, but it looks nice so far. Good, he said as the waitress returned with our drinks. Charlie was really hopeful that I would like Denali. His biggest fear was me wanting to go back with Renee. I wish I could tell him that would never happen. I liked living with Charlie. I think you'll like it here, Bells. I tapped the whiteboard with my pen, debating on if I wanted to ask my next question. Can I get a job? I wrote. I showed the whiteboard to Charlie. He frowned. Are you sure that's a good idea, Bella? He asked. I had no doubt he was concerned with my lack of speaking. Can I at least try? I scribbled. Charlie glanced at me and sighed. Okay, I'll let you find a job. Thanks. I wrote. I was considerably happier when the food was dropped off. Now I just had to find someone willing to hire a girl that didn't talk. The chicken strips were better than I expected, better than the diner in Forks. I ended up eating 3 out of the 5 strips and about half the fries. If nothing else, Denali was better for my appetite. When we finished eating, Charlie paid the bill, with a generous tip, and we left. Moving at night wasn't the best idea. It made it difficult to find the new house. Charlie's eyes were scrunched up as he tried to read the various street signs. Ah, here it is, Charlie exclaimed triumphantly. He turned down a road that looked like it might be a driveway. My heart clenched. The driveway surrounded by woods was too familiar. I closed my eyes and pushed back the nausea I felt. This was my chance to start over. I couldn't let those memories ruin this. When I opened my eyes, we were in front of our new house. The house was nice, bigger than the house in Forks. It was 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. Why we needed a 3rd bedroom, I didn't know, but not sharing a bathroom with Charlie was worth it. You can pick out your own bedroom, Charlie said as we got out of the car. The key to the house was tucked under the welcome mat. Charlie's new coworkers had helped with the arrangements. He opened the door and we stepped through. The house was similar to our old house. 2-story, with the stairs right by the front door. I wondered if Charlie did that on purpose to make it easier for us to adjust. I followed Charlie up the stairs. This is the first room, Charlie said, pushing the door open. The room was filled with our boxes. It looked nice, definitely had potential. It was larger than my room at home. It looked like the walls were freshly painted. I followed Charlie to the second room and I instantly fell in love. The room was empty except for a queen-size bed, not even a box inside. The walls were a cream color. What drew me in was the balcony attached. I knew you would love it, Charlie said, pleased with himself. That's why I had all the boxes put in the other room and your bed in here. Thanks, Dad, I wrote on my whiteboard. Sometimes I underestimated how observant Charlie was. I figured you would enjoy reading on the balcony, Charlie continued, rubbing the back of his neck. Anyway, the guys at the station got us beds. We'll have to get the rest of our furniture tomorrow. Is that all right? I nodded. Charlie left our old furniture at the house. He wanted to get new, updated furniture here. A new start, he said. School, I wrote. Monday, Charlie answered. That will give us both time to settle in. We'll have to stop for breakfast in the morning. We can go to the grocery store on our way home. But for now, we don't have anything. We stood there awkwardly for a moment. I'll let you get settled. Your things are in that other room. The guys were nice enough to make sure you had your bedding and bathroom stuff handy. Thanks, Dad. Good night. Charlie kissed my forehead. Good night, Bella. Sleep well. I made my way to the extra bedroom. I dug through the many boxes in search of my bedding and toiletries. I had some of them in my suitcase but not everything. The first box I opened was books, of course. I had more books than anything else. I glanced at the book on top. Wuthering Heights. It was my favorite book, but now I wasn't sure how I felt about it. I closed the box and moved on to the next one. I was pleased to see it was my bedding. I grabbed it and went back to my new room. I quickly made up my bed. Once I was finished, I grabbed my toiletries and pajamas from my suitcase and went to my new bathroom. It was bigger than the one in Forks, not that it mattered. I didn't have to share unless we had people visiting. I quickly brushed my teeth and washed my face, wiping my wet face on my shirt since there were no towels. When I finished, I put my things away in the cabinets and went back to my room. I flipped off the light and climbed into bed. It took only minutes before I was fast asleep. I woke up the next morning to the sound of the front door shutting. I looked around. For a moment I forgot where I was. I stretched out in my bed. This bed was far more comfortable than my old one. Bells, Charlie said, knocking on the door. He pushed it open, knowing I wouldn't respond. Did you sleep okay? I nodded and reached down for my whiteboard. Who was here? One of the guys from the station, Charlie answered. He wanted to check in. He told me about a furniture store in town. Do you want to get ready so we can go? I nodded. All right. I put some towels in your bathroom so you can shower. It took less than 30 minutes before we were back in Charlie's new car. Do you want to eat first or shop? He questioned. Shop, I wrote. Charlie frowned but didn't comment. He must have hoped my appetite would be better. Fine, we'll get our furniture and then eat. Deal, I agreed, not that I had much of a choice. The furniture store was nice. It was rather large for such a small town. But that was okay. It meant less stops for us. I was able to find a nice dresser, desk, and nightstand in the same dark brown color as my bed. I even found 2 patio chairs and a small table for my balcony. Charlie found his own furniture in a light gray color. While Charlie paid and worked on the delivery details, I doodled on my whiteboard. I had half the whiteboard covered by the time Charlie was done. Furniture will be delivered late this afternoon, Charlie informed me. That will give us plenty of time to finish our shopping. It will also give you some time to decide where you want everything before they bring it in. Charlie drove to the cafe for breakfast. It was moderately busy when we arrived. Just the two of you? The hostess asked. Yes, Charlie answered. I hugged the whiteboard close to my chest. Right this way, she said. She led us to a table in the crowded dining area. You wouldn't be Charlie Swan by any chance? Charlie frowned. That's me. Why? He asked suspiciously. We sat down and took the offered menus. Hank, my husband, works at the station, she explained. He mentioned the new chief was moving out today. Denali is a small town. I didn't recognize you, figured you had to be him. I watched as Charlie relaxed. Hank's a nice guy, Charlie said. He's been helping me with the move and getting everything set up before I arrived. She nodded. He's excited to have you here. We all are. Now, what can I get you two to drink? Coffee, Charlie answered. I pointed to the orange juice. I'll be right back with those, the hostess said before heading to the kitchen. It seemed the hostess was also a waitress. I flipped through the menu and settled on the southwestern hash. Charlie picked out pancakes, sausage, bacon, eggs and hash browns. You should eat healthier, I wrote when the hostess left with our food orders. I eat plenty healthy, Charlie protested. I raised an eyebrow at him. Fine, how about, at home when you cook, I'll eat whatever you want me to. But when we go out I eat what I want. I tapped the marker to my chin. Fine, I wasn't going to get a better deal, and once we had everything unpacked and food in the house we wouldn't be going out to eat all that often. Another waitress delivered our food a few minutes later. Where do you want to stop first? Charlie asked. I shrugged. There were a few things I wanted, but other than that I didn't really care. What I really wanted was a laptop, something better than the old computer in Forks. But laptops were expensive and I wasn't about to ask Charlie to spend even more money. After all, it was my fault we were here in the first place. Do you need any clothes? He asked me. No, I wrote. I'm good for now, but when winter rolls around I'll need some things. All right, we can go clothes shopping another time, he agreed. Why don't we head to the grocery store? We can go home and unpack and then figure out what else we need to buy. Sounds good. I was happy. Less shopping was always a good thing. Hopefully I would have time to get a job before I needed winter clothes. Although I didn't have much time before winter came. It was already the end of September and it was getting cold, especially at night. Actually, Dad, can I get an electric blanket? I tapped the table to get his attention. He looked up and read the whiteboard. He swallowed a mouthful of bacon before saying, That's a good idea, Bells. I should get one too. The hostess came by to check on us once we were done eating. Breakfast is on us today, she told Charlie when he asked for the check. As a thank you for what you will be doing for us. Charlie thanked her, though it pained him to do so, because he preferred to pay. I knew he was going to leave a rather large tip. Sure enough, once the waitress was gone Charlie dropped 2 20s on the table and we left before she could notice. Our second to last stop was a department store just outside of town. We picked out our electric blankets and made our way to the checkout. There was a help wanted sign on the door, but I wasn't sure I wanted to work here. It was a little too far from the house for my liking. To the grocery store? Charlie questioned. I nodded. The trip to the grocery store was the longest trip of the day. We had nothing at home, so we had to buy everything all over again. I started with the basics like seasonings, milk, eggs and butter. Then I branched out and picked out stuff for meals. Charlie also picked out some beer. I made sure we had plenty of meats, cheeses and bread for sandwiches. Mayo and mustard were also picked up. I grabbed some chips for Charlie. I probably wouldn't eat them, but I knew he would. I also grabbed bacon, sausage, bagels and pancake mix. I grabbed some fresh fruit and veggies and enough foods to have at least a week's worth of meals. I grabbed my whiteboard and quickly jotted down my question for Charlie. What do you want for dinner? Charlie read the whiteboard and frowned. What about your enchiladas? He suggested. I nodded and we gathered everything I needed for the enchiladas, including the ingredients for a side salad to go with it. Our cart was filled by the time I added the ice cream. The ice cream was mostly for Charlie, but I did enjoy it on occasion. Or I did. I hadn't had it since he left. Charlie paid for our groceries. We loaded up the car and drove home. Charlie offered to unload everything so I could organize the kitchen the way I wanted. It made sense since I was the only one that actually cooked. It took over an hour to get everything organized the way I wanted. Charlie finished unloading everything, grabbed a still warm beer, and headed to the living room to connect the TV that was shipped days ago. That was the nice part. All of our stuff arrived before us. There were a few things we left behind for the people that bought the house. Our beds and furniture being among those things. Charlie wanted to give me a chance to pick out my own furniture this time since he picked them out for me when I moved in. Once the kitchen was organized to my liking, I grabbed my new electric blanket and went upstairs to my room. I added it to my bed and tossed the trash into the corner for the time being. When I went back downstairs, I would take it with me. I laid down on my bed and closed my eyes. So much had changed in the last 24 hours and it was all starting to hit me now. I never wanted to move away from Forks, but I didn't have much of a choice. It was either go to Alaska with Charlie or Jacksonville, Florida with Renee and Phil. Now if they returned, they wouldn't be able to find me. Would they assume I moved on? Or would they try to find me? I wasn't sure, and a part of me didn't want to know the answer. I didn't realize I had fallen asleep until Charlie was shaking me awake. Bells, he called. I sat up and looked around. You okay, Bella? I nodded. The furniture guys are here. I got out of bed, grabbed my trash, and followed Charlie downstairs. I heard him tell the delivery men where to take everything. If there's somewhere specific you want them to put your stuff, you should go direct them, Charlie told me. I shrugged. I didn't care where everything went. If I didn't like it, then it wouldn't take much effort for me and Charlie to move things around. I checked the time and found it to be 4 already. I yawned and moved to the kitchen. It was time to finish unpacking all the boxes of kitchenware so I could make dinner. I took my time emptying the boxes and arranging everything the way I wanted. It was still a bit early to start cooking, so I was in no rush. The delivery men came in and out with various pieces of furniture. Charlie wasn't able to do much, but he did hold the door open for them. When everything was organized to my liking, I grabbed what I needed to make the enchiladas. I wouldn't put them in the oven yet. It would take maybe 20 minutes to prepare everything since I'm using rotisserie chicken. Then another 20 to 30 minutes in the oven. I quickly shredded the chicken and diced up the onions and peppers. I even added some jalapenos to the mix. The chicken was set aside while I cooked the veggies. Smells good, Bells, Charlie said, walking into the kitchen. I just finished my prep and was going to put it in the fridge until I was ready to cook it. I wanted to make a salad to go with it first. I grabbed the whiteboard and quickly wrote, "Thanks." I grabbed him a beer from the fridge. While he opened it and took a drink, I wrote my next question. Do you want to eat now or later? I had planned on later, but if he was hungry now, it wasn't a big deal. Now, Charlie answered, placing his half-empty bottle on the counter. You missed lunch. He paused like he was unsure if he should continue. I took advantage of the pause and turned on the oven. You need to eat more, Bells. The oven beeped and I put the enchiladas in. I set the timer before starting on the salad. I heard Charlie's comment but I didn't want to answer. Deep down I knew he was right. I wasn't eating enough. My clothes were starting to get to be too big. My ribs were poking out. I knew it was bad. I just couldn't bring myself to care, or to fix it. But I had to try. For Charlie's sake. Just like I promised. I shook my head. What a stupid promise. I would never intentionally do anything stupid that would hurt Charlie. But I wasn't working hard to keep myself healthy and that was hurting Charlie. I sighed and cleaned off my hands. I'll try. Just like that, Charlie looked 10 years younger. It was as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Was I really that bad off? It didn't matter. I would try harder for Charlie. Not because I promised him. I owed him nothing but I owed Charlie everything. Good, he said pleased. After a couple minutes of him watching me prepare the salad, he grabbed his beer and headed back to the living room. Now that I was alone I could focus on my task, finishing the half-done salad. I diced some tomatoes and cucumbers and dumped them on the mixture of iceberg lettuce and spinach. I grabbed the bacon bits and croutons from the cabinet and set them aside. The finished salad was put back in the fridge until it was time to serve. One thing I loved about this new house was the larger kitchen. There was so much more counter space which made it far easier for me to make dinner and prepare for anyone that may visit. Not that I expected visitors but Charlie might. I traced the first of 2 scars on my arm. The bite mark on my wrist. The imprint of James's teeth was still noticeable if you knew where to look. The other one was the one I had gotten on my 18th birthday. The night that changed my life forever. I avoided looking at the scars at all costs. It was an ugly reminder of what happened, of what I had lost. I hated that reminder. I was numb that first week after he left. I didn't sleep. I didn't eat. I was like a zombie. I remember Charlie checking in on me when I had nightmares. It was the second week when Charlie decided we were moving to Alaska. He was desperate to get me away from Forks. Even though I resisted at first, I'm kind of glad he made that decision. This really does feel like a new start. It was the 3rd week since they left. 3 weeks and it still felt like yesterday. 3 weeks and I hadn't really healed at all. But maybe now I was ready to, maybe. I thought back to the night before. I asked Charlie to get a job. I had a job at Newton's in Forks. I liked having extra money for whatever I needed or wanted. The problem was finding a place that would hire a mute girl. I couldn't think of any place that would. Perhaps a bookstore. I could work on putting books on the shelves. It would be the least amount of interaction with people. It may not be the best option but if I could prove to someone that I knew books then it might work. The timer went off and I grabbed a hot pad before pulling the enchiladas from the oven. They looked perfect. While they cooled down a bit I grabbed the salad and dressing from the fridge along with the sour cream and salsa for the enchiladas. The last thing I grabbed was the plates, silverware and cups. Once everything was on the table and ready I went to get Charlie for dinner. "Smells great, Bella," he commented when he sat down. I nodded at him. I served us both before sitting down to eat. We sat silently for a while. The only sound was the forks scrapping on the plates. It took a lot of effort to eat everything on my plate and by the time I was finished I felt sick. Charlie didn't comment but he stayed at the table long after he finished. I could see he was proud of me for finishing the entire plate. "I'll clean up," Charlie offered. I wanted to protest. Not because I had anything against Charlie helping. I simply wanted something to do. But I knew there was no talking Charlie out of helping. He felt guilty for leaving me to cook all the time. Even though I liked cooking. I nodded again and he got up and grabbed our plates. "We need to stop at the school tomorrow," he said, gathering the rest of the things off the table. "We need to make sure you're registered so you can start school on Monday." This I was not looking forward to. I didn't want to go back to school. At least I wouldn't have to deal with Jessica and Lauren giving me looks. Or Mike and Tyler trying to hit on me. I would miss Angela though. She was my closest friend. I grabbed my whiteboard. "Okay, what time?" "No rush," Charlie said as he filled the sink. "Preferably before lunch but if you want to sleep in then it can wait." I didn't comment. I never slept in anymore, thanks to the nightmares. I was lucky to get a full night's rest at all. Last night the nightmares hadn't been as bad. I'm sure it had to do more with being in Alaska than it did with my recovery. The memories of what happened were no longer around me. They were only in my head. I didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. After Charlie cleaned up the kitchen, I followed him to the living room. Charlie seemed pleased that I was spending time with him. There was some game playing, football from what I could tell. I stayed there for about an hour before heading up to my room. Now that I had some furniture, I could start unpacking my things. I pushed open the door to my bedroom and was pleasantly surprised to see how it was organized. The dresser was put on the wall opposite my bed, the nightstand on the side furthest from the door. The desk was underneath the window, so I had plenty of light during the day. The delivery men did a good job. There were a few things I would probably need to buy for my room, but I wasn't in a huge hurry. I went to the guest room and grabbed the first box to start unpacking. It was a bunch of school supplies, taken from my desk back in Forks. Before I could finish unpacking this box, there was a knock at my door. "Bella," Charlie said, stepping into my room. He was holding a gift bag. He handed me the bag. I frowned as I opened it and pulled out a box. My eyes widened at the sight of a laptop. "I picked this up when you weren't paying attention. You'll be going to college soon and I figured you could." I hugged him. Charlie may not be the most nurturing parent, but he always came through in the ways that mattered. I never would have asked for the laptop, but somehow, he knew I wanted, and needed, one. I was never more grateful to have him in my life. "You're welcome, Bells," he said, knowing what I wanted to say but couldn't. He pulled away and shifted awkwardly. "I'll let you get ready for bed. Good night, Bella." He kissed my forehead before leaving me alone. I carefully opened my new laptop. I decided to let it charge overnight and, in the morning, I would get it set up. I sat the laptop on my new desk and plugged it in. I double-checked to make sure it was charging before gathering the trash. The trash was left in the gift bag, to be taken out in the morning when I woke up. I crawled into bed half an hour later. Alaska was going to be a good thing for me, I told myself. I told myself this every night now, in hopes of it actually being true. For the first time since I learned we were moving, I actually believed it to be true. Last night was the first night I didn't have a nightmare since they left. I still didn't get a full night's worth of sleep, but it was progress. I could tell by the look on Charlie's face at breakfast that he was relieved to not be woken up by the screaming. I didn't blame him. It wasn't fair for him to suffer too. "Are you feeling up to going to the school this morning?" Charlie questioned. I wanted to say no, but it was Friday. If we didn't go today, odds are I wouldn't be able to start on Monday like I wanted. With my hope of a future with them now gone, it was time I made plans for a human future. And that meant college. I grabbed my whiteboard. "That's fine," I wrote. "I need to shower still." "Let's plan on leaving in an hour then," Charlie suggested. I glanced at the clock on the oven. It was 9 now. If we left in an hour, that was still plenty of time to get everything done that we needed. I nodded in agreement. "Okay, why don't you get ready while I clean up?" I took Charlie's advice and made my way upstairs. I dug through my suitcase for clothes. When we got home, I needed to finish unpacking. This was our new home and there was no reason to continue to live out of boxes and a suitcase. My shower was quick. I wanted to get this trip to the school done as quickly as possible. I could imagine the types of questions the school administrators would have when they learned I don't speak. They were questions I didn't want answered because I knew it made me look pathetic. But I couldn't help it. When they left, they broke me. And I didn't know if I would ever be whole again. Charlie was waiting for me in the kitchen when I went downstairs. He looked up from his cup of coffee when I sat down. "Are you ready?" I nodded. "Do you want some coffee first?" I shook my head. I wasn't big on coffee, or caffeine in general. "All right, let's go." The drive to the high school was a little longer than I expected. It was right at the edge of town. The middle school was right across from it. I assumed the elementary school was nearby as well. I followed Charlie into the front office. My whiteboard was pressed into my side. The marker and eraser were tucked safely in my pocket. I hoped I didn't need to say anything, but if so, I was prepared. It was cool outside, cooler than Forks. Although I couldn't be sure about that. Before we moved, I took some time to look into Alaska weather. It would most likely start snowing soon as it was already October. Hopefully I had time to adjust before having to deal with snow. Which reminded me, we should get chains for my truck soon. I tapped Charlie's arm and showed him the whiteboard. Charlie frowned. I don't think he thought of how much snow there would be in Alaska. "You're right. We can stop on the way home. I want to show you how to put them on and take them off. I tuned out most of the conversation between Charlie and the lady at the desk. As much as I wanted to finish school and start my new future, I still wasn't too eager to go to school. As long as I didn't have to deal with any Jessicas or Laurens, it was bound to be a decent time. Charlie nudged me, pulling me from my thoughts. I realized the lady was trying to pass me a map and a schedule. I took it from her and nodded in thanks. I saw the pitying look in her eyes. Did Charlie tell her I went mute over a simple heartbreak? Granted, there was nothing simple about being abandoned by the one that claimed over and over again that he loved me, but still. Your teachers will have textbooks for you, the woman said. If you need anything, feel free to come by. Charlie asked the woman where a good place to buy chains was. When he got his answer, he said goodbye and we were off. I stayed in the car while Charlie bought chains for my truck. I wasn't big on auto shops. I didn't know enough about cars, and it wasn't all that safe for me to be in a store where things could break. After about 10 minutes, the car door opened and Charlie slipped inside. He handed me the bag. We'll test them out when we get home. The woman inside said these should work for your truck. The drive home was quicker than I expected. After driving around town a few times, I felt confident in getting around. Not that it was all that difficult. The town was small. There wasn't a whole lot of places to get lost. Charlie spent the next 2 hours teaching me how to put the chains on and how to take them off again. After he finished his explanation and gave a demonstration, he made me do it over and over again until I could do it on my own and feel confident in doing so. I should get you some new tires, Charlie said thoughtfully. He shook his head. I'll get them before the snow starts. There's no rush right now. I hugged him. Neither one of us was big on showing affection, but after everything Charlie was doing for me, it seemed right. Instead of tensing up like I expected, Charlie wrapped his arms around me. We're going to make this work, Charlie said gruffly. I nodded against him. After everything I put him through since I moved in with him, I was surprised by how much he still cared. He forgave me despite everything I had put him through. It was amazing as it was unbelievable. Charlie pulled away and coughed. What do you say we do an old-fashioned movie night? He suggested. We can order some pizzas and watch Lord of the Rings. I grinned at the thought. They were 3 of my favorite movies. I held up 3 fingers hoping he got the message. My whiteboard was still in the car. Yeah, all 3 movies, he promised. I beamed. I locked my truck back up. The chains were put under the passenger seat so they would be there when I needed. Charlie grabbed all the trash and threw it out. I grabbed my whiteboard from Charlie's car before following him into the house. While Charlie ordered the pizza, I changed into sweats and a baggy t-shirt. I put on my fuzzy socks and grabbed a blanket. Once I was down, I went back downstairs to the living room. There were a few boxes of things that needed to be unpacked. It was mostly movies and pictures that Charlie had hanging up. I dug through the boxes. The blankets were placed on the couch. I sat the pictures on the coffee table so Charlie could hang them where he wanted. Most of the pictures had me in them from when I used to stay with Charlie when I was younger. There was also my yearly school photo. The movies were in the last box I opened. I left the rest of the movies in the box and grabbed the 3 that were sitting on top. We needed to get a bookshelf or something to store the movies. Pizzas will be here in 20 minutes, Charlie announced, walking into the living room. 1 meat lovers for me and 1 supreme for you. My stomach grumbled in anticipation. Good to see your appetite is coming back. I rolled my eyes and plopped down on the couch. Charlie got the movies set up while I got comfortable. I would do it myself, but I wasn't as skilled with the TV as Charlie was. We waited until the pizza arrived before starting the movies. I made a quick trip to the kitchen to make a side salad. I grabbed a beer for Charlie and a bottle of lemonade for me. Charlie sat the pizzas up on the coffee table so it would be easy for us to grab what we wanted. I handed him his plate with the salad on it. He frowned at the salad but didn't comment. We filled our plates. Once we were settled into our seats, Charlie hit play. Monday morning. That meant one thing: school. As excited as I was to go back to school, and finish school, I wasn't looking forward to starting a new school. It was hard enough being the new student at school. I shuddered at the thought of my first day at Forks High, but to be mute on top of that was going to be even more difficult. My alarm went off at exactly 6 a.m. That would give me plenty of time to shower, get my things together, make breakfast, and then make it to school by 8 a.m. Not only was it my first day at school, but today was also the day Charlie started his new job. I shut the alarm off and got out of bed. My arms were a bit sore from sleeping on them, so I stretched a bit before making my bed. I grabbed the clothes I had picked out the night before and headed to the shower. The shower woke me up instantly. I took longer than necessary to shower. I enjoyed the warm water and didn't want to leave. Once the water started to cool down, I shut off the shower and wrapped myself in a towel. By the time I finished getting ready for school, it was almost 7. I could hear Charlie's shower running from the hallway. I grabbed my backpack and rushed downstairs. Breakfast was going to be something quick and simple this morning. I spent a little too much time in the shower to do anything more than sausage, scrambled eggs and some toast. I would have preferred something a little fulfilling for Charlie, like pancakes, but I didn't have the time for that. Once breakfast was done, I made some coffee for Charlie and put the 2 plates on the table. I poured myself some orange juice. I was putting Charlie's coffee on the table when he came downstairs wearing his police uniform. His gun was in the holster already and he looked ready to go. "Smells good, Bella," he complimented. He took a seat, dug into his food. "You didn't have to do this." I shrugged. I was going to make myself breakfast anyway. It wasn't a big deal, I wrote. Charlie glanced at the whiteboard before nodding. "Well, thanks." I quickly finished my food and started to clean up, not wanting to deal with the mess when I got home. "Go on to school, Bella," Charlie told me. "I'll finish cleaning up." I waved to Charlie before grabbing my bag and leaving the house. I jumped into my truck and listened as the truck roared to life. I loved my truck, but I wouldn't mind if it was a bit quieter. The looks I got as I drove by were rather annoying. The drive to school was slow, mostly because I was trying to remember how to get there. I should have gotten directions before I left. Luckily, the town was rather small, smaller than Forks, so it wasn't too difficult to find. I pulled into a random parking spot. From what I heard when Charlie and I visited on Friday, there was no assigned parking for students. The staff had their own parking lot on the other side of the campus, but where I was now was for the students and any visitors. I scanned the mostly full parking lot. None of the cars were particularly impressive. Sure, some of them looked like they were expensive, but nothing like the cars in Forks. I wasn't sure if I was happy or not over the fact that there was no expensive Volvo. A small part of me wished they ended up here. A much larger part was glad they weren't. I took a deep breath before grabbing my stuff and getting out of the car. My whiteboard was in my hand along with my schedule and map of the school. My first class of the day was English, which was good because it was my favorite subject. School was better than I expected. Unlike Forks, I wasn't some sideshow here. Although there were a lot of people curious about my silence. Most of the students stayed to their social groups, which was fine with me. It meant I could keep to myself without worrying about the other kids. As soon as the last bell rang, I was out the door and making my way to the parking lot. I missed the first couple weeks of school due to the move and my depression. Luckily, the teachers were nice enough to give me the work I missed, including 2 tests that I got to do at home. That meant I would be spending the first week or 2 trying to catch up. I was determined to do so. I wanted to go to college and build a future, even if I wasn't sure what that future would be. I drove through town back home. I wanted to look for a job, but I needed to catch up on my school stuff first. I spotted a coffee shop just off the main road. It wasn't much, just a hole-in-the-wall shop. I wasn't big on coffee, but tea sounded nice right about now. I pulled into an empty parking spot in front of the shop. I grabbed my whiteboard, marker and wallet and got out of the car. The first thing I noticed was the help wanted sign on the door. The coffee shop was empty when I walked inside. "Welcome to Kava Cafe," the barista called happily. I cringed. She was far too happy for my tastes. "What can I get you?" I frowned as I scanned the menu. It was rather extensive. I decided to settle on something simple. One day I would try to test the different drinks. But today, I wanted something familiar. I quickly wrote my order on my whiteboard and showed it to the barista. She frowned slightly at the sight of the whiteboard but didn't comment. "Vanilla latte, medium," she said, ringing it up. "Anything else?" I shook my head. "That will be $4.75. I pulled out a 5 and handed it to her. While she finished the transaction, I quickly scrawled a new message. Can I get an application? The barista's eyes widened as she read my message. My face fell slightly. They weren't going to hire a mute. I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up. Yeah, here, the barista said, handing me my chance and an application from under the counter. Why don't you leave your name and number? The owner comes by in the evenings to check on things and I can pass the information along. She handed me a piece of paper and a pen so I could write down my contact information. As I wrote my name, I had a feeling someone was watching me. I looked up and scanned the room, but there was no one there. I shook away the thoughts and handed her the slip. Well, it was nice to meet you, Bella, the barista said, after reading the slip. My name is Claire. I'll text you tonight when I hear from the owner. Give a few to make your coffee. I took a seat at a table by the window. It was nice watching the many people wander through the streets. There were couples and families and what looked to be groups of friends. I felt a twinge of envy. Would I ever get the chance to be like them? Probably not. The one person I thought I would spend my life with wouldn't want to do something so mundane. I felt a flutter in my chest. It was a strange feeling. It was almost like there was a cord around my heart and someone was tugging on it. Once again, I had a feeling someone was watching me. I glanced at the barista, the only other person in the shop. It wasn't her. She was busy making my drink. That meant it had to be someone outside. I studied the many people outside. No one even glanced in this direction. From what I could see, there wasn't a single person staring at me. Then why did I have this feeling? Why was there this strange feeling in my chest? Your latte, the barista said, gently placing it on the table. She placed another item on the table. A biscotti, on the house. I nodded at her and she went back behind the counter. The latte was surprisingly good. I wasn't a big coffee fan, but it had just enough sweetness to counteract the bitter coffee. I filled out the application while I sipped on the coffee. The biscotti was good as well. I was going to order some to take home for Charlie. When I finished, I cleaned up my mess and went back to the counter. Can I get a dozen biscottis, to go? I wrote. Sure. The barista agreed. I pulled out my wallet, but she shook her head. No, my boss says you don't have to pay here. Anything you want, drinks or food, is free for you. Also, she told me if you still want the job you can start tomorrow. You'll be a barista, which I'll train you for. Starting wage is $12 an hour, with potential bonuses and yearly raises and of course free coffee. My eyes widened at her words. Really? I was hired already. I wanted to question it. Honestly, I should question it, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. This was a dream come true. A little too good to be true, if I was being honest with myself, but I didn't care. Thank you. I get out of school at 1. I can be here by 1:15. Let's aim for 1:30, the cashier said. That gives you a little extra time so you don't have to rush. At least one of the owners will be by around 2 tomorrow so you can meet her. Owners. Sisters. 3 of them, Claire said. Irina is only one that really comes by, although all 3 of them own this place. Her sister, Tanya, was here earlier but she had to leave. Irina is the one that will be here tomorrow. Claire handed me the bag with the biscottis. I'll see you tomorrow, Bella. Bye, Claire. I headed back to my truck. The strange tugging feeling disappeared by the time I left the coffee shop. It was a strange feeling but not completely uncomfortable. It was almost like a longing for someone or something. It was something I had never felt before. Not even when he left. I shook my head. It didn't matter. It had to be nothing. Maybe my subconscious playing tricks on me. I couldn't dwell on the feeling, even though the feeling was rather nice. I felt healed. It was as if the tugging was trying to guide me to where I would be whole again. I turned onto our new street and vowed I wouldn't think about that feeling anymore. It was a one-time thing and would remain a one-time thing. It took a little longer to find the house than I expected, mostly because I was driving extra slowly to make sure I didn't miss it. I pulled into the driveway and parked in my unofficial spot. I grabbed my backpack, whiteboard and the bag of biscottis and headed inside. Charlie wasn't home, which wasn't a surprise. It was his first day so I assumed he would be late. But that didn't bother me. It gave me time to fix him a nice dinner. I kicked off my shoes, dropped my backpack by the door, and made my way to the kitchen. The whiteboard was placed on the table and the biscottis on the counter. I opened the door to the fridge and scanned the contents. There was some leftover pizza and enchiladas. We could eat leftovers tomorrow. Tonight I wanted to cook something, anything really. I enjoyed cooking and it was a good distraction. After scanning the fridge, freezer and pantry, I decided to make burgers and frozen French fries. It wasn't the fanciest meal, but it would be delicious and I knew Charlie would love it. Charlie was pretty simple when it came to food. He wouldn't even notice the fries were frozen. I checked the clock and frowned. It was only 4 and I had no idea when Charlie would be home. Should I start cooking now? Or wait? I sighed. After several minutes of debating, I decided to wait until after 5 to cook. In Forks he always got off around 5 unless something happened. I didn't see why that wouldn't happen now. I grabbed my backpack and set up my makeup work. Since I wasn't cooking, I figured I could at least get started on my makeup work. It turned out there was quite a bit I missed. Luckily, I had plenty of time to catch up. It wasn't as if I had anything else to do, except work now. Which reminded me, I needed to tell Charlie about my new job. Not only that, but I needed to get an Alaska driver's license soon. I pulled out my notebook and ripped out the top sheet. I needed to start a to-do list. At the top I wrote Alaska driver's license. There was no reason to wait. We weren't moving back to Forks. Charlie made that very clear. I stared at the one item on my list. It turned out that I didn't really have much to do after all. I pushed it aside so I could work on my assignments. I started with English because it was favorite subject. Since I couldn't do every little assignment I missed, my teacher, Mrs. West, decided to give me 2 larger assignments. I had to pick 2 books from a list, read them, and write an essay off the prompts she had given me. Because I had some much makeup work to do, I decided to cheat and do my essays on Wuthering Heights and Frankenstein. I'd already read them both and the essays would be easy to do because of that. I grabbed my notebooks and got to work on the essay for Wuthering Heights. I chose to do my essay on how sympathetic Heathcliff's character was. 2 years ago, I could easily go on and on about how sympathetic he was and how he wasn't a terrible person. Now I was arguing the opposite, and I was surprised by how easy it was to get my outline done. I ended up getting my entire essay done in a short amount of time. I was writing the last few sentences of the conclusion when I heard the front door open. I checked the time and it was 5:15. I jumped up and grabbed I need to make the burgers and fries. "Hey Bells," Charlie greeted when he walked into the kitchen. He was wearing his police uniform, this time with the Denali logo instead of Forks. His gun was attached to his hip. As far as I knew, he'd never fired one before and probably wouldn't now. But he had to have it with him, just in case. I sat everything down so I could scribble a quick message. "Hi Dad. Sorry dinner's going to be a little late. I was doing my makeup work and lost track of time." "No problem Bella," Charlie assured me. "Do you want any help?" It seemed Charlie felt guilty for leaving me to cook and offered to help whenever possible. While I appreciated it, I preferred to cook alone and always declined. I shook my head at him and got to work on the burger patties. Charlie headed upstairs to change out of his police uniform while I prepared dinner. Once the patties were seasoned and formed, I sat them aside to heat up the oven for the fries. I cut up some tomatoes, lettuce and onions for the burgers and put them back into the fridge. By the time I finished, the oven was ready. Charlie came back downstairs just as I got the fries into the oven. He grabbed a beer and sat at the counter. "I got a job," I wrote on my whiteboard. "Really?" Charlie questioned, surprised. "Where at?" "Kava Cafe. It's a coffee shop in town. I got hired as a barista, so I'll mostly be in the back making coffees and not interacting with people. I'm going back after school to work out the details." Charlie nodded. "That's great Bella," he exclaimed. "I'm proud of you." I blushed. I wasn't used to the praise. Renee never praised me for anything, mostly because she wasn't aware of my accomplishments. While I knew Charlie was proud of me, he never really expressed it. I glanced at the timer and was relieved to find I had a way to distract myself. I jumped up and got the skillet ready to grill the burgers. 20 minutes later and dinner was on the table. The toppings were on plates, spread out on the table, so we could build our own burgers. The various condiments were also set up on the table, along with the plate of fries I cooked in the oven. The burger patties were on a separate plate and the burger buns were still in their packaging, ready to be used. We quickly assembled our own burgers and started eating. I grabbed my whiteboard and scribbled a quick message in between bites. The coffee shop gave me a bunch of biscottis for free. They're on the counter. They're delicious. I tapped the table to get Charlie's attention and showed him the message. That's great, Charlie exclaimed after swallowing a mouthful of fries. I'll try one for dessert. Charlie spent the rest of dinner chatting about his new job. It was nice to know he was happy with his new job. It was something positive to come out of him being forced to move. The guys are nice too, Charlie continued. He had finished eating about 5 minutes ago but was content to sit at the table with me while I ate. One of them invited us over to a barbecue this weekend, he added. I looked up from my plate and stared at him with my eyes wide. That truly sounded terrible. Even before Forks, I wasn't the most social person. The thought of being forced to interact with strangers, especially when I couldn't talk, didn't sound appealing. Will you come? Charlie asked hopefully. I glanced at Charlie and instantly regretted it. He looked so hopeful and I didn't want to ruin his mood. I nodded and he beamed. As much as the idea of going to this barbecue sucked, I was glad I could do something to make Charlie happy. He didn't deserve what I had been putting him through and this was a small price to pay to make it up to him. After dinner I cleaned up the kitchen. Charlie tried to help but I grabbed a beer from the fridge, gave it to him and pushed him toward the living room. A clear sign I did not want help tonight. Even though I had some homework to do, that wasn't makeup work, I took my time cleaning up the kitchen. I made sure it was spotless before grabbing my backpack and heading upstairs. I pulled out my math book and my notebook and placed them on my desk. My new computer was sitting there, still plugged in. I hadn't had a chance to set it up yet. I pushed it aside and vowed to get it set up tomorrow. I would need it to type up my papers anyway. Which reminded me that I needed a printer. I grabbed a post-it and made a quick note to ask Charlie about getting a printer. Until then I could use the school one. After school I would run and grab a flash drive to save my work on. Math took far longer than I expected to finish, though it wasn't surprising since I always struggled with math. By the time I finished it was after 7. I decided on a quick shower to relax myself before finishing the rest of my homework. Luckily, there wasn't much left to do, a short worksheet for history and reading through the lab assignment that we would be doing for chemistry. The shower was a nice break from homework. I felt refreshed and confident that I could finish the rest of my work in no time. It was a nice feeling. I dumped my dirty clothes into the hamper in my bathroom and grabbed my brush. I was in a hurry to get back to my room and wasn't paying attention. I opened the door and rushed out, right into Charlie. Easy there, Bells, he said, making sure I didn't fall over. I blushed in embarrassment. I'm going to the station early tomorrow so I'm heading to bed now. Don't stay up too late, all right. I nodded and he walked off to his room. The rest of my homework took no time. I was completely done by 8:30 p.m. I cleaned off my desk and picked out my clothes for tomorrow, setting them on my desk chair for easy access, before climbing into bed. I made sure my alarm was set and closed my eyes, wondering why I was feeling that strange tugging once again. Today at school was mostly the same as yesterday. I was starting to get into a routine. I still avoided the other students as much as possible, although a few had come up to me throughout the day. Once they realized I didn't talk, they didn't seem as eager to interact with me. But that was okay. I was content with my new loner status. After looking back to how I treated my human friends in Forks, I figured it was better if I didn't make that same mistake again. As I navigated out of the parking lot, I was glad I didn't have much homework. Today was supposed to be my first day of work. I had all the paperwork I would need to get the job, social security card and driver's license. I even had my birth certificate just in case. All I could do was hope the owners didn't change their mind. Before heading to the coffee shop, I first stopped at the general store to buy a flash drive. I hadn't yet communicated my need for a printer to Charlie, so for now this would be the best solution. I didn't look through the selection. I simply picked a cheap one and went to the register to pay. I was 15 minutes early when I pulled into the parking spot in front of the coffee shop. I don't know why I was so nervous. I was already told I had the job, though I couldn't understand why. I'd never seen, let alone met, the owners. It made no sense that they were ready to hire me already. Especially with me being mute. That strange tugging sensation was back. I hadn't felt it since before I went to bed. I was starting to think I should tell Charlie in case it was a sign that something was wrong with me. I didn't have time to dwell on that though. I grabbed my documents and my whiteboard and made my way inside. There were a few people in line when I got inside. I saw Claire working the register again. There was no one making the drinks, which meant Claire had to do that as well. I couldn't tell if showed up at a good time or a really bad time. After about 10 minutes all the orders were taken. Claire looked at me, expecting me to be another customer. I could see the relief on her face when she realized who I was. "Bella," she greeted. "Come on around. Irina will be here in a few hours. I'll start training you now." I opened the small door that separated the dining area from the work area. I sat my papers to the side for now. Claire handed me an apron and I quickly put it on. "This is the regular coffee and decaf," Claire explained, pointed to a large machine. "I make it fresh when I come in and then remake it as needed. We get free coffee and snacks during our shifts as long as it doesn't disrupt our work and we're not using everything. For instance, if we wanted a cup of coffee, that's fine, but we either need to make sure there's enough for a customer, or make more so there definitely will be enough." With me so far, I nodded, and for the next 2 hours Claire walked me through everything I needed to know about being a barista. She didn't show me how to make every single drink as there were so many, but she did show me the most popular ones, and our favorites. She walked me through all of the orders for the time we were training, and for the last 2 orders that came in I was on my own, unless I had questions. It was simple enough and I was grateful for the chance to learn. My responsibilities were rather simple. Make the drinks, keep everything clean in my area, and make sure everything was stocked. The fridge and pantry in the back had the extra syrups, coffee and milks. On top of her duty as a cashier, Claire was also responsible for the pastries that were sold and keeping the tables clean during shift. Whoever was closing was responsible for the rest of the cleaning. My shift for today would last until 7, which also happened to be closing time. This would give Claire time to show me how to close and shut everything down. Saturday I would learn how to open. According to Claire, 7 was also when this mysterious Irina would show up. She was supposed to be here when I got here, but for some reason she didn't show, instead texting Claire to let her know she would be by later. It wasn't a big deal, especially considering how busy we were for the first 2 hours of my shift. "Irina is on her way," Claire announced. I looked up from the counter I was currently cleaning. Claire had decided to teach me another drink during the lull in customers. It was going great, until I spilled the espresso all over the counter. Claire simply laughed and tossed me a rag. She said Irina and her sisters weren't concerned by little accidents like that. It sounded like the sisters were loaded and the business was more for fun than profit. I went back to my cleaning, determined to make everything as nice as possible for Irina's arrival. The last thing I wanted was for this Irina to decide she didn't want to hire me after all. I heard the chime when the door opened, but I didn't look up. I was too busy cleaning. "Bella," Claire called, getting my attention. "Irina's here." I was eager to meet Irina. She seemed like a decent boss. She didn't care if we made ourselves coffee or ate some pastries or sandwiches during our shift. Not that I intended to take advantage of that, but it was kind of nice. I quickly washed my hands and made my way over to Claire and Irina. "Hello, you must be Bella." "I'm Irina," Irina introduced. I looked up and my heart stopped. Long, wavy blonde hair with pale skin and gold eyes staring at me, that could only mean one thing: vampire. There were vampires in Denali. That now familiar tugging sensation was back. I glanced at Irina. It took me only a minute to realize the sensation wasn't coming from her. The tugging was going in the opposite direction. I shook my head. It didn't matter. I didn't care what the tugging meant, if it meant anything. All I could think about was the vampire in front of me, and the fact that I was once again a part of their world. A few weeks ago, I would have given anything to be a part of the vampire world once again. With them. But now I was starting to realize that maybe I wasn't meant for that world. That I was a human and no matter how much they seemed like it, they weren't. Did I want to associate with vampires again, knowing I might get heartbroken? I bit my lip. I was getting ahead of myself. Just because the owner of the coffee shop I now worked was a vampire didn't mean I actually had to associate with them. There was no guarantee they even wanted to associate with me, and I was okay with that. I could deal with one vampire if it meant I could keep this job. But I wouldn't be friends with her. Bella, are you okay? Irina asked, concerned. I looked up, flinching at the sight of her concerned gold eyes. The same shade of gold from my nightmares. She moved closer to me and I backed away. I couldn't breathe and my whiteboard was just out of reach. I glanced at Claire. She was looking back and forth between us in confusion. I could see she wanted to ask questions but was resisting. Was she afraid of Irina like most humans were afraid of vampires? Did she know about vampires? Claire, can you get a wet washcloth please? Irina requested. I don't think Bella is feeling too well. Claire disappeared into the back and Irina took one slow step toward me. You know what I am. It wasn't a question. She knew. I knew, but I nodded anyway. Do you know what my eyes mean? I nodded again. Then you know I would never hurt you. I shook my head. I didn't believe it. She may not want to drink from me but she could, and would, still hurt me. It was only a matter of time. She disappeared for a second and reappeared with my whiteboard and marker. The tugging in my chest was more noticeable, more urgent. I put my hand to my chest and rubbed it, hoping the feeling would disappear. She handed me my whiteboard, her eyes locked on the hand over my heart. I wanted to ask about it but I refused to engage with her more than necessary. You may not want to kill me, but there are plenty of other ways for you to hurt me, I wrote. I'm not taking that chance. I knew she wouldn't understand what it meant but I didn't care. I was letting her know right now that I didn't want to be close to her. So, a vampire hurt you in the past, she muttered. She didn't have time to say anything else as Claire returned with the washcloth. She handed to Irina and Irina gently wiped my forehead. Are you okay, Bella? Claire asked, concerned. I grabbed the whiteboard. Just a little lightheaded, I lied. Must have been from all of those chemicals. Claire laughed at that. I glanced at Irina but her face was expressionless. She was probably still processing what I told her. Claire, do you mind finishing up here so I can get Bella situated? Irina asked suddenly. Not at all, Irina, Claire told her. Let me know if you need anything. Thank you, Irina said with a small smile. She gestured for me to walk ahead of her. I walked to the room I hadn't been in yet, but I knew was the office. I sat down on the chair across from the desk and scribbled a note. How many of you are there? 5, Irina answered, not needing any clarification on what I was talking about. Me, my sisters Kate and Tanya, and our cousins, Eleazar and Carmen. How long have you known about vampires? About 9 months. This was something I was okay with being honest about. Irina nodded. Well, you weren't surprised by my eye color, which means you're used to animal drinkers, not human drinkers, and the only animal drinkers other than my coven is the Cullens. I flinched. So, it is them? Irina questioned. I looked down. Idiots, she muttered under her breath. Do I still have the job here? I hated having to ask but I needed to know if I should look for another job. Irina's eyes widened in surprise. Of course, you do, Irina said. Assuming you want it. I'm the only one that really spends any time here, but we would still have to interact, but I can keep it professional if that's what you want. I nodded. I did really like this job, even though it had only been a day. I could be polite to a vampire if that's what it took to keep the job. I would really like to have this job. I paused before asking my next question. Does Claire know about you? No, Irina answered. We don't tell humans what we are. One of the reasons I hired her was because she didn't fear us, nor did she seem enticed by us. It works out for everyone. We pay extremely well, but don't advertise jobs. You don't speak, was that something you were born with? She asked, curious. I shook my head. Irina sighed, probably frustrated she wasn't getting any information from me, but that was fine. All right then, she said. I grabbed this off the counter. She held up a copy of my birth certificate and social security card. Do you have a bank account here? No, I wrote. Before we moved I closed my small account I had. Luckily, Charlie's was from a major bank so he didn't have to deal closing his accounts. Okay, Irina said with a nod. I can do regular checks for you for now. But it would be easier, and faster, if you opened an account and gave me the information for direct deposit. I nodded again. She stared at me for a minute and shook her head slightly. Okay, the only thing left to discuss is your schedule. I get out of school at 1, I told her. Let's do 1:30 to 4:30 during school, Irina said after a minute. And weekends, are you open to 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Saturday, and 11 to closing on Sunday? I thought about it. That would be 2 full 8-hour shifts on the weekends and 3 hours a day during the week. It wasn't much, but it was definitely something. She hadn't mentioned days off, but I wasn't going to say anything. Are there any specific days off that you want? Irina questioned. No, I wrote. My schedule is rather open. Actually I have plans with my dad on Saturday. I'm not sure the exact time. That's fine, Irina said. If you need to leave early, just let me know. She grabbed a sheet of paper and scribbled something down. This is my phone number. The other 2 numbers belong to my sisters, Kate and Tanya. If you need anything, or want to change your days or hours, feel free to text us. I took the slip from her. It was a nice gesture, but I didn't believe that this was solely about work. But that was fine. I would only text if I absolutely had to. And I refused to text her about anything that was not work-related. I could, and would, resist these vampires. I wasn't sure what they wanted from me, or if they did want something, but it didn't matter. I wouldn't fall into their web again. Is there anything else? I have homework to do still. It was just after 7 and we were now officially closed. You can go, Irina told me. I'll help Claire finish up. I'll be by tomorrow during your shift to drop off your name tag. Have a good night, Bella. I left the office and waved at Claire on my way out of the shop. I groaned when I realized I left my papers inside. I was just getting ready to knock on the door when I heard Irina's voice. She was talking to someone. It's not going to work, Tanya. There was a short pause. She was on the phone, I realized. Tanya, stop. She wants nothing to do with us. Another pause and Irina turned around, her gold eyes locked on me. I have to go. She snapped the phone shut. Did you need something, Bella? She asked. She didn't look mad at me for listening, so that was something. I pointed to my whiteboard and paperwork on the desk. Oh, she grabbed the stuff and handed it to me. I know you were listening. If you ever want to talk about it, let me know. I grabbed my stuff and left the shop. As I drove home, I couldn't help but think about Irina. It seemed vampires being pushy was not just limited to them. It was all gold-eyed vampires. Fate must really hate me. Why else would I move on from one vampire family to another? I was still certain I could resist them. If it wasn't for the fact that I was certain I wouldn't be able to find another job, I wouldn't have accepted this offer. But it was okay. I would keep a professional relationship with Irina, and anyone else in their family. After all, it wasn't as if any of them would want me. I mean, what are the odds that I would find a second vampire that was attracted to a human? Charlie's car was already in the driveway when I got home. I should have texted him while I was at work. He was probably worried about me. I grabbed my stuff and headed inside. I could smell the takeout when I got inside. It smelled like Chinese food. Bella, Charlie called from the kitchen. I made my way to him and found him emptying out takeout containers onto real plates. Hey Bells, he greeted without looking up. I figured you were working and I didn't want you to have to worry about dinner, so I got some takeout. Hope you don't mind. I shook my head. The food actually smelled good. It looks good. I tapped the counter so he could read the message. I quickly scribbled another while he was watching. Sorry I didn't text you, we were busy for a while. Then I met one of the owners, Irina. She had me take care of some paperwork and figure out my schedule. Go sit, Charlie instructed. I washed my hands and then went to the table. Charlie served me my plate, chow mein and orange chicken. He grabbed his own plate and a beer before sitting down across from me. So, what's your new schedule? 1:30 to 4:30 during school, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Saturdays and 11 a.m. to close on Sundays. I can have whatever days off I need. You're skipping the barbecue then? Charlie questioned. He seemed rather sad about it. I'm not. I wasn't sure what time it started and I told Irina I may need to leave early. She was fine with that. I'll have to double check the time, Charlie said. Irina mentioned I should get a bank account for direct deposit, I told him. She said she would do paper checks for now but direct deposit would be easier and faster. Charlie nodded. I didn't think of that, he admitted. Well, you're 18 so you don't need my permission or anything to open an account. But I can go with you, if you want. I nodded. All right, why don't you meet me at First National Bank after work tomorrow? We'll get that account created and you can give this Irina that information. The rest of dinner was rather quiet. I managed to finish all my food. I could tell Charlie was surprised but he didn't say anything. I cleaned up the kitchen tonight, not that there was much to do. Other than trashing the takeout containers, I had to take the trash out. That strange tugging was back. I did my best to ignore it but it was always there. By the time I got upstairs the tugging was gone. I felt a sort of emptiness once the feeling was gone. I couldn't explain it. Though the feeling was strange, it wasn't uncomfortable. It did, however, bring a sense of longing with it. I quickly finished my homework and typed out my paper so I could print it at school in the morning. When I had everything done, I went to shower and get ready for bed. Sleep did not come easy for me. My mind was far too distracted by the presence of vampires in my life once again. They were right. I was a magnet for danger. I didn't even want to be involved with vampires this time and it seemed I didn't have much of a choice, not if I wanted this job. Irina knew my connection to the others. I wonder if she knew exactly who I was and who I was involved. She didn't say anything about it but that could be because she knew I wouldn't answer. Part of me was curious but the other part of me wanted to stick to my plan of not speaking to her. I thought back to the part of a conversation I heard. There was no way Irina didn't know I was there and listening. Did she want me to overhear? She was talking to her sister, Tanya, and it sounded like it was about me. What I couldn't understand is what I had to do with Irina's sister. I hadn't even met her. And this Tanya person apparently had a plan that Irina said no to. A plan I was certain had to do with me. I rolled over and started at the blue letters of the alarm clock. It was approaching midnight and I still couldn't sleep. It was getting increasingly frustrating. The harder I tried to sleep, the more I would start to think about these vampires. Sometime after 2, I managed to succumb to the exhaustion. Bella, 2 lattes, to go, Claire called to me. I looked up from the espresso machine and nodded. It was Saturday and I managed to make it through my first early morning rush with no issues. The last few days went by very fast. Charlie and I had taken care of the bank account and Irina was given the direct deposit information so I was now officially an employee. Work was going extremely well. I hadn't seen Irina since Wednesday. Once she had what she needed, she stopped coming around. Or maybe she was giving me my space. Although I doubted it was true, I did like the idea. It was nice to finally meet a vampire that respected my space. Still, I had low trust for vampires right now. Claire continued to teach me. During the slow hours I would practice making drinks. The focus was to make them faster but still have them done correctly. It was a slow process which usually led to us drinking far more caffeine than we should, but overall it was going well. I got the espresso machine going while I started to steam the milk for the lattes. Once they were finished, I handed the cups to Claire for the customers and started to clean up the mess. Well, you made it through your first weekend rush, Claire said. How was it? I grabbed my whiteboard. Not as bad as I thought. Well, that's good, Claire said. It doesn't really get much worse than that. What time do you have to be at your barbecue? It seemed Irina had told Claire that I would have to leave a little early today. Claire was used to working alone so she wasn't bothered by it. I have to leave at 2:45, I wrote. That would give me plenty of time to figure out where I was going. Charlie had sent the address, along with directions, but that didn't mean I wouldn't get lost. Claire checked her watch. You have about 15 minutes, Claire told her. You mind making me another macchiato? I'm doing a double today and could use the extra boost. I nodded and got to work on making Claire's drink. I was actually pretty good at making macchiatos. I made them often enough, at least 1 or 2 a shift for Claire and 1 for me. It was the one drink I was most confident in making. I decided to make 2 macchiatos for Claire. A hot one for now, and an iced one to put in the staff fridge for when she needed it. I handed her the hot one when I finished and got to work on the second one. She assumed I was making it for myself and I would let her think that for now. Now that I knew vampires ran this coffee shop, it was easy to see why they allowed us to have free coffee all the time. Irina and her family, most likely had far more money than they would ever need. It wasn't like they actually needed to have a shop. It was probably just a way to keep busy, like the others. "There's an iced macchiato in our fridge for you," I wrote. I tapped her shoulder and showed her the message. "Thanks, Bella," Claire said gratefully. "I may need it." I studied her face. She did look exhausted. From our short conversations I knew she was doing online schooling to be a nurse. She worked at the coffee shop most days in order to pay for school and to take care of her 4-year-old son. Her mother babysat so she could work long hours. The eventual plan, at least Claire hoped, was to hire one more person after me. This would allow Claire to take more time off. I felt guilty after hearing that. The only reason Claire couldn't take more time off now was because I couldn't work alone. It wasn't that I couldn't do the job. It was the fact that I couldn't talk to the customers. "Oh, you're going to be late," Claire exclaimed. I glanced at the time and saw it was already 2:53. I looked back at the espresso machine I hadn't gotten around to cleaning up. "Don't worry about that. Irina is going to come in a bit and help out. I'll clean it then." I really didn't want to leave the mess for Claire to clean. It wasn't fair to add to the work she already had to do. But I was already running late and didn't have much of a choice. I grabbed my whiteboard, waved to her and ran out of the store. I thought about Irina as I drove through the streets of Denali. She was definitely hiding something. Whether or not it was about me, I wasn't entirely sure. There was something about that phone call with Tanya that implied it did have to do with me. The drive took 12 minutes, mostly because I missed a turn and had to drive an extra mile before I could safely turn around. I parked on the side of the street. There were so many cars I wasn't able to get into the driveway. But that was okay. This made it far easier to escape if I got bored or overwhelmed. I turned off the truck and hopped out. I grabbed my whiteboard and checked my pockets, making sure the marker and eraser were still there. Once I had everything, I made my way to the front door. Before I had a chance to knock, the door swung open, revealing Charlie. "Bells," he greeted happily. "I'm glad you came. Come on in. How was the drive?" "Missed the turn and had to turn around. Otherwise, it wasn't too bad." Good, Charlie said. The man, Eric the first assumed, turned around. "Charlie," he said. He walked over to us. "This must be your daughter." "Bella, this is Eric Hanover." "Eric, this is my daughter, Bella," Charlie introduced. Eric was the one that helped set everything up for our move. "Nice to meet you." If Eric was surprised by the whiteboard, he didn't say anything. "Nice to meet you too, Bella," Eric said with a grin. "Charlie talks about you a lot. It's nice to finally put a face to the name." I blushed. "You go to Denali High, right?" I nodded. "I'm a senior." "Great. Have you thought about your future plans?" Eric asked, curious. He led me and Charlie to the kitchen. He grabbed what looked to be a bottle of beer. He popped it open and handed it to me. It wasn't beer though. It was root beer. "Are you going to follow in your father's footsteps?" I shook my head. "I'm too clumsy to be a cop. I'd probably shoot myself on accident. I want to go to college and maybe be a writer." "A writer?" Eric exclaimed. I winced slightly at the volume. He reminded me of someone I missed but didn't want to think about. He was just so happy all the time. That's really something. There are some creative writing classes offered at the community college. You should take one and see if you like it. I glanced at Charlie. He seemed pleased by the idea. Then again, anything that made it look like I was moving on was good in Charlie's eyes. "I'll think about it. Summer might be better for me, with my new job." "Oh, that's right. Charlie mentioned you got a new job. Kava Cafe, right?" he questioned. I nodded. "I go there a lot. It's the only decent coffee shop in town." "Have you met the owners?" "I've met Irina. She's the only that did the paperwork. She mentioned her sisters but I haven't met them. And I don't want to," I silently added. "What's with these sisters?" Charlie questioned, looking between me and Eric. "It's nothing, Charlie," Eric said. They're highly attractive. And vampires," I added mentally. "Most of the men in town have noticed. Hell, even the women have noticed." Charlie glanced at me, no doubt thinking about the similarities between the sisters and the others. It's almost like he expected me to fall apart again. It wasn't going to happen. I was already broken. It couldn't get worse. "Well, come on, Bella. let's introduce you to the other guys, Eric said. He grabbed fresh beers for him and Charlie before leading me outside. It turned out the real party was outside. There were a dozen adults gathered around and drinking beers. There looked to be a few couples in the mix. Eric, one of the guys exclaimed. He was standing by the barbecue, flipping carne asada. "'Bout time you got out here. What kind of host are you?" "Oh, calm down Jimmy," Eric said, rolling his eyes. I was being the perfect host. Charlie's daughter arrived. He nodded toward me. "First, I haven't gone by Jimmy since I was 12, Jimmy said. Second, he turned to me. "Nice to meet you. I'm Jim, not Jimmy. This is Bella," Charlie introduced. "She's a senior at the high school." "Bella, Jim is another guy that works at the station." "Let's see, that's Jim's wife Beth. Then there's Allison, she works at the station." Charlie pointed out each of the adults and introduced them. 2 women worked with them, at least 2 of the ones that were at this party. "Nice to meet you all." I could see some of them exchanging looks but no one said anything. I'm sure they were all warned ahead of time about my situation. Especially since none of them actually looked surprised. The barbecue was going surprisingly well after the initial awkwardness. Once introductions were in order, people kind of branched off into their own little groups. Charlie was talking sports with Eric, Jim and Diego, one of the other guys that worked at the station. Some of the women had gathered to talk to each other. I overheard a bit of a conversation about kids and decided it wasn't for me. I sat at the large patio table and played with the rim of my root beer. I was used to being isolated during parties like this, not that I had gone to many. I wasn't a social person, so I kept to myself. Charlie wasn't particularly social either, but when it came to certain interests, like sports, it was easier for him to interact. After a few minutes, one of the wives, Beth, came and sat beside me. "Fun, isn't it?" she questioned. I glanced at her. These parties, the cops are always huddled together, talking about whatever the topic is for the day. The women do the same on the other end. Me, I prefer to stay home and read a good book. I perked up at that. I love to read. Even with everything, my love for reading never faded, even if my preference for certain books did. "What books?" I tapped the table to get her attention. "Any," she answered. "Right now, I'm rereading Frankenstein." "Do you read a lot?" "Yes, mostly classics like Jane Eyre and Pride and Prejudice. My favorites were Romeo and Juliet and Wuthering Heights." "Were?" Beth asked. I looked down at my whiteboard, debating on if I should reply. That stupid tugging sensation was back. I rubbed my chest and grabbed my marker. I had a bad breakup and since then I haven't been able to look at those books. Beth nodded in understanding. "First love. Yes. I know it's stupid and an overreaction on my part. I just can't help but feel I lost everything when he left. I shouldn't feel this way, not after the things he said to me." "Losing your first love is always the hardest," Beth said softly. "You have this life that you build in your mind and then it all goes tumbling down." She gently patted my hand and for a second, I felt anger. It vanished almost as quickly as it came. "It won't feel like this forever, Bella. One day you'll meet the person you're meant to be with and that first love will be nothing but a memory. Just be patient." "Thanks. I think I needed to hear that. Now, I may have overheard your dad mention you want to be a writer," Beth said. "I have been thinking about it. I'm still mostly undecided." "Well, I don't know if you've heard but I teach several English classes at the community college," Beth said. "If you're interested I can give you a copy of my syllabus and you're more than welcome to audit one of my classes." "The syllabus would be great." Eric mentioned a creative writing class. "I was thinking of taking it over the summer once I graduate. I have a little too much catching up to do, to be able to do it now." "Creative writing," Beth repeated with a grin. "Well, you're in luck. I happen to teach that class as well." My eyes lit up at the thought. "I'll bring that syllabus as well. I do not know if it will be offered in the summer but it will be available in the spring." "Ah," Allison said, plopping down next to Beth. "I can't deal with this today." "What's going on?" Beth asked. She glanced at Bella before turning her attention back to Allison. Allison took a drink of her beer. "April did it again," Allison said, shaking her head. "She invited that chick, I can't remember her name. The one she's been trying to date for over a year now but she's not even interested." "Tanya," Beth supplied. "Tanya, that's it," Allison said, snapping her fingers. I looked up at the mention of Tanya. Was this possibly the same Tanya? No, it couldn't be. It was a small town, but it wasn't that small. Tanya wasn't that uncommon of a name. There was no way it was the same Tanya. Normal humans don't try to date vampires. Which said a lot about me when I thought about it. Anyway, she invited Tanya, Allison continued. I'm not sure if she'll even show up, but still, it's been a year. Why keep trying for someone that is clearly not interested in you? I flinched. Beth seemed to notice my discomfort. Come on, Allie, let's go get some more drinks. Beth grabbed Allison's hand and dragged her away from the table. I tapped my fingers on the table. Now that I was alone, I wasn't sure what to do. The tugging sensation would not go away. In fact, it felt like it was getting stronger. It was as if I were tethered to something and that something was getting closer to me. It made no sense. I grabbed my bottle of root beer and sighed when I realized it was empty. I sat it back on the table and contemplated getting up to go get another one. It turned out I didn't need to decide. Someone tapped me on the shoulder with a fresh bottle. I assumed it was Charlie. My fingers brushed against his and I froze. Those fingers did not belong to Charlie. They were much too cold and hard, like a statue. I jerked my hand away, causing the bottle to fall, but it never hit the ground. I turned and saw a vampire. But it wasn't Irina, it was a different one, most likely her sister. It took me a moment to realize the tugging sensation, the strange tether I felt. It all led to this one vampire. Hello, Bella, the woman greeted. I'm Tanya. Tanya didn't wait for me to respond. She took the seat Beth had been occupying and placed the root beer on the table in front of me. I really wanted that drink, but I refused to accept anything from a vampire, not again. It was bad enough that I kept my job even after knowing about Irina. I crossed my arms over my chest and waited, hoping she would go away once she realized I wanted nothing to do with her. I wasn't that lucky. She seemed to be just as stubborn as I was. I sighed and grabbed my marker. I glanced at her out of the corner of my eye and saw she looked hopeful, like she thought I was going to talk to her. I wasn't. Instead, I started doodling on my board, like I usually did when I was bored. I talked to Irina, Tanya said when she realized I wasn't going to acknowledge her. I know you know about us. I also know the Cole. I tensed up. Okay, Tanya quickly corrected. I know they hurt you and now you feel like you can't, or maybe just don't want to, trust vampires. She paused, like she was trying to figure out what else to say. You know they came here about a month ago. They were all withdrawn. They wouldn't take about it, but the rest of us knew something was off. They abandoned you, didn't they? I ignored her and continued to doodle. And now you're afraid of getting close to anyone out of fear of getting hurt again. Still no answer. I understand that. Can you answer at least one question for me? This time I looked up, but not at her. The tugging, you feel that, right? It's like a tether connecting you to someone. The closer it gets, the better you feel, but when it's far away, to the point where you can't feel it, you feel almost sad. How do you know about that? I finally asked. The only reason I asked is because I wanted to make sure it wasn't some medical condition I needed to get treated. I had a feeling I was going to regret this. I pulled my thin jacket closer to my body. It was already cloudy, but the clouds seemed to have changed. They looked whiter than they did dark. I felt a drop of water hit my cheek. I wiped it away, hoping it wasn't going to start raining, or worse, snow. I watched as Tanya's eyes lit up when she saw I was talking to her. I know because I feel the same thing, albeit stronger, Tanya said. She looked around the patio. We were the only ones outside, other than Eric, who was finishing up the cooking. What did they tell you about mating bonds? I frowned. I didn't recognize the phrase. Nothing. I've never heard that before. Tanya shook her head. They should have told you. Why they wouldn't, I don't know, unless, she shook her head again. But that's okay, I will explain. I'm sure you know by now that every vampire has a mate, a soulmate, their perfect match in every way. I nodded. Tanya glanced toward Eric to make sure he was still busy with the cooking. Well, when two vampires are mated, the connection is instant. Once the bond forms, it never fades, not even death will break the bond. Like love at first sight. I hated that I was curious and wanted to smack myself for getting interested in Tanya's story. Almost, Tanya said with a small smile. You see, Mates don't have to see each other for the bond to be formed. They only need to be near each other. It's the souls that bond them and nothing else. This is all very interesting, but why are you telling me this? Tanya sighed. Because the tether you feel is the mating bond, she explained. I shook my head. I didn't believe it. I refused to believe it. You don't feel it right now, right? Instead, you feel something else. You feel almost content. It was starting to snow now, but I ignored it. Are you implying I have a mating bond with you? I wasn't stupid. I knew that tugging was pointing to her and Tanya was right. I did feel content right now with her beside me. But I sure as hell wasn't going to tell her that. That is exactly what I'm saying, Tanya said. You, Bella, are my mate. I shook my head and Tanya looked confused. Find a new mate. I don't want to be mated to a vampire, not again. Tanya growled. You were never mated to him. He wouldn't have left if you were. He wouldn't be capable of leaving you, ever. I clenched my fist. Out of the corner of my eye I saw Eric take some food inside. You know nothing about him, or me. Tanya closed her eyes. I saw her lips move and it looked like she was counting to 5, or maybe 500. I couldn't tell. You're right. I don't know anything about you, she said slowly. But I do know him and I've known him for over a century. I know he has a temper and I'm sure he's said some stupid things. But this isn't about him. This is about you and me. And right now, you're punishing me for what they did to you, or more importantly, what he did. I crossed my arms over my chest. I was starting to get cold, but I wasn't about to walk away and let Tanya think she had won. It didn't matter that she was right. I was punishing Tanya and Irina for what happened. But I also knew they couldn't be trusted. I couldn't let myself get sucked into another vampire romance, even if it was fated to be. I couldn't do that to Charlie, not again. Eric came outside to grab the rest of the food. He looked surprised to see me and Tanya outside still. Tanya, Bella, he exclaimed. You guys should go inside. Looks like a big storm is coming. We'll be in a minute, Eric, Tanya said sweetly. I rolled my eyes. All right, Eric said before leaving us alone once again. Did you expect me to fall in love with you as soon as you told me I was your mate? No, Tanya answered. I could tell there was a part of her that thought I would. I know you're human, and while you feel the bond, you don't feel the emotions that come with the bond. The love and protectiveness that comes with finally finding your mate. I knew it would take time before you came to love me, and I could handle that. But you're not even willing to give me a chance, and that hurts. I took a deep breath. I could see my breath when I exhaled and knew this conversation needed to end soon. Why should I give you a chance? What makes you different than him, or any of them? Tanya sat up straighter, like she was ready to prove herself to me. It was an interesting thought. I would never leave you, Bella, she started. In fact, I can't. Anytime I'm away from you I feel this longing to be by your side. I respect your privacy, of course, but I do check on you from time to time. That explains why the tugging was so random. I tapped my marker to the table, debating on what to write next. What I wanted to do was completely dismiss her and make her leave me alone. But I needed to know more about vampire mating first. Even though I didn't want her to die from rejection or whatever may happen to a vampire. What do you want from me? Tanya asked, pulling me from my thoughts. It's pretty clear you want nothing to do with me, or Irina, but what do you actually want? Do you want me to call them and make them come back? My fist clenched. Yes, I wanted nothing more for them to come back, for him to come back to me, but what was the point? He didn't want me, he made that more than clear when he left. We're leaving, Bella, Edward announced with no emotion. I ran a hand through my hair. Okay, I agreed. This will be a little hard to explain to Charlie, but I'm sure Alice can help come up with something. How soon are? I trailed off when I saw the look on his face. You're not coming, Edward said firmly. I had realized that seconds before he said anything. I'm sorry, Bella. I shouldn't have gotten involved with you. I shouldn't have brought you into this life. Is this about my birthday? I demanded to know. Edward, that doesn't matter. It was an accident. I don't blame Jasper. I never blamed Jasper. It'll be fine. I'll be fine and we can. Shut up, Edward shouted. Stop talking. Nothing you say matters, so just stop talking. You're not good enough for me. I settled for you and I realize now that was a mistake. My jaw snapped shut. I was stunned. Edward had never yelled at me before, nor was he ever this cruel. I opened my mouth to say something, anything, but no words came out. No words would ever come out. Goodbye, Bella, Edward said before turning and walking away from me. I didn't realize I was crying until Tanya touched my hand. I'm sorry, Bella, she said. I shouldn't have offered that. I just thought, I don't know, maybe that's what you wanted. I do want it, but at the same time I don't. It was the most honest I had been anyone since they left. It doesn't matter anyway, he doesn't want me. I erased the words once Tanya had read them. You asked what I wanted from you. The answer is, I don't really know. I want honesty, none of that you're trying to protect me crap. I don't know if I can give you a chance, a real chance, but I'll try not to be so hostile. Okay, Tanya agreed. If you can't agree to give me a chance to love you, then can you agree to give me a chance to prove myself to you? I frowned. You're pushing me away because of them. So, let me prove to you that I'm not like them. That no matter what happens I will always be there for you. She took off her jacket and handed it to me. I know my body is cold and it probably won't help, but I don't want you to get sick. I took the jacket and put it on. It was cold, but the scent was intoxicating. It wasn't dazzling, like his had been. It was calming, and it smelled better than his jacket did that one time he let me borrow it. It was honeysuckle and something else, cinnamon I think. I pulled the jacket closer and inhaled the scent. I knew it was Tanya I was smelling, but part of me couldn't bring myself to care. Thank you, she nodded. Fine, I'll give you a chance to prove you're not like them. But there are some rules. Tanya raised an eyebrow at me. First, honesty, like I already said. Second, no coming into my bedroom to watch me sleep. No bossing me around or telling me what I can and cannot do. I want to live my life. Tanya's eyes narrowed. What do you mean coming into your bedroom to watch you sleep? I would never do something like that. I decided not to tell her that he used to do that. I felt that tether, as you call it, when I was home. I know you were nearby. I had a feeling if she were human she would be blushing. Yes, Tanya admitted. I was nearby. I've been running past your house once in a while. I never stay for more than a few minutes. I simply check to make sure you're okay before leaving. There was a pause. I accept your conditions, but I have one of my own. I eyed her wearily, wondering what she could possibly want from me. What is it? If I do something for you, you can't reject it simply because it's from me, Tanya said. Oh no, if it is something that makes you uncomfortable, then I understand and would like for you to tell me. But if I don't know, bring you lunch at work, you can't reject it just because you don't like me. I sighed. Honestly, it wasn't a bad deal. As soon as she didn't do anything too over the top like the other vampires, I knew it was actually a reasonable request. If she made me uncomfortable, I would simply tell her and be done with it. Agreed. Good, Tanya said brightly. She jumped up. Come on. You need to get inside before you freeze. I reluctantly followed Tanya into the house. I still had some questions for her, like why she was here in the first place. I remembered hearing Beth and Allison talk about how April had invited Tanya here. This had to be the Tanya they were talking about. Did Tanya know April was interested in her? Was Tanya interested? I didn't really care one way or another. But then another question hit me. Did Tanya accept the invite knowing I would be here? The inside of the house was nice and warm. My fingers ached from the sudden heat, but it felt good to be inside. Bella, Charlie exclaimed. What were you doing outside for so long? You're going to get sick. I apologize for that, Chief Swan, Tanya said. Charlie shifted his attention from me to her. Bella and I got to talking and we didn't realize how bad the weather had gotten. He glanced at me and I nodded. Oh, well, I'm glad you're making friends here, Charlie said. I winced as Tanya's eyes lit up at the thought. Sit, he instructed, pushing me into a couch near the fireplace. Warm up. I'll get you some food. He turned his attention to Tanya. Do you want anything, Ms.? Sorry, I don't know your name. Denali. Tanya Denali, Tanya introduced, offering her hand to him. I'm sure she only did it because she had the excuse of being outside to explain her cold hands. Tanya, nice to meet you, Charlie said. I'm Charlie, Bella's father. Would you like me to bring you a plate of food as well? I held up my hands to the fire and waited for Tanya to say no to the food. That would be lovely. Thank you, Chief Swan, Tanya said. I thought you couldn't eat. I tapped her arm to get her attention. Where in God's name did you hear that? Tanya questioned. She groaned when she realized where I had learned that from. She leaned closer to me so she could whisper in my ear. We can eat. Food doesn't really taste like anything, but we can eat. The venom will dissolve the food. It simulates digestion in that way. It's great when we want to blend in better. That was surprising to hear. She was honest and far more detailed in her description of vampire functions than I expected. No one else had been that honest with me. I was told you couldn't eat and you had to throw it up. That food tasted like dirt. Tanya rolled her eyes. Yes, I would imagine that was what you were told by them. They are a dramatic bunch. Food doesn't taste great, but it certainly doesn't taste like dirt. How to explain it? I guess the best way to put it would be bland. Imagine food with no flavor whatsoever. It's not good but not bad. I looked around the room. Most of the adults were having quiet conversations amongst themselves as they munched on food. No one seemed to be paying any attention to us, except for one, April. She wasn't paying attention to me. She was watching Tanya with some forlorn expression on her face. No doubt upset that the vampire wasn't paying attention to her. She glanced at me. She didn't look angry, maybe concerned. I wasn't entirely sure. Your girlfriend is watching you. My girlfriend, Tanya repeated. She looked around the room and spotted April watching. She groaned. Not my girlfriend. She's interested, and I politely turned her down. For some reason I can't explain, she thinks she still has a chance. I suppose that's partly my fault for accepting her invite today. I knew you would be here, that's why I came. Does she know about you? Why is she so comfortable with the idea of dating you? No, she doesn't know about me, Tanya answered. It happens occasionally. A human is attracted to us instead of scared. It doesn't happen often as most humans are hardwired to fear us. Perhaps she's destined to be with a vampire. Not me, of course, I've found my mate. But it's possible she's made of another. Who knows? Charlie returned with 2 overflowing plates of food. He handed one to me first and then to Tanya. The plate was full of carne asada, rice, beans, guacamole, corn tortillas, chips, salsa and some other type of meat that looked like pork. It was a lot of food. More food than I would have eaten before everything happened. Eat what you can, Charlie said, touching my shoulder. You need to eat more. I sighed and slowly started to eat. Once Charlie was satisfied that I was eating, he went back to the kitchen to get his own food. I dropped my fork once he was gone. Do you have an eating disorder? Tanya questioned in concern. I shook my head. It's because of them, isn't it? I nodded. She growled softly and muttered something that sounded suspiciously like, kill them all. I rolled up the sleeves of Tanya's jacket and my sweater. I was starting to get too warm, but I couldn't bring myself to take off the jacket. What is this? Tanya hissed. She grabbed my arm before I could figure out what was going on. I winced at the feel of her cold hands. I didn't like it. It was a reminder of everything I had lost. But there was a part of me that craved her touch. I hated it, and I hated myself for wanting it. Her fingers ran lightly over the bite mark one received from James. She couldn't see it before when we were outside because I was wearing a sweater. Now she could, and she was angry. You were bit, she said, appalled. She frowned. But you're still human. How? A tracker. He hunted me and bit me. The venom was sucked out before I could turn. That was the moment everything went downhill. I should have known it wouldn't last forever when he went so far as to suck the venom out to keep me from turning. He didn't want me forever, not like I wanted him. I was too foolish and in love to see that. If only I had realized that sooner. I could have saved myself this heartbreak. I felt blinding rage the moment she read what I wrote. I had never felt such anger before. I wasn't even sure I was capable of this level of anger. Somehow, I just knew it was Tanya's anger and not mine. Suddenly, the anger was gone, as was Tanya's hand on my arm. I quickly covered the scar. I'm sorry, Bella, she said softly. I shouldn't have reacted that way. It's difficult seeing you with a bite mark from a vampire that, well, is not me. I don't understand. Why did I feel so angry? I've never felt rage like that before. I will tell you, Tanya promised. But not here. Too many people are getting curious about us and I can't risk anyone overhearing. I'm not backing out of my promise, but this discussion needs to be finished elsewhere. She paused to study my face. Are you all right? You look rather pale. Now that she mentioned it, I wasn't feeling too great. The smell of the food was making me nauseous and I was starting to feel cold again. I shook my head in response to her question. I glanced at her. She had her hand halfway up like she was going to see if I was warm before realizing that her hand was far too cold to tell. Stay here, Tanya muttered. I'll be right back. She put her plate and mine onto the coffee table in front of the couch before wandering off. I buried my nose into her jacket. Her scent was soothing and helped ease some of the nausea. I thought about what could have caused this. I wasn't outside in the cold that long. Bella, Charlie called concerned. I slowly turned to the side and found Tanya standing next to Charlie. She must have gone to get him. You look terrible, Bells. I smiled slightly. He rubbed the back of his neck. I'll go tell the guys you're not feeling well and I can take you home. Actually, Chief Swan, Tanya started. I could take Bella home and stay with her until you return. There's no need for you to miss out on the party. Charlie eyed her warily. Are you sure? He questioned. I could see deep down he wanted to stay, but he would always put me first. I didn't want him to have to leave. It wasn't fair for him to put his life on hold, again. Bells, are you okay with this? I glanced at Tanya. Her expression was neutral. I could feel excitement, I think it was, and I could just tell Tanya really wanted to take care of me. It was probably part of her plan to woo me. I was really starting to regret this. I looked to Charlie and nodded. Okay, Charlie agreed. I won't stay out too long. An hour, maybe 2. If you need anything just text me, okay? I nodded again. Charlie spotted our untouched plates on the table. I'll get these bagged up for you guys while Tanya takes you to the car. Charlie left. Do you want me to carry you? Tanya questioned. I shook my head. Okay, can you stand? I tried to stand but I was shaky. Tanya wrapped an arm around my waist to hold me steady. I hated how comfortable I felt with her holding me. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't walk, I would have pulled myself out her arms. Tanya grabbed my whiteboard and handed it to me before leading me out of the house. I'm sorry, Bella, Tanya said as she helped me down the stairs. I know you don't want me touching you, but I don't want you to get hurt. I wanted to tell her that it was okay and I understood. I actually appreciated what she was doing for me. Despite how almost mean I've been to her, she was doing everything she could to help me. It was more than I deserved from her. We stopped next to my truck and she held out her hand for my keys. I dug around my pockets for them before handing them over. She unlocked the truck and carefully placed me inside. While she walked at a human pace to the driver's side, I scribbled out a message. Can you drive in this snow? Tanya stared at the message before rolling her eyes. I've been living here for centuries, Bella. I've learned to deal with the snow. She turned the truck on so it could warm up. Whether or not your truck can handle it is a different story. There are chains under the seat. Thank you, Bella. Right now that's not needed, Tanya said. Charlie returned with our food and handed to me. Get some rest, Bella, he instructed. Thank you, Tanya. Anytime, Chief Swan, Tanya said, smiling. Charlie left and Tanya slowly pulled out of the driveway. Let's get you home. The drive back home went surprisingly smooth. I will admit I had little faith in Tanya's driving ability, especially when it came to my truck. I waited for her to make some type of snide comment about how slow my truck was, but nothing came. She looked perfectly content with going slow, although I couldn't be sure if it was because of the weather. Mine and Tanya's food was resting in my lap as we pulled into the driveway. We didn't really get to talk on the way since Tanya had to focus on the road and couldn't read my whiteboard. I sighed in relief when the truck stopped. The snow always made me nervous regardless of who was driving. Tanya was at the passenger's side in an instant. Now that there were no humans around, she didn't have to pretend to be human. She helped me out of the truck and led me to the front door. Do you want to go to your room or the living room? Tanya questioned. I pointed toward the stairs and Tanya got the hint. She kept me steady as I climbed up the stairs on my own. I wobbled a bit but Tanya kept a firm grip on me so I didn't fall. Tanya knew exactly where my bedroom was. I wasn't sure if she followed my scent or if she knew from running past my house. Tanya helped me onto my bed. The food was put on the nightstand. She looked as if she wanted to climb into my bed with me but instead, walked over to my desk and grabbed the chair. She dragged it over to my bedside. "Do you need anything?" I thought about it for a minute. "Water." Tanya disappeared before I could show her the message. She returned in seconds with a glass of water and a straw. "Thanks. So, you asked why you felt such rage earlier," Tanya started. "The simple answer is, you felt my rage. And the complicated answer, it's another part of the mating bond," Tanya said. "I can feel some of your emotions, usually when they're more heightened, such as fear, joy, depression, pleasure." I blushed. "Because you're human, you only feel my more extreme emotions such as rage. Does it ever go away?" Tanya shook her head. "Based on what I've learned from Carmen and Eliezer, a mated couple in our coven, no. It's simply part of the bond. Eliezer believes it's meant as a protection for the couple. For if one of a mated pair dies, the other will follow at some point." Great. I was forever stuck with feeling the emotions of a vampire. Lucky for me it was only the most extreme of emotions. With any luck I wouldn't have to feel it ever again. Unfortunately, I wasn't that lucky. "How are you feeling?" Tanya asked concerned. "I'm okay. The nausea is gone. I'm still cold but it's getting better. I should change." I was able to pull myself out of my bed. I was still a little shaky, to the point where I knew I wouldn't be able to change without Tanya's help. I was debating on whether or not it was worth changing. "Bella," Tanya said with a sigh. "Let me help you. I promise to not do anything inappropriate but you can't be comfortable in jeans and boots." Tanya held me steady while I removed my clothes and pulled on my pajamas. I tossed my dirty clothes into the hamper. I stared at Tanya's jacket. I should give it back. I wanted to give it back. But it smelled so nice. Part of me really wanted to keep it. "Keep it, Bella," Tanya said. I blushed when I realized she had seen my internal debate. Goodness knows I have plenty of jackets that I don't need and I'm sure Kate will buy me 5 more to replace it. Why do I feel so attached to it? I hated myself for getting sucked back into the world of vampires but I was weak. I couldn't resist. Tanya took the jacket from my hand and sat it on my desk. She helped me back into bed before taking her spot on my desk chair. "My scent," she answered once we were settled. "Did they tell you about how our scent is meant to draw humans in?" "Yes. Something about how it makes you the perfect predator." "The one true thing they said," Tanya muttered. She shook her head. "Yes, that is the general idea. But as my mate, my scent is calming to you. It's meant, not to attract you to the predator, but to comfort you. In times of great stress, it can soothe you and in times of pleasure it will heighten that feeling, make you more excited." I blushed at the thought. Great. Just what I needed. I did not want to start thinking about Tanya in pleasurable situations. I refused. I shook away those thoughts. My hand hovered over my whiteboard as I debated writing out my next question. Why did they lie to me so much? I ended up writing. I moved to erase it before Tanya had a chance to see it but it was too late. She had already read it. "I don't know," Tanya said honestly. "I have a few theories but that's it. I don't know if they're right or not. The only way to know for sure would be to ask them." "Can you tell me your theories?" I couldn't deny I was curious. I had an idea myself, an idea I couldn't bring myself to say myself. "Are you sure? I don't want to hurt you," Tanya said softly. I nodded. "I believe they knew you weren't Edward's mate." I flinched at the sound of his name. At the very least he knew since he wouldn't have felt the pull to you. It's possible the others didn't know but unlikely with Jasper and Alice's gifts. Either way, it's most likely that Edward, another flinch, didn't want you to know much about vampires so you didn't figure out the truth. A simple conversation with any of the mated pairs and you would have known something was off. I looked down at my hands, tears falling down my face. I couldn't stop them even if I wanted to. Everything had been a lie. He never loved me, a part of me already knew that. But everything else had been a lie as well. I was nothing to them, all of them. I don't know which one was more devastating. Tanya's hand hovered near me. "Can I hug you?" she questioned. I nodded, desperate for any type of comfort at this point. I should have said no though. I didn't want to give her false hope. Tanya stood and I sat up so she could wrap her arms around me. I sunk into her embrace, my nose buried into her neck, inhaling her scent. Tanya had been right. Her scent did wonders for me. I'm so sorry, Bella, Tanya muttered into my ear. Her grip on me was tight but not uncomfortable. She pulled away after several minutes. I didn't mean to hurt her, I shouldn't have said anything. I shook my head and reached for the whiteboard. It does hurt, but you were honest and that means a lot to me. I tapped my marker to the whiteboard in silent debate. Can you lay here with me? Your scent is soothing and well, never mind. Scoot over, Tanya instructed. She kicked off her shoes while I moved over to allow her space to lie down. She climbed onto the bed. She didn't touch me. I could smell her and the pain lessened. It didn't dazzle me or distract me like his scent did. It was a drug in a whole different way, and as much as I hated to admit it, I liked it. Why would I erased the E. I couldn't even write his name. Why would he do that? What does he get out of pretending I'm meant for him? Especially if he was going to turn around and leave me. Did you know he came here not long after you moved to Forks? Tanya asked. I thought back. I didn't recall hearing anything about a trip to Alaska. I shook my head. You're his singer. Most vampires kill their singers as soon as they meet. That coupled with your ability to block his gift, I wonder if he was under the delusion you were mated and because you're human it was easy to dismiss the mating bond. Or, while she was doing great at being honest, I could tell she didn't want to tell me everything. Probably to not hurt me more than I already was. Tanya sighed. Or, because you're his singer he wanted to keep your scent around for as long as possible, Tanya confessed. I bit my lip. I had a feeling that was the right answer, especially after what happened in the woods, when it was made clear to me he didn't love me. I closed my eyes and let the tears fall. Tanya didn't say anything. She let me process the information in my own time. I hadn't realized I had fallen asleep until the sound of voices woke me up. Bella, Charlie called softly. I didn't open my eyes as I didn't want him to know I was awake. I focused on keeping my breathing even. Tanya was running a hand through my hair. It took me a minute to realize I was laying on her. She's asleep, Chief Swan, Tanya said. She absolutely knew I was awake but didn't say anything, which I appreciated. I couldn't see Charlie's face, but I imagined he was rather surprised to see me laying in bed with Tanya. I hope he didn't get the wrong idea. Right, how is she? He asked, concerned. She's feeling better, Tanya answered. She was still cold when we got here. I had to help her change since she was a little unsteady. She's been warming up since then and her forehead doesn't feel warm, so no fever. Good, good, Charlie said. I could picture him nodding. I'm sorry for keeping her outside for so long, Tanya said. It felt like the apology was not only for Charlie, but me as well. We were talking about why she moved to Alaska and got distracted. I should have known better. It's okay, Tanya, Charlie said gently. I'm glad she was talking to you at all. She's been, well, distant ever since the Cullens left, back when we were still in Forks. I tensed slightly at hearing the Cullens' name. Charlie moved further into my room. I heard some shuffling and it sounded like he was now in my desk chair. When they left, it was as if part of her died. She wasn't eating or sleeping. She's still not eating or sleeping much. It terrified me, to be honest, especially when she stopped talking. I tried to get her to move to Florida to be with her mother, but Bella refused. It was the first genuine emotion I had seen in days. Finally, I realized she enjoyed living with me and I started looking around for jobs. She seems happier since we moved. She's trying harder to be normal, I guess. I'm glad for it, but still, I worry about her. I don't know her well, Chief Swan, but she does appear to like being here, Tanya said in an attempt to reassure him. Call me Charlie, Charlie instructed. And I hope she does. I would give anything to see her happy, genuinely happy, again. He shifted in his seat. Did she eat at all? No, Tanya said. Her hand stilled for a second before resuming its stroking. I believe she was too distracted to think about food. Hopefully she'll eat when she wakes up. Yeah, Charlie said with a sigh. It was silent for a minute, perhaps longer, I couldn't really tell. You and her, are you involved? Tanya laughed. No, Charlie, we're not. We just met today after all. I imagined Charlie's face red with embarrassment. I wouldn't be surprised if mine was too. Right, he said again. How old are you? He was still suspicious of our relationship status and I wasn't exactly helping. Once we were alone I would have to reassure him. 25, Charlie, Tanya answered. My sisters and I own the coffee shop that Bella works at. I'm sure Bella mentioned my younger sister, Irina. Irina, yeah, I recognize the name, he said. How did you guys end up owning a coffee shop so young? Our parents died when I was 18. They left behind a sizable inheritance, Tanya explained. The shop is more Irina's thing. It's her way of giving back, by allowing those in need of a job a stable income and flexible hours. Kate and I help when we can, but Kate also owns an auto shop nearby. That's really something, Charlie said. Even without seeing his face, I could tell he was impressed. He stood, the chair scraping on the hardwood floor. You're welcome to stay as long as you want, Tanya. If she wakes up, will you tell her to get some food? I will, Charlie, she promised. I heard Charlie leave the room and shut the door behind him, but I still didn't move. It was useless to pretend. Tanya knew I was awake the entire time. I know you're awake, Bella, she said. I sighed and sat up. She handed me my whiteboard. Do you have any questions? How old are you really? Tanya laughed. Physically I am 25, but I've been alive for over 1,000 years, she replied. I gasped. Over 1,000. How was that even possible? She was older than all of them combined. She didn't seem that old. What about your sisters? Wait, are they actually your sisters? Tanya laughed. Yes, Kate and Irina are biologically my sisters. Kate is 23 and Irina is 22. I was turned by our biological aunt, and I turned them about a year later, Tanya explained. Eliezer and Carmen are not related to us. We met about 300 years ago. It's hard to remember the exact amount of time. Eliezer used to work for the Volturi, but he wanted a different way to live. He found Carmen when he was a nomad. The two of them found us and they've stayed with us ever since. Do you move around every few years? That's what they did. Tanya shook her head. No, we've never had a need for that, she said. We may disappear for a while, but we've never left. Most of the time, humans don't really notice when we're not around. Irina and Kate run their shops mostly through other people, only getting involved when needed. And humans never figure it out. That seems kind of strange. Tanya laughed. Yes, I can imagine from your perspective it would be strange. Most humans aren't as observant as you. For the most part, they tend to realize there is something off about us, something they can't explain. But humans don't automatically jump to supernatural explanations. They simply ignore anything that cannot be explained by science. Human nature is what allows us to stay here for centuries. There was a lull in the conversation. There were many things I wanted to ask, but I held back. I could feel myself slowly getting sucked back into the vampire world. I'd already talked to Tanya more than I ever intended. There was something about her that made me interested in what she said. I couldn't explain it. Actually, I was fairly certain I could explain it. It was this stupid mating bond. I accepted that I wasn't meant for him long ago, and I suppose Tanya wasn't the worst person to be mated to. But there was a part of me that wondered, if I was going to be mated to a vampire, why couldn't it have been him? Why did the universe hate me so much? I doodled on my whiteboard. Tanya was on my bed with me still. I wanted to ask her to move, but I didn't. Another thing she had been right about. Being in her presence made me content. I wasn't healed from everything that happened, but it was getting there. Her presence seemed to speed up the healing process, especially since I had learned everything with them had been a lie. Your father wants you to eat, Tanya commented after a few more minutes of silence. You really should eat. You're lighter than you should be. I shrugged and continued doodling. Tanya got out of my bed and headed to the door. I will get you some food. She left the room and once again the tugging was back. This time, when I thought about it, I could feel exactly where it was leading. Straight to the kitchen where Tanya was. It seemed that now that I had made contact with Tanya, the tugging wasn't as bothersome as it was before. Now, it seemed like a subtle reminder that she was nearby. A thought that was far more comforting than it should be. I climbed out of bed and grabbed my homework. I was feeling much better, almost as if I was never feeling ill in the first place. I took my homework to my bed and dumped it on the comforter. Normally, I never do homework in my bed, but it was warm and comfortable and I was still a little chilly. My math homework was spread out in front of me. I chewed the end of my pencil as I tried to figure out this problem. I was so engrossed in my work that I didn't notice Tanya was coming back to my room. Bella, She called when she got to the doorway. I looked up. She walked into my room while a plate of food. I recognized the food from the barbecue, although it looked like she only did half the portion Charlie gave me. She sat the food on the nightstand. "You need to eat," she said gently. I pointed to my math homework. She sat down on the desk chair and scooted over to me. "I can help you with it," she offered. I thought about the offer and shook my head. The last thing I wanted was to rely on her. I grabbed my whiteboard. "I'm managing. It takes time, but it's not as difficult as I first thought." I wasn't sure if she could tell I was lying. "Okay," she agreed. It appeared she wasn't aware after all. She stood. "I should go. If you need me, feel free to call or text." I grabbed my whiteboard, ready to tell her I threw away her number. "I added it to your phone while you were asleep, along with Kate, Carmen and Eliezer's number, just in case." "Thank you." I still didn't plan on contacting her, or anyone, except maybe Irina if needed. But it was nice of her to offer the phone numbers on the off chance I wanted to text her. I saw what her intention was. She was making herself, and the others, available to me, giving me the chance to contact them on my own terms. "Your father will be up here soon to check on you," she informed me. "Have a good night, Bella, and if you need me, feel free to text." I watched as Tanya walked out of my room. I was happy she was leaving and I would finally have peace from vampires. But there was a part of me, the part that felt the tugging now that she was gone, that wanted to stop her from leaving. I did not sleep well that night. All of that peace I felt from Tanya's presence was long gone. I didn't feel the tugging at all once she left, which meant she didn't stay behind to keep an eye on me. Which was nice because I had privacy, but it made sleeping all the more difficult. Around 4 in the morning, I was ready to text Tanya and beg her to come over so I could sleep for at least an hour or two. My own stubbornness is what kept me from following through. I should have, and deep down I knew Tanya would want to be here if I needed her. By 5 I had given up on sleep. It was my own fault for refusing to ask for help. I really hoped this wasn't a regular occurrence, that meeting Tanya for the first time is what led to my restlessness. That I could handle. I would even interact with her more if it allowed me to sleep. But I absolutely refused to allow another vampire to share my bed. Yesterday was a one-time thing, because I wasn't feeling well. It would never happen again. Since I was awake, I decided to finish unpacking my room. Charlie's face fell just a little every time he walked into the room and saw the pile of boxes. It was a bit of a challenge to empty the boxes without being too loud, but I managed. When 6 rolled around, all of the boxes were emptied, but I had managed to make a far larger mess. All of my things were scattered around my room. Clothes were laid out on my bed. Piles and piles of books were on the floor along with my knickknacks. I didn't have time to organize as I had to get ready for work. Irina had texted the night before asking me to work the morning shift today. Since I had nothing going on, I didn't mind, but it meant I would have to deal with the mess when I got home. I quickly showered and got dressed before heading downstairs. After work I needed to stop and get some more black jeans for work. I only have one pair. Charlie was downstairs sipping coffee when I got to the kitchen. On the table was some toast with butter and jam. One of my favorites. "Morning. Morning, Bella," he greeted. "You look better." I blushed, still embarrassed I had to leave the barbecue early because I wasn't feeling well. Whatever it was went away fairly quickly, so I wasn't even sure I was sick to begin with. "I feel better. A bit of sleep did wonders." It wasn't a complete lie. The nap I had beside Tanya was the best sleep I had since they left. I would never admit it though. "Really?" Charlie questioned. I met his eyes and realized he knew I was lying. "I got up around 5:30 and heard you moving around in your room. I couldn't sleep anymore after my nap." I silently begged him to believe my half-lie and not push. Charlie stared about me for a minute before nodding. "Are you still feeling sick?" I shook my head. "What were you doing this morning?" "Unpacking." Charlie's eyes lit up as he read the word. My fears had been right. Charlie thought I didn't want to be here. Now he could see that I was happier here and accepted Alaska as my new home. Good, he muttered. "Have you heard from Tanya?" I had to stop myself from groaning. Of course, Charlie had to like her. That made it so much worse. If Charlie didn't like her, then it would be so much easier to stay away from her. But if he liked her, There was a small chance he would invite her over. No, I haven't. She gave me her phone number if I needed it. I don't see any reason to contact her. Really? Charlie asked, raising an eyebrow at me. You spent well over an hour talking to her at the BBQ. It seemed she was the only one that really held your attention. I'm confused. Do you want me to contact her? She seems like she could be a good friend for you, Charlie said with a shrug. I haven't seen you so engaged with someone in a while. It was nice to see. She's older than me. It really was ironic. Before my 18th birthday I was terrified of growing older, terrified of being older than him. Now I learn, the vampire I was meant for is actually 7 years older than me, physically at least. It was difficult to wrap my mind around it. You're 18, Bella, he pointed out. Besides, I didn't say anything about dating her. Just that she would be a good friend for you. Unless you're thinking about dating her. I shook my head. No, I don't want to date her, or anyone. But I guess you're right. She would be a good friend. I glanced at the clock and sighed in relief. I have to go to work. I'd already warned him about working this morning. Have a good shift, Charlie said. And bring me back some of those biscottis, he called as I left the house. I rolled my eyes at Charlie's parting request. I wasn't at all surprised he requested more biscottis. He'd eaten all the ones I had brought home in a couple of days. I would bring back a few more for him. Not too many because he would eat them all, but 2 or 3 wouldn't be terrible. There was snow everywhere. I had to be extra careful walking to my truck as the ground was icy. The driveway wasn't plowed. To my utter surprise, there were chains attached to my truck already. I wasn't sure how they got on my truck as I definitely didn't do it. It was possible Charlie did, but I expected he would have said something. The drive to work was quick considering the snow. The roads weren't plowed up. I could see the truck that would plow the roads driving around, and it was only a matter of time until they got the roads done. I was starting to get used to Alaska and could easily get to and from work with no issues. Even going to school was no trouble now. It was early enough that I was able to park right in front of the shop. I looked around but I didn't see Claire. I got out of the car and grabbed my whiteboard before heading to the front. The door was unlocked, which was surprising. I walked inside and found Irina sitting at one of the tables. You came, Irina said, pleased. Thanks for coming in early. I know I originally scheduled you 11 to close, but I was hoping you could switch and do 7 to 3 on Sundays as well. Claire wants more time with her son. I nodded. That's fine with me. Great, Irina said. She stood. I got everything set up for you. I haven't made the coffee yet as it was a bit too early. She looked nervous, which was strange as I didn't think it was possible for a vampire to be nervous. Did you know? I showed her the whiteboard and she frowned. About Tanya and me. Did you know? Yes, Irina admitted. The first time you came into the shop, Tanya was here in the office. She felt you long before she saw you. When she found out you wanted a job, she demanded that I hire you. My face fell. So, I only got the job because I'm mated to Tanya. And it was a fact. I was mated to Tanya and I knew it. But I refused to accept that was my future. No, Irina said quickly. I mean, yes, that was a big part of it. But it wasn't the only reason. We knew you would struggle to find a job when you don't talk. Tanya wanted to make sure you were taken care of. I wasn't too sure at first, but then Claire texted me. She told me you came in looking for a job but you didn't talk. I realized Claire wanted you to work here and she was willing to accommodate you. Since she was willing to make it work, I agreed. So, yes, Tanya was a large part of it, but it wasn't just Tanya. I looked down. I wasn't going to quit. I loved my job no matter how challenging it could be, or how many vampires I had to deal with. But as much as it pained me to admit it, I owed Tanya for getting me this job in the first place. Okay, there was so much I wanted to say but I didn't. Okay, Irina said, repeating my words. I got up and walked over to the coffee machines and started preparing the regular and decaf coffee. From what Claire told me, and from what I observed yesterday, we really didn't get customers before 7:30 a.m. That gave me plenty of time to have fresh coffee for everyone, and get the pastries in the oven. Once I had the coffee brewing, I put the first batch of pastries in the oven. This batch was scones, the most popular item we sold. I would have 3 batches of these to warm up before moving on to the biscottis and other pastries. Tanya's coming by today, Irina announced after the computer was set up and ready to be used. I didn't know much about the technology aspect as it wasn't part of my job. I looked up at the mention of Tanya's name. Part of me was thrilled she would be back because I would get that feeling of contentment that came with her presence. I couldn't deny the calming effect her presence had on me. On the other hand, the last thing I wanted was for her to try and woo me, even though I did give her permission to prove herself to me. That was mostly a way to make her think she had a chance when in reality, I didn't want her to have a chance. Irina held my whiteboard out to me before I could try and search for it. Why? Irina sighed. I told her not to come. But you did give her a chance to prove she was a worthy mate. She takes that very seriously. She'll do anything to prove she's nothing like the Cullens, Irina explained. I looked away, not wanting the reminder of them. My perception of them was forever changed, but there was still a part of me that loved them. I think I always would. I can tell her not to come, Irina offered. I considered taking Irina's offer. It seemed she really was trying. No, she can come. I did promise to give Tanya a chance to prove herself. That wouldn't happen if I refused to see her. She was honest with me and I owed her that much. Although, I did feel bad for giving her the wrong idea. I'll let her know, Irina said. The first customer came in around 7:20 a.m. It was a little earlier than we were used to, but not by much. Luckily, everything was ready and they only wanted a cup of regular coffee. Once the customer left, I made myself a latte. My lack of sleep was starting to get to me. As I sipped my latte, I thought about offering one to Irina. Now that I knew they could eat and drink, it changed my perspective a bit. I decided against it. I figured if she wanted coffee she would either ask me or make it herself. Irina turned around to face me. Why did you decide to give Tanya a chance? Irina questioned curiously. Does it matter? I wasn't entirely sure. I wanted to answer honestly. My answers would most likely get back to Tanya. It does, Irina said. You want nothing to do with us. Yet you agreed to give Tanya a chance. I love my sister and I don't want her to get hurt. I'm not trying to hurt her. I'm giving her a chance to prove herself to be different, nothing more than that. That's what I told her. Irina shook her head. That may be your intention, but I don't think Tanya sees it that way, Irina said. She thinks she's trying to woo you. I sighed. I just met her yesterday. Why would she assume that? Vampires don't work the same way as humans. We move faster emotionally. You may have met yesterday, but Tanya already loves you, Irina informed me. I didn't understand that. I'm sure it had to do with vampire mating, and I didn't know much about it, but how could she love me already? I had a feeling it was something I wouldn't understand unless I was a vampire, and I really did not want to be a vampire. How much does your father know? Irina asked, curious. Nothing. I scribbled quickly. I showed the message to her before continuing on. I know it's not allowed. Besides, I figured it was safer if he didn't know. Irina frowned. What makes you think it's not allowed? I blushed and looked down. Of course. Tanya mentioned they had a habit of misinformation. Bella, you're not the first human mated to a vampire. It's fairly uncommon, but it does happen. Although, I will admit it is rare for a mate to be so young. But even still, it's okay to tell your immediate family. In this case, your father. I don't know how he would react to that, or if he could even handle it. Tanya can see how much your father loves you, Irina said. I have no doubt he would be shocked. Perhaps even angry at you for keeping secrets. Probably Tanya too for being mated to you. But in the end, I believe he would be okay. I had to admit, the thought of telling Charlie was appealing. There had been so many times that I had wished I could tell him. When I had to flee to Phoenix because of James. I hated the pain I had to cause Charlie for him to allow me to go. But I didn't have a choice. It was either hurt him or disappear and leave him wondering if I was alive or dead. Telling him would have made things so much easier. If Charlie did hate me, I wouldn't blame him, but I don't think I could handle it. I've hurt him so much because of them. I don't know if he'll ever forgive me for that. Irina sat down on the edge of the counter. Did Tanya tell you about our change? She said your aunt turned her and she turned you and Kate. That is true, Irina said with a nod. When Tanya first turned, she disappeared for about a year. Kate and I were frantic, but back then, it wasn't unheard of for someone to disappear, especially not a beautiful woman. Eventually she returned, but she was different. She didn't tell us what she had become, just that something had happened. Anyway, Kate was turned because she was dying. She ended turning me, but I wasn't dying, or even sick. For years I resented Tanya for turning me and for not telling me the truth when she returned. She sighed. The point is, I can understand where your father is coming from, but in the end, he loves you and will forgive you, just as I did Tanya. What she said made a lot of sense. Deep down I hoped it was true, even if I didn't believe it. Right now, I didn't see a reason to tell him. I frowned. Maybe I should tell him anyway. I did owe him the truth. If you do decide to tell him, we are more than happy to help you, Irina continued after a minute. Thank you. While I wasn't entirely sure I would take them up on their offer, it was nice of them to offer. The morning rush came along, ending Irina's attempts to continue conversations. It was nice, as I always felt on guard when talking to Irina and even Tanya. In between making drinks I watched how the customers interacted with Irina. Most of them were wary around her. Several people knew her and were talking to her, but even then, they were hesitant. It was the way people interacted with them back in Forks. It was interesting to see when I wasn't directly involved. The rush this morning lasted about 2 hours. I had just enough time to finish a set of drinks before I had to go back and do 3 more. I did manage to get a couple free minutes to make myself another drink. Unfortunately, I didn't have much time to drink it before having to rush to make even more lattes. Around 10 traffic started to slow down. We were getting a few people here and there, but overall there wasn't many. That left Irina and I alone, making it easier for Irina to try and talk to me. You look tired, Irina noted once we were alone again. And you've had 2 coffees already. Even Claire doesn't drink that much. I shrugged. Do you want me to stop drinking coffee? Irina's eyes widened at the message. No, of course not. I'm more than happy to let you and Claire drink as much coffee as you want. I'm simply curious and concerned. I didn't sleep well. Oh, Irina said. Are you still adjusting to being in a new town, or is it something else? I don't think it's being here. I ended up taking a nap. I think that may have disrupted my sleep. I erased the message as soon as she read it and thought about how to rephrase my next question. Tanya mentioned there are 5 of you in your coven. What happened to Laurent? Who? Irina asked, confused. Laurent. He was in James's coven. Victoria stayed with James to hunt me, but Laurent left because he didn't want to fight. He said and was interested in your lifestyle. CA. My hand shook as I tried to write out the name. Carlyle told him about you guys. I thought he was part of your coven. I regretted saying anything as Irina looked furious. What happened to this James and Victoria? James was killed by, well, he was killed. Victoria, I don't know. I think she disappeared after he was killed. Irina took a step toward me. Bella, this is very important. Was Victoria James's mate? I thought back to spring. It hurt to think about, but if Irina said it was important, then I believed her. I don't remember hearing anything about it. Why? Why is this so important? Irina pulled out her phone. Her fingers flew across the keyboard. It made me wonder if the phone could keep up with her speed. Tanya's on her way, Irina announced. She looked at me. If Victoria is James's mate, it means you're in danger. If a vampire's mate is killed, they will want revenge. The Cullens, she ignored my flinch, killed James, right? I nodded. In your defense. Another nod. She'll blame you for his death and she will try to kill you. Irina sighed. Those idiots, when I get a hold of them they'll be begging for death. The tugging was back and it was getting stronger. Tanya was almost here, and judging by how fast she was approaching, she was running and not driving. She's here, I wrote just as the door opened. Bella, Tanya exclaimed. She looked relieved to see me, and as much as I hated to admit it, I felt the same. Irina, are you sure? She doesn't know for sure if they were mated, Irina answered. But if there's even a chance, we need to hunt her, Tanya agreed. I don't know about that, Irina said. Tanya glared at her. Irina held up her hand to stop the inevitable protest. We cannot go to Forks and hunt her down, and we don't know if she knows Bella is gone, or that she's here in Alaska. We'll keep an eye out here. If we scent any new vampires, then we can hunt. Tanya said something I couldn't hear. Irina had responded in an equally low tone, and I realized they were purposely leaving me out of the conversation. Just like they used to do. I grabbed my whiteboard and banged it on the counter, startling both of the vampires. Sorry Bella, Tanya apologized. I glared at her and she looked down. She knew exactly why I was mad at her. Tanya sighed. I had suggested we start patrolling around your house. But as Irina pointed out, it is unnecessary and an invasion of your privacy. I nodded in agreement with Irina. I'm sorry Bella, I shouldn't have suggested it. Apology accepted. I would give her this one time because I could understand her panic to an extent. That and she hadn't actually done anything yet, other than a quick check. If she did try to watch me at all times, then I would never speak to her again. Maybe this bond would come in handy since I always knew if she was close to me. We'll keep a lookout for other vampires approaching the area, Tanya said. Irina's right. We don't know if this Victoria person knows you're here. But we need to be ready to fight if she does show up. Bella mentioned another vampire, Irina added. Laurent, right, I nodded. Carlyle sent him here but he never came to the house to meet us. Tanya frowned. I wish we could call Carlyle, she said with a sigh. It was my turn to frown. Why can't you? The only way we could explain knowing about the nomads and their potential to attack you, is from you or them, Tanya answered. They would realize we have contact with you and would possibly come to Alaska. Unless that's what you want. I shook my head. I wasn't ready to see them yet. I wasn't sure if I would ever be ready. No, don't say anything unless there's no other choice. They nodded in agreement. There wouldn't be a need, Irina said. We could easily handle 1 or 2 vampires. Kate has a gift that works much like a taser, but she can control the intensity. It can be as simple as a shock, or as dangerous as being struck by lightning. That sounded rather terrifying. Don't worry, she won't use it against you. Not if she wants to keep her limbs attached, Tanya told me. Somehow that did not make me feel better. I hated when he would be at odds with his siblings. But the thought of coming between Tanya and her flesh and blood sisters was something I couldn't imagine. I don't know Tanya, Irina said thoughtfully. She was immune to his gift. I think there's a good chance she could be immune to Kate's. Tanya glared at her. The only way we will find out is if Bella agrees to test it, Tanya said with a growl. I glanced at Irina in time to see her roll her eyes at Tanya. Yes, of course, she said like it was obvious. A customer walked through the door. I rushed back to my spot near all the machines and waited to see what he would order. Coffee, black, the man requested. And your number. My head shot up in surprise. It was the first person I'd seen that was openly trying to flirt with Irina. 1 coffee black, Irina repeated. She ignored the man's request for her number. I wondered if the man was smart enough to understand she was rejecting him. I poured the coffee and passed it to Irina. Irina handed it to the man. Your number isn't on here, the man said with a pout. I glanced at Tanya. She was sweated at one of the booths, flipping through a magazine. I could see a grin on her face. She was listening in and apparently enjoying Irina's discomfort. Yes, and you're not getting it, Irina said firmly. What about her? I looked up and saw the man staring at me. He wanted my number now that Irina rejected him. I glanced at Tanya again and she was no longer grinning. She looked downright murderous. I could feel her anger as if it was own and it bothered me greatly. No, Irina answered. This is not a place to pick up women. Take your coffee and get out. The man opened his mouth to say something but one look at Irina and he ran out of the shop. Irina turned around and her eyes were black. That had to be what scared me away. Are you okay? She asked concerned. I pointed to Tanya. She was still furious and it was starting to get to me. Tanya, Irina snapped. The anger disappeared almost instantly and Tanya was kneeling in front of me. Are you okay Bella? She asked concerned. Irina pressed my whiteboard into my hands. I'm okay. I wasn't worried about him. I knew you guys wouldn't let anything happen. It's the anger. I can't cope with it. I'm sorry Bella, Tanya said softly. I'm trying to control it. I really am, but it isn't as easy as I thought. I nodded. Did you put the chains on my truck? I looked up and I swear if it was possible, Tanya would be blushing. I did before I left, she admitted. I let your father know I was doing it and he agreed. He was going to do it himself. I'll take them off before you leave. They're not needed anymore. Thank you. I appreciate it. Tanya looked happy that I appreciated her efforts. She shifted in her spot, not a normal vampire reaction. I had planned on bringing you lunch here, she started. But I wasn't able, so I was wondering, will you go out to lunch with me? Tanya's offer sounded remarkably like a date. I didn't want to agree because I didn't want to get her hopes up that I would be willing to date her. On the other hand, it would give me an opportunity to talk to her more, which was something I was actually looking forward to. I held my marker tightly in my hand, trying to find the best way to reject her without making it look like I was trying to go back on our deal. I wasn't, but after talking to Irina I worried that would be her expectation. Yes, I wrote before I could stop myself. I mentally kicked myself. I hadn't intended to say yes, but it was too late to change my mind. Perhaps this would be a good thing. I would have a chance to talk to Tanya and Charlie would be happy I was making friends and settling into Alaska better. Tanya was grinning at my acceptance of her offer. She turned to her sister. Irina, she questioned. Go on, Irina said, waving me away. Take your time, but at least try to be back by 3. I removed my apron and put it in the break room. I checked myself out in the mirror to make sure I was presentable. It was already going to be embarrassing being seen next to Tanya. That was expected when in public with a vampire. There were spots of coffee on my face. I quickly washed it off before leaving the break room. Tanya was waiting for me with my whiteboard in hand. She handed to me and then offered me her arm. I glanced out the window and sighed. The ground was rather icy, which meant it was best that I did take her arm so I didn't fall. Tanya beamed as took her offered arm. We're walking to our destination, she told me as we left the shop. It's just down the road. Have you had Greek food before? I shook my head. Renee was adventurous in a lot of ways, but food wasn't one of them. Most of her preferences were extremely basic. Charlie was a bit more adventurous, at least when it came to me cooking, but preferred a simply burger when it came to eating out. We can go somewhere else, Tanya offered. I pulled my arm free so I could write on the whiteboard. Tanya kept a hand on me so keep me steady while we walked. I've always wanted to try different types of foods, but my parents aren't really that adventurous and I never got a chance. Denali may be small, but we do have a wide range of cuisine. What cannot be found here can be found in Anchorage. If you would like, I could take you to some of those other places, Tanya said. Maybe. I wasn't sure how I felt about potentially spending even more time with Tanya, so I didn't want to say yes and be stuck with my choice. I also didn't want to reject her right away, in case I did decide that I wanted to go. We made it to the restaurant and Tanya held the door open for me. I shivered from the cold. I forgot to grab my jacket, thinking we were driving to our destination. I regretted it. Tanya shrugged off her own jacket and wrapped it around my shoulders. The jacket was cold due to the temperature outside and her skin, but just like yesterday, I felt better wearing it. Thank you, I wrote. Tanya nodded in response to my message before leading me to the front. The restaurant looked a bit fancier than I was expecting. No one was dressed up, but it was definitely more than just a fast food restaurant. Table for 2, Tanya told the hostess. Right away, the hostess said. She grabbed 2 menus and led us to a table by the bar. She sat the menus down and Tanya and I sat across from each other. Your waiter, Richard, will be with you shortly. Since you've never tried Greek food before, I thought we could order a few appetizers, Tanya suggested. I scanned the menu and saw a couple of things that looked interesting. I nodded at her. How does dolmadas and falafel sound? I've never had either, so not sure. But we can try it. Tanya grinned. Where are you from? I know you and your sisters are, old. But we never discussed where you were from originally. Tanya had a strange expression on her face. We were born in Slovakia, she answered. Once I turned my sisters, we stayed in Russia for a while, isolated, until Kate and Irina got control. We stayed in several countries throughout the centuries, Britain, Egypt and even Greece. When we heard about settlers coming to America, the 3 of us also came. She paused when the waiter came over and introduced himself. He didn't seem at all bothered by Tanya's presence. What can I get you to drink? He asked. I pointed out lemonade while Tanya ordered iced tea. It was still strange watching her in a restaurant, with no disgust at the smell of food. Would you like any appetizers? The falafel and dolmadas, Tanya requested. I'll be right back with your drinks, the waiter promised before leaving. Did the sunlight ever make it difficult to live in these places? At times, Tanya answered. Back then we killed humans. So, if we were noticed we simply killed them and moved on. We didn't stop hunting humans until we moved to the west coast. The waiter returned with our drinks. He didn't say anything, he simply sat them down and hurried off. You fed on humans. Yes, Tanya admitted. Does that scare you? A little, but your eyes are gold, so I know you don't now. Why did you stop? Tanya sighed. Are you sure you want the answer to that question? She asked. It doesn't paint me, Irina and Kate in a good light. I thought about it for a minute. Tanya had always answered my questions, although we've only known each other for less than 24 hours, so I couldn't really say always. The fact that she wanted to make sure I wanted the answer was concerning. What could they have possibly done? I want to know. The waiter returned with our appetizers. Are you ready to order? He questioned. Bella, Tanya asked. I nodded and pointed to the Olympian pita. It appeared to be a sandwich of some sort with chicken and gyro meat. It sounded delicious. The waiter nodded. It comes with a side of hummus and pita chips, is that all right? I nodded again. The waiter turned his attention to Tanya. And what can I get for you? I'll take the chicken skewers, Tanya told him. She closed her menu and handed it to him. Hummus and pita chips are fine with me as well. All right then, I'll be back with your food, he said. He took the menus and left us alone. Tanya pushed the dolmadas toward me. Try it, she encouraged. I grabbed one and dipped it in what smelled like a lemon sauce. I took a small bite and chewed it up. It tasted fantastic. I tried to think of something to compare it to, but it was impossible to do. What do you think? Tanya asked, curious. I dropped the rest of the dolma on my plate. I quickly wiped my hands off so I could write. It's delicious. I can't believe I've never had it before. Alaska is well known for its variety of cuisine, Tanya informed me. Anything you can think of, you can find. Anchorage has the best selection. Tanya shifted. If you ever want to go, I would be more than happy to take you. Thank you for the offer. Tanya nodded. She grabbed a dolma and took a small bite. Before I tell you about me and my sisters, you need to remember this was 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years is a long time to be alone. While my sisters and I had each other, we didn't have a mate. Our mates are our reason for, well, everything. To be without one for so long is painful. She paused to take another bite. I grabbed a piece of falafel. It looked to be a sort of fritter. I wasn't entirely sure what it was, or what was in it. I hesitantly took a bite and was surprised by how good it was. I dipped what was left in the tzatziki sauce to try it. It was equally good. I wonder if I could drag Charlie here. It was highly unlikely. He was very much a burger and fries kind of guy. The only time he tried something new was when I cooked it. I glanced at Tanya, waiting for her to continue her story. She was very reluctant to tell this story. I had a feeling the only reason she was telling me was because of her promise to be honest. I should tell her she didn't have to tell it. Just her willingness was good enough for me, but I was curious. Have you heard the story of the succubus? Tanya asked suddenly. Beautiful women, typically supernaturally beautiful, that lure men to their deaths, I wrote. I was confused at what point she was trying to make. My sisters and I are the origins of the succubus legends, Tanya told me. My marker dropped in shock. We used to have sex with men and then feed on them. If the sex didn't kill them, then they ended up dead when we fed. The one thing the legends got wrong was that we didn't limit ourselves to men. We also lured women into our beds. For centuries we lived like this. The sex was meaningless and we were never fully sated. I nodded. I could understand why she didn't want to tell me. I wasn't bothered by her past. Tanya had been alive for over 1,000 years. That was a long time to be celibate, and the feeding, well, she was a vampire. I don't understand. Why are you so worried about telling me? Tanya frowned. You're not bothered about my past? She questioned in disbelief. You're a vampire. I showed her that message so I could erase it before anyone else could see it. I guess it's just, I don't know, expected. You're a predator and humans are your prey. Tanya leaned back in her seat. Thank you, Bella, she said. She reached over and gently took my hand. I didn't like it, but I did. I couldn't deny how comforting her presence was anymore. I couldn't deny that her touch was equally comforting. I squeezed her hand. You don't know how many years I spent agonizing over my mate's reaction to my past. I pulled my hand back so I could write. What changed? I mean, why did you stop killing people? We grew tired of it after a while, Tanya said honestly. We started to care about the humans we were bedding. We'd spent so much time equating sex with blood that we couldn't have one without the other. So, we started feeding from animals instead, until one day we were able to bed humans without killing them. Was it hard to be around the humans once you started feeding from animals? I know Jasper struggled. It was difficult, Tanya admitted. The first few years were the hardest. We did slip and kill humans occasionally. After about a decade, there were no more slips. When we met Carlisle, we'd been exclusively on the animal diet for more than a century. Why do you think it's so hard for Jasper? I thought about my birthday party. It was still painful to think about that. That had been the moment when everything went wrong. I didn't blame Jasper for trying to kill me, but at the same time I wondered how different that night would have turned out if he hadn't tried to attack. It's his gift, Bella, Tanya explained. He can feel others' bloodlust and that causes him to react. It's why he continues to slip decades later. I talked to him once and recommended him and Alice go off on their own for a while, but he didn't want to do it. I nodded and grabbed another piece of falafel. Do you really think Victoria will follow me all the way to Alaska? I don't know, Tanya said honestly. I think it's a real possibility. If you flew here, then it will be a lot more difficult to track you. If they were truly mated, she will want revenge. Why me though? Why target me when he was the one to kill James? There's a couple of possibilities, Tanya said. She wiped her hands on a napkin. The first is that you're simply the easier target because you're human. You don't believe that's the reason, do you? No, I don't, Tanya answered. I believe she's targeting you to punish Edward. I flinched. He killed her mate, so she will kill his mate. But I'm not his mate. It was painful to admit, but it was true. No, you're not, Tanya agreed. Victoria doesn't know that, and I doubt she will care. In her mind, you were the reason James was killed and she'll want retribution for that. My face fell. All I wanted was a chance to start over, to live a normal life away from everything. That had gone out the window the minute I met Irina, and it was fine. I could deal with a vampire. But then I met Tanya, and now everything had changed. I was now mated to a random vampire. I glanced at Tanya. She seemed content to keep the silence for now. I suppose there were worse vampire to be forever bound to. Tanya had been nothing but kind to me. Like any other vampire, she was attractive. Far more attractive than even Rosalie. Not that I would ever admit that to anyone, in fear of someone finding out and telling Rosalie. This was the first time I really took the time to study her appearance. She didn't look any older than the Cullens, though she was psychically older than all of them, except Esme, from what I was told. She definitely couldn't pass as a high school student, neither could Irina. I assumed Kate was the same. I wondered if that was part of the reason they didn't move around all the time. You're staring, Bella, Tanya teased gently. I blushed and looked down. I didn't say I minded, but if someone looks over here, they're going to wonder what is going on. Sorry, I was thinking. Do you want to talk about it? Tanya asked. It's nothing really. I was thinking how you're older than all of them and physically older than most of them, but you don't look any older. It's strange, I guess. Does it bother you, knowing how old I am? Tanya questioned. She pushed the plate toward me, encouraging me to eat more if I wanted it. I grabbed another dolma. No, I wrote as I ate. I used to have this thing about getting older. Once we moved here, I stopped worrying about it so much. I guess I realized I was going to age and there was nothing I could do to stop it. Our food arrived and I put aside my whiteboard so I could eat. The gyro was just as good as the appetizers. I instantly regretted eating so many appetizers because I was sure I would never finish this. Do you want to turn? Tanya asked. I looked up and saw her room a piece of chicken from the skewer. She placed it into her mouth and chewed it up slowly. It was still strange seeing a vampire eat like a human. I did, I wrote after wiping off my hands. Even after they left, I wanted to find a way to turn so I could go with them. I shook my head. It's stupid. He doesn't want me. He made that perfectly clear. I showed her the message before erasing it. Right now, no, I have no desire to turn. Your interaction with vampires hasn't been the best, so I can understand that, Tanya said. She took another bite of chicken. I asked you a question yesterday and you weren't sure of the answer. I was wondering if perhaps you had an answer. If not, that is understandable seeing as it has only been a day. What do you want from me? I took the time to think about her question. Yesterday I had told her I didn't know what I wanted from her. It was true then, and honestly, it was still true today, but I thought that Tanya deserved something more than a simple "I don't know." When I first saw you, and learned about you, I wanted nothing to do with you. The Cullens, their leaving hurt me badly and I can't go through that again. But, I've gotten to know you yesterday and today and I find that I don't hate you as much as I wanted to. My answer right now is still the same. I don't know what I want from you, but until I figure that out, I'm okay with having you as a friend. My message was rather long, but it still only took Tanya a few seconds to read it. I can accept that, she said. Thank you for being honest. She lifted a piece of chicken to eat before shaking her head and putting it down. Can I ask you something? Yes, of course, Bella, she said. We've covered what I want from you, but I realize now I never asked what you want from me. Irina said you're under the assumption that giving you a chance to prove yourself is a way for you to woo me. Tanya sighed. Irina is right as usual, she muttered. I'm sorry. To me, to a vampire that is, proving myself is a way to show that I am a worthy mate. I will readjust my plan, to make you more comfortable. It seems to me that your biggest issue with vampires is trust, correct? I nodded. Then it's simple. What I want from you is to be given the chance to prove I'm trustworthy. From what I can tell, you're afraid I will leave you if you allow yourself to get too close. I looked down. She knew me far better than I expected. I want to tell you right now, Bella, that will never happen. If you ask me to go, I will keep my distance, but I will never truly leave. What if I'm not ready for a relationship with you? What if it takes years? Tanya shrugged. I waited 1,000 years for you. I can wait 1,000 more. The rest of lunch, following Tanya's declaration, was mostly quiet. I was focused more on eating than talking, and Tanya seemed content to sit silently with me. I couldn't finish my food, but I was able to eat about half the gyro. Tanya was nice enough to pack up the rest of the appetizers for me, well for Charlie, she said, so I could get him to try it. I was touched by her thoughtfulness. Charlie seemed just as important to Tanya as he was to me. It did make sense. If she wanted to make me happy and prove herself to me, then Charlie had to be a part of that. While the others had cared about Charlie, he was mostly an afterthought when it came to any of their plans, like when I had to leave due to James. I decided, here and now, that regardless of what happened with Tanya, I wouldn't lie to Charlie anymore. I wasn't sure if it was worth telling about vampires now. I was leaning toward yes because of my relationship with Tanya and Irina. He was bound to notice how similar they were to the Cullens after all. For now, I had no intention of telling him about the Cullens. Not because I wanted to hide it from him, but because that part of my life was over. My eyes moved toward the bite mark on my arm. I kept it covered as much as possible, partly to keep Charlie from ever seeing it and partly because I didn't want to see it. It was an awful reminder of what could have been. Does it bother you? Tanya questioned. I glanced at her, trying to figure out what she was talking about. We weren't heading back to the shop just yet. There was a boba place right next door to the Greek restaurant that Tanya wanted me to try. As I wasn't eager to get away from her, I agreed. The bite, Tanya clarified. Does it bother you? I have to admit I've never heard of someone being able to suck the venom out before the person turned. It's colder than the rest of my skin, but it doesn't hurt. I don't like looking at it. I don't like what it reminds me of. A reminder of them? Tanya questioned softly. I shook my head. I moved to the side of the sidewalk so I could write. No, it's a reminder of what I could have had. I wanted to turn, but he didn't want me to. This scar is a reminder that he never truly loved me. Tanya touched my arm. I flinched and she quickly withdrew it. Bella, she started. He's done some questionable things regarding you, but I don't think his intentions were bad. I met her eyes, confused by what she was talking about. I talked to my sisters after leaving your house last night. They both agree that it's likely the reason he wanted to keep you human is because he knew you would realize you didn't belong together. He didn't want to lose you, Bella. It doesn't excuse his behaviors, but I can understand how he felt. If he really loved me, he wouldn't have said the things he did before he left. You don't hurt the ones you love. What did he say to you? Tanya asked softly. I shook my head again. I couldn't repeat those awful words. I could barely think them without wanting to fall apart. It doesn't matter what he said. Tanya studied me for a minute. I resisted the urge to squirm under her stare. Finally, she nodded. Okay, she said. We walked into the boba shop. There were several people in line, so it would be a few minutes before we could order. You mentioned Kate has her own auto shop and Irina has the coffee shop. Do you have your own business? What about your other coven members? Tanya laughed. I do not own my own business, she answered. I merely help Kate and Irina as needed. Mostly Irina, since I know very little about cars. Speaking of which, your truck could use a trip to the mechanic. I didn't like the sound of that. Vampires were always quick to try and replace my truck. I wasn't going to allow it. I'm not replacing my truck. Tanya frowned. Who said anything about replacing your truck? She shook her head. There's no need to replace your truck. It's in good condition. I talked to Kate about some of the issues I noticed, like how loud your truck is. Kate would like to take a look at it. I'm sure there needs to be a few things taken care of, possibly a new transmission and fresh coat of paint couldn't hurt. Really? You want to help me fix up my truck? You're not using it as an excuse to break it so it can be replaced. Our conversation was put on hold as we were next in line. Tanya ordered a matcha green tea boba while I picked out the mango colada. Tanya paid and we stepped over to the side to wait for our drinks. Why are you so worried about me breaking your truck? Tanya questioned. It can't be because of my strength, otherwise you would be worried about being near me at all. He hated my truck. Actually, they all did. He tried to get me to let him buy me a new one for my birthday, but I refused. I love my truck. My dad bought it for me when I moved to Forks. I don't want to replace it. I know it may not mean much to you, but I promise I won't do anything to your truck, Tanya said. All I want is for your truck to be as safe as possible. You need new tires at the very least. My dad mentioned needing new tires, I admitted. Will you come to Kate's shop with me sometime? Tanya asked. We can have one of her mechanics do the inspection, that way you know for sure Kate and I aren't trying to sabotage your truck. Okay, maybe next weekend. I won't have much time during the week. Will it be okay until then? It should be fine, Tanya said. If something seems off, just text me and I can pick you up and make sure it gets checked out sooner. Tanya's name was called and she walked over to pick up our drinks. She handed me my drink and we left the shop. We slowly walked back to the coffee shop. I took a small sip of my drink and was once again surprised by how good it tasted. I don't know what it was about Alaska, but the food was always so good. Want to try mine? Tanya asked, offering me her cup. I glanced at the cup. I did want to try it as it looked good, but there was always the concern of venom being transmitted. Tanya leaned closer to me. You won't turn by sharing a drink with me. I blushed. I was still easy to read. Venom isn't like saliva. I can control if and when I allow it to be used. I shifted my whiteboard so I could grab the cup from her. I took a small sip and nodded. It was good, but mine was better. I handed it back. It's pretty good, but I like mine better. I thought about offering her a sip of my drink but decided against that. Her words made me think of something. Does that mean you can bite someone without injecting venom? Tanya looked surprised by the question. No, she answered. Tasting blood automatically triggers the venom. There's nothing that can stop that as far as I know. Tanya held the door open for me and we walked back into the shop. It was empty, which wasn't surprising. This was part of the lull in customers. Around 3 it would pick up again for an hour or so. I wondered if Tanya would stay until then. I hoped so. I actually enjoyed talking to Tanya and it was a lot easier to get her to tell me things. How was lunch? Irina asked, tossing the towel aside. Tanya took my box of leftover food to the staff fridge. Hopefully I would remember to grab it before I left. It was delicious. My first time eating Greek food and I loved it. I'm hoping to get Charlie to try it sometime. That restaurant is rather popular, Irina commented. I'm glad you enjoyed it. How did it go with Tanya? I glanced at the door to the staff room. Tanya was taking far longer than she should be. Either she was giving Irina and I some privacy, or she was up to something. It was good. I rather enjoyed talking to her. Irina grinned. Don't get too excited, it's just, she seems like she will be a good friend. I know, Bella. I'm just teasing you, Irina said gently. Now come on, get back to work. I sat my drink down by the espresso machine and went to the back to get my apron. I frowned when I saw Tanya wasn't there. There was a door that led to a shared alley for trash. It was possible she went out that door, but why? I focused on the feeling I got from Tanya's presence. It was still there, which meant Tanya was still here. I frowned. That made no sense. If she hadn't left, then where was she? I got my answer when I walked back into the main area of the shop. Tanya walked back through the front door at the same time. I took the chains off your truck, Tanya explained. You won't need them today. I also made a list of things for Kate to check out when we take your truck to her. The tires definitely need to be replaced, sooner rather than later. She handed me the list she came up with. I blushed. Even with this job, I don't know if I can afford all of this. It's not fair for me to ask Charlie for the money either. It was hard to admit, but these fixes could cost thousands of dollars. Don't worry about that, Tanya said firmly. Kate won't charge for the labor and I'll cover the cost of the parts. I took the cop off my marker to start protesting, but Tanya put her hand gently over mine. This is about your safety, Bella. While I understand and support your desire to be financially independent, especially in regards to us, I will not put your safety at risk. Let us make sure you're safe, Irina pleaded. We can have one of the mechanics tell you what needs to be done for safety reasons, so you know only the most important things are being taken care of. Any of my original protests died with their words. I hated people spending money on me, even Charlie. But the fact that it was about my safety and not just an excuse to spend money on me made it a lot easier to accept. I nodded in acceptance of their gift. Thank you, Tanya said, grateful that I accepted without argument. She looked out the window. Claire is here. I glanced at my watch and sure enough it was just before 3. Time flew by considering I hadn't worked too much. Do you mind if I stay a little longer? It doesn't feel right to be paid for the whole shift when I was gone for almost 3 hours. Irina glanced at the board. That's fine with me, she agreed. Claire walked into the shop and looked back and forth between me, Irina and Tanya. Hello Tanya, Irina, Bella, she greeted. Claire, the two greeted. I simply waved. Did I come at a bad time? She asked, concerned. Not at all, Irina said. Tanya stopped by to bring Bella some boba. I believe she was leaving soon. Tanya glared at her sister for a second. Yes, I wanted to say hi to Bella. I should be going though. I still need to talk to Kate. She walked over to my side. I felt the bond this morning, she started in a whisper. I know you were struggling to sleep. Please text me if you need me, even if you want me to drop by for a few minutes until you fall asleep. I nodded, unsure if I would follow through. If I had another night like last night, then I would have no choice but to text Tanya, but for now I wanted to see if I could do it on my own. Tanya touched my arm. It calmed me rather than upset me this time. I'll see you later, Bella, she said. I'll have Irina let you know about Kate. Tanya muttered a goodbye to Irina and Claire before leaving the shop. Was it something I did? Claire wondered. No, it's not you, Irina assured her. Tanya was already planning on leaving when you showed up. All right, Claire said, though she looked unsure. She moved to the back to the shop to drop off her things and get her apron. When she came out, Irina excused herself to the office to get some paperwork done, leaving just Claire and I to run the shop. A customer came in just as Claire was going to ask me something. He ordered a latte and I got to work making it. It turned out Claire didn't have much time to ask me anything, as that was the start of the afternoon rush. An hour passed before we had a minute to talk. How did you meet Tanya? Claire asked, curious. She grabbed a rag and started cleaning the counter while I focused on my section. She was at the barbecue I went to yesterday. We started talking and she mentioned she was Irina's sister. Have you met Kate? Claire asked. I shook my head. Oh, sorry, I overheard something about Tanya talking to Kate for you. My truck. Tanya wants to take it to Kate to look at. She's worried something might happen. That's nice of her, Claire said slowly. That caught my attention. Do you not like Tanya? It seemed the Denalis were well liked here. Even the cops liked Tanya. I like Tanya, Claire assured me. It's just, well, I've never seen her interact much with anyone. She's always polite, but she's a bit distant, much like Kate. Irina's the only one that is naturally friendly. I didn't know how to respond to that. Luckily, I didn't have to as more customers came inside. We were almost done with the mass of customers when the door opened again. I didn't look up as I was busy making a latte and a regular black coffee. "Bella," a familiar voice called. I almost dropped the cup in surprise. I looked up and there was Charlie, staring at me in concern. I winced when I realized it was now approaching 5 and I hadn't told Charlie I was staying at work longer. He must have been so worried. "Go ahead, Bella," Claire said, walking over to me. "I'll finish this up." I walked over to Charlie, already scribbling a message for him. I couldn't believe I forgot to let him know I was staying. "I'm sorry, Dad. I should have texted you." "Yes, you should have," Charlie said. I glanced at his face and saw he wasn't mad. The tugging was back, which meant Tanya was close. Did Irina tell her about Charlie coming here? Or did she feel it from me? "Bella, after what happened when they left, you were missing for hours. I can't go through that again. The only reason I didn't have the entire police force looking for you was because I knew you would still be here." I looked down. I felt terrible for what I put Charlie through, even if it was entirely unintentional. The tugging settled and I knew Tanya was in the staff area. She knew I needed her and was here. I appreciated it even if I wouldn't say anything. Charlie took a step toward me and wrapped his arms around me. "I'm sorry, Bells," he muttered. I pulled away from him so I could write. "It's okay, Dad. I didn't mean to worry you, not like last time. I offered to work a few extra hours. Then we got busy and I forgot." "It's okay, Bella," he said gently. He rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, since I'm here, can I get some of those biscottis?" he asked, hopeful. I laughed. "Sure, Dad. I'll get a dozen ready for you. Do you want some coffee too?" Yeah, sure," he agreed. He walked over to the register to pay while I went back behind the counter to get his coffee. I handed him his coffee and Claire put together his biscottis. He bought half of what we had. I didn't bother restocking the biscottis as it was unlikely that they would be sold out before the end of the shift. From what I noticed, the only people that came by this late were night shift workers or people passing through town. Tanya was still here. I could feel her. I assumed she was waiting for me. Or she was here to offer me comfort in case I needed it. Either way, I appreciated her presence. It kept me calm and grounded. "You can go," Claire muttered to me. "I can handle the rest." I nodded. I glanced at Charlie and she understood. "I'll let him know you're getting your stuff." I removed my apron and made my way to the staff area. Tanya was there waiting. "Bella," she exclaimed, running to my side with her vampire speed. "Are you okay?" I felt devastated by something and I knew it had to be you. I looked around, realizing my whiteboard wasn't with me. Tanya disappeared and reappeared a second later holding it. "I'm fine," I told her. "I forgot to tell Charlie I was staying longer and he got worried." Tanya nodded. She heard that much. Are you willing to explain what your father meant when he said you were missing when they left?" "Not right now." I saw her deflate a bit. "It's not something I like remembering. Maybe in the future, when I'm ready to tell you about the rest." It was obvious Tanya still had questions, but thankfully she let it go, for now. "You should go," Tanya said. "Your dad is getting impatient." She walked over to the fridge and removed my food from earlier. She carefully pressed it into my hands. "Are you sure you don't want me to come over later?" "I'm sure," I wrote with some difficulty. "But if you could run by the house around 9, that would help." Tanya titled her head in confusion. "The bond, or however you want to phrase it, it's easier for me to fall asleep when you're close by." "I'll be by around 9, Tanya promised. I talked to Kate. She'll have time Saturday morning for your truck." I frowned. "I work Saturday morning. I'm sure Irina will let me come in later, but I don't want to leave Claire without help." "If you're open to it, I could pick your truck up from here," Tanya suggested. "I'm more than willing to drive you around until Kate is finished with your truck." I laughed. Of course, Tanya was willing to drive me around. All she wanted was to spend time with me. I nodded and she beamed. "Have a good evening, Bella." Charlie was munching on biscottis when I stepped out of the staff area. He was chatting with Claire about something, but I couldn't hear them. "Bella," he said when he heard me approach. He wiped his hand on his jeans. "It's not what it looks like." He eyed the container. "What's that?" I went to lunch with Tanya. It was why I wanted to stay a bit later, to make up for missing time. It's Greek food, you should try it. Charlie made a face at the mention of the food. Sure, I'll give it a try, he said, though he didn't sound thrilled. Bye Claire, it was nice meeting you. You too Chief, Claire said. Have a good night Bella. The week went by incredibly fast. I was all caught up with school work and I was doing surprisingly well, even in math, which was my worst subject. It helped that Claire was tutoring me a bit in between customers. She was even helping me with the anatomy class one decided to take. It wasn't offered at Forks High, so I was eager to take it, not that I needed it. I hadn't seen Tanya since Sunday. I could feel her near the house before I went to bed. She stuck around for a few minutes so I could fall asleep and then left again. It didn't feel like she was ignoring me, more like she was giving me space. While space was nice, I couldn't deny I missed her. I pulled into my usual parking space and turned off the truck. No one was out this early on a Saturday. But in less than an hour, the town would be busy once again. Irina's Lexus was parked a few cars down. It seemed vampires enjoying nice cars was a universal thing. Another reason for me not to turn. I would never appreciate fancy cars like they did. I walked into the shop and found Irina behind the register. Good morning Bella, she said without looking up from the register. She finished what she was doing and turned to grab a cup. She held it out to me. I came in a little earlier and got the machines ready. I made you coffee. I took the cup from her and sipped the coffee. I wasn't a huge fan of regular coffee, even with my favorite vanilla creamer in it, but the caffeine is nice this early in the morning. Tanya will be here in an hour, Irina told me. I sat my coffee down so I could go in the back and get my apron. I came back out and wrote a message. Is she mad at me? I haven't heard from her all week. You never gave her your phone number to contact you, Irina pointed out. I blushed when I realized she was right. You have my number though. She could have got it from you. Irina shook her head. She considered it, but she wants to do this right and that means waiting until you give it to her, Irina said. She's hunting this morning, which is why it'll be a while before she gets here. I glanced at Irina's eyes and saw they were bright gold, meaning she had just hunted as well. I almost forgot they needed to hunt. Irina had everything ready, leaving me nothing to do before the shop opened. I decided to wipe down the counters, despite knowing they were already clean. What's going to happen when Tanya gets here? Am I going with her or is she taking my truck? I tapped the counter to get Irina's attention. If you wish to go you can, Irina answered. Or she can take your truck in. Kate has to do a diagnostic check first, before she does anything else. I believe Tanya was going to suggest letting her take your truck in and then after work taking you to meet Kate and allowing her to go over what needs to be done. Is that what you would do if you were me? Irina hesitated, not wanting to answer. Please, you're the only one that doesn't have an ulterior motive. I trust you. Yes, that is what I would do, Irina answered. But you're wrong about the ulterior motive. All of us want you and Tanya to end up together. Even Tanya, though she refuses to do anything about it because she doesn't want to upset you. We've agreed to stay out of it, per Tanya's request and your personal feelings. I still trust you, I wrote. Maybe I'm starting to trust Tanya too. The door opened and I knew we were out of time. I'll give Tanya my number, but if I forget, you can give it to her yourself. I'll hold you to that, Irina said as I started erasing the message. That customer started the early morning rush that I thought would never end. Just when things seemed to calm down, 3 more customers would show up. It went on for well over an hour. Every free moment I could, I was glancing at the clock, counting down until Tanya arrived. I tried to be subtle about it, not want to admit that I was looking forward to seeing Tanya, but Irina caught me more than once. She didn't say anything, simply grinned and went back to work. Adam came and gone without any sign of Tanya. The annoying, calming sensation from the bond was nowhere to be found. I thought maybe Tanya had given up, until around 9, when the rush was over. As soon as the rush was over, the tugging sensation started, before settling on the content feeling. She must have ran here. Tanya walked through the door, not a hair out of place. Hello Bella, she greeted. I'm sorry I'm late. I would have come sooner but I knew you were busy and didn't want to interrupt. Her eyes locked on the jacket I was wearing, her jacket. I blushed. You're still wearing it. I shrugged. trying and failing to act like it wasn't a big deal. "It's okay, Bella," she said softly. "My scent is comforting. It doesn't have to mean anything if you don't want it to. But it appears my scent is fading from that jacket, so if wish me to switch them, simply put it in Irina's office and I'll have a new one for you the next day." I felt guilty. It felt like I was using Tanya. I wasn't sure if that was how she saw it, but I did see it that way. I grabbed my whiteboard and scribbled a thanks along with something else. 360-552-3546. I showed it to her before quickly erasing it so not one else would see it. "My phone number," I explained, although it was unnecessary. "If you ever want to talk to me, will you answer if I do text you?" Tanya asked. I should have expected that response. I made it clear I didn't want to talk to them, but especially Tanya. This was my chance to readjust my boundaries without making it a big deal, if that was what I want. I owed Tanya more for everything she was doing for me. "Maybe not right away, but yes, I'll respond to you." Tanya beamed and I couldn't bring myself to regret my decision. Maybe it was the happiness carrying over from the bond, but I liked that she was happy, especially over something I did. "Do you feel comfortable with me taking your truck to Kate?" she asked. I removed my keys from my pocket and detached the truck key from the ring. It wasn't that I didn't trust Tanya with my house key. It was the fact that I wasn't sure how long Kate would have my truck. I handed the key over. "I'll be back at 3 to take you to the shop," Tanya told me. I nodded and Tanya left. I watched her drive away with my truck and didn't turn away until I could no longer feel her. "Does the bond affect you?" Irina asked, curious. I turned toward her, confused. "You just spent 5 minutes staring in the direction she drove." "I can feel it. It's comfortable even though I hate it. It's worse when she leaves, but after a while I feel normal again." "For what it's worth, she's sorry you have to suffer because of her," Irina said. "It's not her fault. She didn't choose this any more than I did. I've realized I need to stop punishing her for something that is out of her control." "It's okay to move on, you know," Irina said gently. "I understand if you're not ready. But moving on from them, from him, it's okay. You don't owe them anything, just like you don't owe us." "What happens if a human mate rejects a vampire?" "It's been bothering me since I first met Tanya." Irina didn't answer right away. Instead, she came over to me and started making a drink, chai latte, I realized after a while. "I've never heard of a human mate rejecting the bond," Irina admitted. She handed one drink to me and sipped the other. "Generally, if a vampire meets their mate and they're human, they get turned right away, like with Rosalie and Emmett. She knew he was her mate, so she took him to Carlisle and had him turned." She paused. "Why are you asking?" "When they left, it broke me. Part of me wonders if I'm even capable of loving someone else and the other part doesn't want to. Tanya, she's been far more kind and patient than I deserve. I don't want to hurt her, but I don't know if I'll have a choice." "This is a conversation you should be having with Tanya," Irina said after a minute. She sighed. "What Edward Flinch did to you is something that will never truly be forgiven or forgotten. I wish we could bring them all here so it can be sorted out, but I know that's not what you want." She turned to face me. "Bella, Edward Cullen was your first love. Tanya understands that, and I'm sure it was great while it lasted. Tanya is meant to be your last love, and sometimes a love like that, supernaturally destined or not, takes time." Irina was slowly becoming my favorite person to talk to. I don't know what it was about her, but she seemed to just know what I needed to hear. "Thank you." She nodded as the door opened once again and we were back to work. At 2:45 p.m., Claire walked through the door. Though there was no rule, nor did Irina suggest it, we both showed up around 15 minutes early for our shift. Irina was in the office working on some paperwork during the lull in customers. "Hey Bella," Claire greeted. "Where's Irina?" I waved. "Office working on some things since we're not busy." "How are you?" "I'm good," she responded. "Tired as hell though. Do you mind making me an espresso?" "Sure, just the espresso by itself." "Do one shot by itself and then a macchiato, if you don't mind," she said. I got to work on the shot of espresso. When it was done, I poured it into a paper cup and handed it to her. She quickly downed the shot before heading to the back to get her apron. The tugging started 5 minutes before the end of my shift. She was driving. I could tell by how slowly it was approaching. A few minutes later, She pulled into a parking spot right in front of the shop. "Tanya's back," Claire exclaimed in surprise. "Strange, she never comes here this often. She's here for me. She took my truck to her sister early." "Oh, right, I forgot you two know each other," Claire said. "Hey Tanya." "Claire," she greeted with a nod. She turned to me and smiled. "Bella, are you ready?" "Give me a minute to put my apron away," I told her. I headed to the back to hang up my apron. I patted my pocket to make sure I still had my house key. Once I was sure I had everything, I went back to the front where Tanya was waiting. "Bye Bella," Claire called as we left. I waved at her and followed Tanya to her car, a Toyota Prius. It wasn't as fancy as Irina's car but still nice and no doubt expensive. I tapped my marker to the whiteboard as Tanya drove through town. We were going in a direction I hadn't been yet and it was interesting to see a new part of the town. I really hadn't explored much in the few weeks I lived here. "I'm sorry." I held the whiteboard up so Tanya could see it. She glanced at it before turning her attention back to the road. "Why are you sorry?" she asked confused. "For how I've been treating you. You were right, the day we met, I've been punishing you because of them. Part of me wanted to punish you, to make you suffer like I have been. But it's not fair to you. You don't deserve it. You've been kind and patient and I'm sorry." "It's okay Bella," Tanya said gently. Once again, she was proving how kind she was to me. "I understand and like I told you last week, I'll wait for you as long as you need me to. I don't know to hurt you. But I'm afraid I will, intentionally or not." Tanya pulled into the parking lot of Kate's auto shop. "I'm a big girl Bella. I can handle a little hurt, as long as you're not the one to suffer." The parking lot was fairly empty. There were several cars, including my truck, in the back where the mechanics did the work but only two in the customer area. "The shop is closed," Tanya explained. "Kate closed early today so we could talk without her employees overhearing." We walked inside the shop. A second later, another vampire was standing right in front of me. "Tanya," Kate greeted, "and you must be Bella. I have to say I'm jealous I haven't met you yet. Tanya and Irina can't stop talking about you." "I'm Kate." I shook her hand. Before I could start writing my own greeting, Tanya yanked me away from Kate. I could feel Tanya's anger through the bond, something that only happened in extreme cases. Whatever Kate did was enough to make Tanya furious. "Katrina," she snarled. "Irina was right," Kate said with a shrug. Whatever set Tanya off wasn't enough to bother Kate. "You could have killed her," Tanya said furious. I frowned. Kate was trying to kill me. No, that didn't seem right. I didn't think Kate would try to kill me, nor did I believe Tanya wouldn't attack if she had. "Calm down Tanya," Kate said, rolling her eyes. "Look at Bella, you're causing her pain with your anger." Tanya glanced at me and I felt the anger slowly fade, though it did not disappear entirely. I tested it on the lowest setting first. We already suspected she would be immune. Then it clicked. Kate's gift. She must have tested it on me. I didn't feel anything. How strong was it? "See, she didn't feel anything," Kate said triumphantly. "I put it at full power when you didn't react." "Which could have killed her if you were wrong," Tanya yelled. I touched Tanya's arm and her attention went straight to me. I shook my head at her, hoping she got the message. I looked at Kate and she put her hand to her chin before pulling it away. I looked at her confused. "Wait, you don't sign?" Kate asked. She seemed to be equally confused. She looked to her sister. "I thought she signed. Why are you learning sign language if she doesn't sign?" If Tanya could blush, I swear she would be. "You were learning sign language, for me." I couldn't believe she could do something like that for me. I thought about the Cullens. Would they have learned sign language if I had been mute when we met? I mentally shook away those thoughts. Of course they would have, but I'm sure they would have been trying to get me to talk as well. "When I learned you were mute, I thought perhaps you knew sign language so I started to learn," Tanya admitted. "Then after spending the afternoon with you and seeing you interact with your father, I realized you didn't know. I wanted to bring it up but I wasn't sure how. Why didn't you learn?" I shrugged. "Honestly, I never thought about it. Charlie mentioned it briefly but, I don't know. I always expected this to be temporary and didn't see a reason to learn." I paused so they could read it. I erased the whiteboard and wrote, "Can you teach me some? It would make things easier. I would love to teach you," Tanya said with a smile. Yeah, Kate said, pulling my attention away from Tanya. I closed my shop for you, Tanya. Sorry. Kate shook her head. It's okay, Bella. I'm just messing with Tanya. She disappeared and reappeared a minute later with a piece of paper. Tanya was right to be concerned about your truck. It looks as if someone did some work to it, but whoever it was, I'm not sure. They knew what they were doing but didn't have the tools, or money, to do it right. It was my friend Jacob. His dad owned the truck and Jacob fixed it up before I moved to Forks. Well, if this Jacob fellow ever wants to move to Alaska, I have a job for him, Kate said after a minute. His skills are rather impressive. She handed me the paper. The ones marked in red need to be dealt with ASAP. The green is more cosmetic, like the paint job your truck desperately needs. And yellow is something that's going to cause problems in the future but for now is fine. I read through the list but didn't understand half of it. Now, according to Tanya, you've agreed to allow me to do anything that I deem necessary for safety purposes. I want to confirm that before I do any work. I continued to through the list until I got to the part marked in green. That list included the paint and redoing the upholstery and replacing the giant hole where the radio I tore out was. Do everything that is red and yellow, I wrote. When I can pay for it, I'll let you do the rest. Kate nodded. She must have known Tanya was paying. If you want, I can get you an estimate for the rest of the work, just so you know, she offered. I nodded. Great, now I have to do all the work human speed. I actually had one of my mechanics do the diagnostic of your truck. Tanya mentioned you had a fear of someone destroying your truck. Anyway, because I have to do it the human way, it's going to take at least a week if not more to get it done. Now, I can give you a car as a sort of rental until I'm done, or Tanya can drive you around. I looked at Tanya. She looked hopeful and it would give us time to talk more. I'm okay with Tanya driving me, for now. If you change your mind, feel free to come back and I'll get you a car, Kate told me. I'll get started on this first thing tomorrow. I need to hunt. Tanya, lock up when you guys leave. Kate left and Tanya and I were alone. Are you okay, Bella? Tanya asked. I'm fine. Kate seems nice. I followed Tanya to the door to the shop. She locked it and shut it behind her. She's more carefree than the rest of us, similar to Emmett in that respect. I'm sorry about earlier. I shouldn't have reacted so. It's okay. I understand it. You were worried about me. Worried she could have hurt me. I don't blame you for being worried. Thank you, Bella, Tanya said. We got into her car. Is there anywhere you want to go before I take you home? I shook my head. She started the car and slowly drove toward my house. I was thinking, and I think I should tell Charlie. Not about the Cullens or any of that, but about you guys. He deserves to know the truth. That way, if Victoria does show up, he's prepared. If that is what you want, then I will help you in any way I can, Tanya promised. Do you want me there? Yes, you and Irina. I think it'll make it easier on him. I'll let Irina know, Tanya replied. Do you have an idea of when? I thought about it. I wanted to delay it as much as possible, but the fact was, he deserved to know. The sooner, the better. Today, I finally decided. Are you sure this is what you want? Tanya questioned. Yes, Charlie has suffered enough because of vampires. I won't put him through that again. He deserves to know. I should have told Charlie the truth from the beginning. Then he would understand the heartbreak so much better. He would understand why I hurt him so much. He may have forgiven me for that, but I wasn't sure if I would ever forgive myself. How much do you want him to know about us? Tanya asked. Us as in you and me, or us as in your family? Either one, Tanya said. I don't want to risk us saying something you don't want us to say. We probably should tell him about the mating bond. I want to leave out the Cullens as much as possible. The focus should be on you guys. Whatever you're willing to tell him about your family. Tanya nodded. Okay, she said as she pulled onto my street. She pulled out her phone and sent a quick message. Irina, she explained. I let her know to meet us at your house. How does she know where I live? Tanya laughed. I told her, Bella, Tanya answered. But it wouldn't be hard for her to figure out where you live. Your scent is all over your house. I blushed. I had forgotten about my scent. Is that okay? Tanya questioned, always making sure I was comfortable with any decisions she made that affected me. Yes, sorry, I forgot you could smell me. Tanya pulled into the driveway. Charlie's car was there already, as was Irina's. When we got closer, I could see Irina was still in her car, waiting for us. She got out just as we did. "Hi Bella," Irina greeted. "Do you want to learn a few things in sign language?" Tanya questioned. I nodded. "I'll show you hello and goodbye. Watch me." She demonstrated each one multiple times. I copied her motions, and once I was sure I was doing it right, I turned back to Irina and signed hello. "I see Tanya's secret has been exposed," Irina commented with a grin. "How did you find out?" "Kate," Tanya answered with a sigh. "Ah," Irina said. "How did it go with Kate?" "It was good. She's interesting. Kind of reminds me of Emmett." "Don't tell Kate that," Irina warned. "When Tanya told the others about your history with the Cullens, however limited her knowledge is." Kate, as well as Carmen and Eliezer, didn't react well. Kate in particular wanted to hunt the Cullens down and make them pay for their treatment of you. "Why? We only met today. Why would she want to protect me like that?" "Bella, you're a part of the family now," Tanya said patiently. "You have been since the moment you first felt that tugging. Even if you want nothing to do with them, Kate, Carmen and Eliezer want to protect you. Right now, Kate believes that punishing the Cullens will do that for you." "Don't worry Bella," Irina added. "Kate won't do anything without your say-so. While she may not like it, she respects your decision to maintain the separation from the Cullens." As much as I hate to admit it, I agree. The front door opened and Charlie walked out. "Bella," he said, surprised. "Hello Tanya and, I don't think we've met before." "I'm Irina," Irina introduced. "I'm Tanya's sister. I own the coffee shop Bella works at." "Right," Charlie said, embarrassed. "Well, it's nice to meet you. Did you two want to come in?" "That would be lovely Charlie, thank you," Tanya said. The three of us followed Charlie inside the house. "Can I get you guys anything? Coffee, water, beer?" "No thank you Charlie," Irina answered. Tanya answered the same. The three of us sat on the couch, with Irina and Tanya on either side of me. Charlie sat in his usual chair. Charlie was confused by their presence. His eyes darted back and forth between Tanya and Irina. "How did it go with your truck?" Charlie asked after several minutes of awkward silence. The awkward silence was mostly my fault, as Tanya and Irina were waiting for me to give them the okay. "It's good. Kate is going to take care of everything, but she said it may take a couple of weeks." "Do we need to rent you a car?" Charlie asked. "I can drive you to and from school if needed, but I want you to have the freedom to come and go as you want." "I've offered to drive her," Tanya said before I could write anything. "If she no longer wants me to, Kate has a car she can use." Charlie rubbed the back of his neck. "That's nice of Kate and you. Bella mentioned you're paying for the maintenance on Bella's truck. While it's certainly appreciated, I don't understand, why are you doing this?" "Bella," Tanya said softly. I knew exactly what she was asking. I glanced at Charlie. He looked so confused. I looked to Tanya and nodded. She straightened up and turned her attention to Charlie. "Irina and I will explain," Tanya promised. "All we ask is that you remain calm and wait for us to finish." "Okay," he agreed. "Trust them Dad." "Okay," he said again after reading my message. "Tell me whatever it is you need to tell me." Irina and Tanya exchanged looks. They were talking to each other, most likely trying to figure out the best way to tell Charlie. Part of me was angry for being left out of the conversation. It was stupid to be angry. I knew exactly what they were talking about, and the only reason I was being left out was because they didn't want Charlie to hear. "Charlie, have you ever noticed anything strange about us?" Irina questioned. So, they were going to slowly lead Charlie to the answer, using his observation skills. It was better than my plan to just blurt it out. He'd probably think we were all crazy if they did that. Although, he was probably still going to think we're all crazy. I focused on Charlie's expressions. He was confused, which was to be expected. Poor Charlie had no idea how much his life was going to change. "I have noticed a few things," Charlie admitted. "Overly pale skin, cold hands, and the eyes. I assumed your family had a medical condition." Tanya crossed her legs. "I suppose that is one way to put it," she said lightly. "Charlie, what I'm about to tell you will change everything for you. Are you sure you still want to know?" His eyes flickered to me. "Bella already knows. She asked us to tell you." I've known for a while, but I was told you weren't allowed to know. Tanya has corrected that assumption. Charlie nodded. All right, just spit it out, he said with a sigh. He had no idea what to expect. Maybe he thought I was going to announce I was dating Tanya, or maybe Irina. Poor Charlie was going to be surprised. We're vampires, Irina blurted out. I stared at Irina in disbelief. This was how she decided to tell Charlie. I could have done that. Irina, Tanya groaned. What? He said to spit it out and I did, Irina defended. I expect this kind of thing from Kate but not from you, Tanya muttered. You were always the more level-headed of us. I watched Charlie as Tanya and Irina bickered over how Irina told Charlie the truth. I could see it in his eyes. He didn't believe a word of what Irina said. He didn't seem angry though. He was a cop, maybe a bit of proof was all he needed. I had my proof before I ever considered the possibility. Vampires, Charlie repeated. He started laughing. That's a good one. It's true, Dad. I hoped if he saw me supporting Irina's statement then he would be more open to accepting it. Charlie frowned at the words. I'm going to need a beer, he muttered. Tanya sped off to the kitchen and grabbed a beer. She offered the beer to Charlie before the fridge even closed. What the? Charlie started, staring at the beer in disbelief. Irina wasn't lying, Tanya said softly. You're the most important person to Bella. We wouldn't lie about something like this, not to you. So, vampires, Charlie said again. He downed half the beer in one gulp. Irina disappeared and reappeared with another beer for him. If you're here to hurt Bella, I won't allow it, he said. I watched as his hand went toward his hip. He seemed to realize, although belatedly, that his gun wasn't there. We would never hurt Bella, Tanya said fiercely. You're vampires and Bella is human, Charlie pointed out. It's only natural for you to want to hurt her. Tanya snarled beside me. She wasn't angry at Charlie's assumptions, or at least not that angry. I could tell because I couldn't feel any anger from her. I would never hurt Bella, she spat. Charlie's eyes widened at Tanya's reaction. Tanya, Irina warned. I put my hand on Tanya's arm in an attempt to comfort her. I understood why she was upset. I imagine if I was in her position I would be angry too. I was just glad she wasn't expressing that anger. Her eyes went to me as soon as I touched her. I used my free hand to carefully write out a message. He doesn't know. He doesn't understand. You have to tell him about the mating bond and that you don't feed from humans. We don't feed from humans, Charlie, Tanya said after reading my message. My family hasn't tasted human blood in over 300 years. 300 years, Charlie repeated faintly. His eyes narrowed. How old are you? I wasn't lying when I said I was 25, Tanya said. But it wasn't the full truth. I've been alive for over 1,000 years. His eyes widened in surprise. 1,000 years, he choked out. He downed the rest of his beer. And you haven't fed from a human in 300 years. She nodded. I suppose that means Bella is safe. But how do I know you're not lying about that? Our eyes, Charlie, Irina said gently. The gold, it means we feed from animal blood. If they're bright red then we've had human blood and a lot of it. Black eyes have various meanings. Lust, hunger, anger. It really depends on context. Why are you telling me all of this? Charlie questioned. He looked to me and then to Tanya and Irina. Because what we are affects Bella and by extension you, Tanya answered. Vampires have something called a mate, or soulmate, if you prefer. Mates have a bond to each other. They can feel each other, no matter the distance, and are aware of how the other is feeling. She paused in her explanation to look at me. I squeezed her hand and nodded. For humans, it's not quite as strong but the connection is there all the same. Charlie looked back and forth between me, Tanya and Irina. Bella, he realized. He looked between the two vampires, trying to figure out which one. Which one of you? Me, Tanya said. Charlie studied her before nodding. It could be worse, he said. I like you a hell of a lot more than, he trailed off. The Cullens are vampires too, he realized in horror. They are, Irina confirmed. They are, or rather were, cousins to us. Charlie's eyes narrowed. I don't want you near Bella, he said after a minute. I dropped my whiteboard in surprise. I quickly grabbed it and started writing. Dad, you can't, they're nothing like the Cullens. I don't care, Charlie said firmly. You were just starting to heal from what Edward did to you. I flinched. For God's sake, Bella, you don't even talk anymore because of them. You refused to tell me what happened. I'm sure part of that was vampire related, but still, I won't let them ruin you too. Tanya crouched down in front of me on the couch. Her growls echoed in the living room. Charlie's eyes widened in shock. Tanya, Irina said sharply. Tanya ignored her. I grabbed her hand and pulled her back to the couch. She was reluctant, but she wouldn't go against what I wanted. I rubbed my chest and she got the message. Her anger was getting to me. We are not them, Tanya said firmly. She sat down even closer to me than before. Her arm rested on my lap. If I wanted to move it I could, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I don't know all of what happened with the Cullens. Bella hasn't told us, and I know once I learn the truth I will want to hunt him down and kill him. Have you considered that's why I won't tell you? I wish that was why, but I know it isn't, Tanya muttered to me. I wouldn't hurt them if you asked me not to. I could feel her eyes on me, but I couldn't bring myself to meet her gaze. I was afraid of what I would see, or feel. We are not the Cullens, Irina repeated. For one, we've been alive for far longer. Her face softened. I understand your desire to protect your daughter. But you cannot keep her away from Tanya. Regardless of her feelings for Tanya and our family, Bella needs Tanya. You will hurt her more by keeping them apart. Charlie slumped down in his seat. I did everything I could to protect you. Moving here, I thought you would be able to start over. He sighed. Maybe you should have stayed with your mother. Maybe this is all my fault. I got off the couch and went over to Charlie. Tanya's eyes were on me, watching me but not interfering. I wrapped my arms around him. Charlie squeezed me tight. When he released me I went back to Tanya's side. I'm glad I came to Forks. Despite everything that happened, I'm glad I moved in with you. Charlie beamed as he fought hard not to let the tears fall. I'm sure he was uncomfortable with all this display of emotion. We have a lot to talk about, Bella, Charlie said slowly. I would prefer without them. He nodded toward Irina and Tanya, but I get the feeling they won't go. If you ask us to leave, we will leave, Tanya assured him. My heart dropped. I didn't want her to leave. Tanya took my hand and squeezed it. But I don't think you will send me away. Though Bella wants nothing to do with me romantically and tries to fight the bond. She does need me. I wish it weren't so. I wish she had more of a choice, but I can't undo a bond. The only way is death. Charlie's eyes widened in horror. No, he said, shaking his head. I don't want that. I won't let Bella be hurt more than she already is. Irina disappeared and reappeared with another beer. Would you prefer something stronger? Irina asked. Charlie laughed. No, this is good, he replied. I'm being rude. I should offer you a drink. He frowned. Can you drink? Beer, I mean. I know you drink blood. Irina and Tanya laughed. We can drink, Irina replied. It takes a lot of alcohol to get a drunk, so it's not really worth it, but we can drink. We can also eat. Charlie rubbed the back of his neck. Maybe you can tell me more about vampires and this bond, Charlie said. Tanya glanced at me, wanting my permission. It was nice that she cared that much, but it wasn't my secret to share. She should be able to tell him whatever she wanted. I nodded at her. The bond is like a rope, Tanya started. One end is tied around my heart, the other around Bella. The closer we are, the more comfortable and at peace we are. When we are apart, the rope pulls and, well, it doesn't hurt, but it's not all that comfortable. If we're too far apart, there's a sort of emptiness. She paused to give Charlie time to absorb the information. It's not as strong for Bella, because she's human. She may feel like she's missing something, but not the emptiness I feel. It's more of an ache to me. It wasn't the best description, but I wasn't sure how to describe exactly how it felt. I don't think anyone could truly understand unless they experience it. I know I never would have understood. It doesn't hurt, Charlie pressed. Always protecting me. No, Dad, it doesn't, unless Tanya is feeling particularly angry. Charlie's eyes flickered to Tanya. That was not the right thing to say. Unfortunately, the only way to convince Charlie that this wasn't necessarily a bad thing was to admit something I wasn't sure I was ready to admit. But for Charlie, I would. Being around Tanya, it makes me feel at peace, content. It's like I'm not healed, not completely, but for the first time it feels like I am healing. Tanya squeezed my arm. Somehow, she understood just how hard it was for me to admit that. She can feel my stronger emotions, Tanya explained to Charlie. I've been trying to control it but it doesn't always work. Vampires can be a bit emotional, Irina added. Tanya nodded in agreement. So, what exactly do you want from Bella? Charlie questioned. All I want is for her to be happy, Tanya said honestly. While I prefer it to be with me, if she chooses another, I will not stop her. She may have been sucked into a mate bond with a vampire but she does have free will. I glanced at Tanya. I'd never been more grateful to have her around. She was choosing my feelings over her future happiness. It made me realize I didn't want her to go. While I wasn't ready for a relationship or a commitment, I wanted Tanya in my life. The thought of giving her up was painful to think about. Charlie leaned back in his seat. He seemed much more relaxed than he was before when this conversation started. So, where does that leave all of us? Nothing's changed, Irina told him. Bella works at my shop. She's friends with Tanya. Nothing is really different, except, you're not human, he said. True, Irina agreed, but we do understand humans. Okay, Charlie said with a nod. It seems that I can't really stop this. But if any of you do anything to hurt Bella like the Cullens did, you will never come near her again. I don't care what kind of bond she has with you. His eyes locked on Tanya's. Agreed Charlie, Tanya said. She didn't seem the slightest bit surprised or put off by his response. We sat silently for several minutes, until Tanya's phone rang. Eliezer, what is it? You know Irina and I are busy right now, she said instead of a greeting. Eliezer was another coven member I hadn't met yet. He's been mentioned a few times but I really didn't know anything about him, or his mate. I couldn't hear Eliezer's response to Tanya's question but I did feel Tanya and Irina tense up beside me. Very well Eliezer. We will be there soon, Tanya said before hanging up her phone. What happened? It seems Laurent has finally made it to Alaska, Tanya replied. I couldn't breathe. Laurent made it here to Alaska. How? It couldn't be a coincidence that he showed up after I did. Was he tracking me, like James did? No, it couldn't be. Tanya said it would be next to impossible for Victoria to track me to Alaska. There was no way for Laurent to do it. I was so stuck in my head that I could barely hear the voices of the people around me. Bella, Tanya said gently. I heard her voice. It was the clearest of the three. But the words didn't affect me. Even the concern she felt, that I could feel because it was that strong, wasn't affecting me. Bella, Tanya said again. She took my face in her hands and forced me to meet her eyes. She wasn't using her full strength, or even half her full strength. She could have made me pay attention to her far easier. Bella, it will be okay. We will not let Laurent hurt you or Charlie, Tanya said softly. It'll be okay. Tears dropped onto her hand. She gently wiped them from my cheek. I nodded against her hands and wrapped my arms around her. What's going on? Charlie demanded. It couldn't be easy on him to watch my breakdown and have no idea why it was happening. There's a lot that you haven't been told yet, Tanya said. Her eyes didn't leave my face as she spoke. Laurent is a vampire that Bella originally met in Forks. He was part of a coven that tried to kill her. Charlie's eyes narrowed. I'd like to see him try now, he said angrily. Charlie, we understand your concern for Bella, but you need to remember, Laurent is a vampire, Irina told him. Let us deal with him. I glanced at Charlie. He looked torn between wanting to deal with Laurent himself and wanting to let Irina and the others to deal with it. We need to go, Tanya said, releasing my face. I would like you to come, Bella, but if you don't feel comfortable I understand. You want Bella to go, Charlie said in disbelief. He tried to kill her. As far as I know, Laurent never actually tried to kill Bella, Tanya said. She glanced at me and I nodded. Even if he wants her dead, he'll never get close enough. We would never put Bella in danger, Irina added. There's 5 of us. We can easily handle him. I want answers, Tanya continued. And Bella deserves to get answers for herself. But I will not force her to go. It's her choice. It's always her choice. I want to go, I shakily wrote. I trusted Tanya and Irina. There was no use denying it. I knew they would keep me safe. Tanya nodded. I won't let him hurt you, she promised. You know about Kate's gift, Irina told me. There's no chance he'll get near you. None of us will allow it. I'm going too, Charlie said, standing up. Charlie, Tanya started. Don't try to stop me, Charlie interrupted. This is my daughter. I was left out of what happened with the Cullens and look what happened. He shook his head. I'm not letting that happen again. So, either I go with you or Bella doesn't go. I wanted to protest but before I could, Tanya grabbed my hand to stop me from writing. You're right, Charlie, Tanya said softly. It's not fair to exclude you after telling you about us. If you wish to come we will not stop you. We do need to leave now though. There's only so long Kate can be patient. We all stood and slowly exited the house. Charlie was last so he could lock up. I hoped they wouldn't let Charlie drive. He had drunk 3 beers in less than an hour. It seemed my concerns were for naught as I watched Irina gesture to her car. I followed Tanya to her car. I didn't even think about it. I just knew that's where I wanted to be. Before we get there, there's something I need to tell you, Tanya said as we left my driveway. I glanced at her but didn't bother asking. You know how Carlyle is the leader of the Cullens. I nodded. Well, all covens have a leader. Typically, the oldest of the coven but not always. I should have told you sooner but you didn't want to be involved with us so I didn't see a reason. But now, with Lauren's presence, it's necessary to tell you. She paused. I am the leader of the Denali coven. I was a little surprised by the announcement. I'd seen Irina tell Tanya what to do more than once and Tanya would listen without argument. It could have to do with them actually being sisters. What does Lauren's presence have to do with me knowing you're the leader? Tanya didn't answer right away but it didn't appear she was ignoring my question. It looked like she was trying to think of an answer. As you've no doubt heard, we're possessive creatures, Tanya started. Rationally, I know you don't belong to me. I meant what I said, it will always be your choice. But when it comes to vampires, sometimes we can't help those thoughts and feelings. Laurent may not have directly hurt you but he was part of a coven that targeted you. I want him to pay but I also need to think of what's best for our coven. She gripped the steering wheel a little too tightly. I put my hand over hers and her grip loosened. I never realized how hard it would be to be a coven leader and mated to someone. You mean a human, anyone in general, but it is certainly more difficult with a human mate, she admitted. Tanya took my hand. At the end of the day, I will choose you. I pulled my hand away from her so I could write. I don't want you to choose between me and your family. It's hard to fully understand unless you're a vampire yourself, Tanya said. There was no judgment. I love my sisters, and even Carmen and Eleazar, and I would die to protect them but I would die without you. The bond between mates is stronger than anything even families. So the Cullens, I didn't get a chance to finish writing as Tanya was already answering my question. At the end of the day, they would choose their own mate over the others, Tanya finished. Kate and Irina know that and although they are not mated, they understand it. That did explain a lot. Maybe I was too harsh in my judgments against them. Even if Emmett wanted to stay, and I really hoped he had wanted to stay, the minute Rosalie decided to go, he would follow. It made me feel a little better in regards to Emmett. The same was most likely true for Alice and Jasper as well. Tanya turned down a dirt road. I hadn't been to this side of town. There were only a few houses here and there. I imagine most of them owned a decent amount of land. We have about 20 acres of land, Tanya said. Either I was easy to read or she guessed my thoughts. We didn't always have this much land. We bought it over the decades. Any time land next to us is for sale, we buy it. We've expanded the house too. There's a garage for Kate, a library, a large deck with a hot tub, and a rather large kitchen. Carmen uses the kitchen to cook for the homeless in surrounding areas. We also all have master bedrooms and a couple spare rooms. Your home sounds nice. It can be your home too, Tanya said softly. She turned left, down what looked to be the driveway. I mean it. You're a part of our family, no matter what happens between us. How are you so calm about the possibility of us not being romantically involved? It was maddening how nice she was about everything. Do you not care? I looked at Tanya and instantly regretted my words. She was mad. This was the first time she's been mad at me. I didn't like it. Of course I care, she hissed. The thought of not spending my life with you is painful. No matter how selfish I want to be, I can't. I have to do what is best for you and that means giving you the chance to make your own choices. No matter how much it hurts me to do so. She stopped the car in front of the most beautiful house I've ever seen. I could easily picture myself living here for the rest of my life, human or vampire. I'm sorry. You've done so much for me. You've been patient and understanding, and you don't deserve any of it. It's my fault you're not getting your happy ending. I'm sorry. Tanya turned to face me. Bella, she said gently. It's not your fault. I wish you never met the Cullens, she admitted. I think of it, at night when I know you're asleep. I wonder how things would be for us if you hadn't met them. Would you move here for college? Would we meet and fall in love like humans before I told you the truth? Or would you never come here and fall in love with a human? Never knowing you were meant for more. You wish I never met the Cullens. Sometimes I wish that too. But if I never met them, then I wouldn't be here right now. I never would have met you, or Irina, or even Kate. I truly believe I was meant to meet them because meeting them brought me here, to you. Bella, Tanya whispered. I shook my head. I shouldn't have said that. It's not fair, getting your hopes up. I tapped my chin with my marker. I don't love you. I winced at the look on her face. I hadn't meant it to be so cruel, and I prayed to any god that would listen that I never caused that look again. But I do care about you. And, as much as I hate to admit it, I believe one day, maybe, it could turn to love. Tanya didn't respond right away. I was worried I had upset her too much, but to my surprise she smiled at me. That is more than I hoped for, Tanya said. She glanced out the window. I followed her gaze. Irina and Charlie were standing by Irina's car, waiting for us. We have to go inside. Tanya nodded. Is it bad? I would rather stay in this car with you. It's not bad, Tanya assured me. Though there are better places we could spend time together. When we go inside, I need you to stay by my side unless I tell you otherwise. The second I see him I'm going to want to rip his throat out. Actually, I want to rip his throat out now. But with you by my side, I won't, because it could put you at risk. However, if it does come to a fight, I want you away from it. I'll stay close to you. It's not as horrible as I originally thought. We got out of the car and walked over to Charlie and Irina. Is everything okay? Charlie asked me. I nodded. He didn't look convinced but seemed to realize this wasn't the time to discuss it. Well, let's get this over with. I'm looking forward to seeing this vampire get his ass kicked. Laughter was heard from the house. I was pretty sure it was Kate. I'm looking forward to that too, Tanya said. Irina nodded. When I thought about the first time I would see the Denali's house, this isn't what I imagined. Honestly, I imagined it to be much like my first meeting with the Cullens. Them going out of their way to make me comfortable. It wasn't that I thought they had to. But from what I heard about them, it seemed likely. The house was tense. I could feel it. I could also hear low voices coming from what I assumed was the living room. Why did they invite him in? They didn't realize who he was, Tanya told me. I'll be having words with them about inviting in random vampires. No need, Tanya, Kate said as we walked into the living room. We learned our lesson. Kate was standing behind the couch with her arms crossed over her chest. She was glaring at Laurent from across the room. Another woman was standing beside her, talking quietly enough that Charlie and I couldn't hear. There was a man standing between Laurent and Kate, and who I assumed was Carmen. Which meant the man was Eliezer. I briefly looked at the three before turning my attention to Laurent. He hadn't changed at all since I last saw him. He wore the same clothes, his marble chest exposed. He was dirtier than before. That was the only difference I could see. There were twigs stuck in his dreadlocks. I met his eyes, they were a deep red. I shuddered at the sight. I hated red eyes on vampires. It always reminded me James. Tanya felt me tense up beside her and wrapped an arm around my waist. I leaned against her, enjoying that small amount of comfort. Bella, Laurent greeted. His French accent was far more noticeable now than it was when we first met. It's good to see you. It's been a while. Why are you here, Laurent? Tanya demanded. You know who I am. He questioned in surprise. Your sister didn't tell you anything about me, other than my name. I'm assuming Bella has told you. Tanya gave a short nod. Then you know I mean no harm. I didn't fight alongside James and Victoria. You didn't fight because you're a coward, Kate muttered just loud enough for Charlie and I to hear. I laughed and Laurent growled. I wasn't sure if he was growling at Kate for her comment, or me for laughing at it. It didn't matter because Tanya was pissed. Watch yourself, Laurent, Tanya warned. You may be a guest in my home, but I won't hesitate to kill you. I realized, Kate was right. Laurent was a coward. Not only that, but he seemed to be scared of dying. I apologize, Laurent said, bowing his head. Why are you here, Laurent? Tanya repeated. It's been months since you were sent here, why come now? I wasn't sure if I wanted to come, Laurent said. I am interested in your lifestyle, but I wasn't sure I was ready for the commitment. I finally decided I was ready. It's a bit suspicious if you ask me, Irina noted. I glanced at her and she wasn't even looking at Laurent. She was looking at her nails. Bella shows up and 3 weeks later you happen to show up. It's quite the coincidence. You think I followed Bella here? Laurent questioned in disbelief. What motivation would I have for following a human to Alaska? Charlie was strangely quiet throughout all of this. I wondered if maybe he understood that it was best to let the vampires deal with this. I appreciated him staying out of it. I loved Charlie, but he was out of his element with vampires. Eliezer? Tanya questioned. No, nothing, Eliezer answered. His eyes went to me and he nodded. I'll tell you after, Tanya whispered in my ear. I let it go for now, but if she didn't bring it up later, I would. How did you find us? Kate asked. The Cullens mentioned you were in Alaska, Laurent started. I've been in Alaska for close to a week, looking around, trying to figure out where you could be. You found us, Carmen said. What is your plan now? We won't let you harm the humans here. Laurent held up his hands. I have no desire to harm any humans. I told you, I want to learn your lifestyle. You want to learn, Tanya repeated. Yet your eyes are bright red, like you just hunted. Probably nearby. I said I wanted to learn, not that I had attempted yet, Laurent pointed out. I thought it would be easier with some support. He first eyed Tanya and then Irina. I could guess the kind of support he was thinking about. It made me angry that he dared eye either one of them like a piece of meat. I clenched my fists. Tanya noticed and gently pried my fist open before taking my hand. It's okay, Bella, she muttered. Laurent's eyes darted back and forth between me and Tanya. He seemed to realize something was different with us. His eyes widened as he appeared to figure it out. Interesting. I thought Bella was attached to the Cullen boy, Edward was it. I flinched and Tanya growled at him. Now it seems her affections are elsewhere. That was the limit for Charlie. I saw him move toward Laurent with his fist clenched. Now see here, you don't get to come here and start making comments about my daughter, he started. Laurent's nostrils flared and he hissed. I don't need some human telling me what I can and cannot say. He moved forward, toward Charlie. Kate and Irina moved too quickly for me to see. But they were instantly crouched in front of Charlie. Tanya shoved me behind her and crouched down. In a matter of seconds, the Denali sisters were protecting me and Charlie. Carmen and Eliezer had moved closer to us as well, but they weren't crouched down yet. I've had enough of this, Tanya hissed. I don't trust you and I doubt your honesty. So, we're going to get the truth out of you, one way or another. Kate straightened up and stalked toward him. Laurent attempted to run, but Carmen and Eliezer ran over and grabbed a hold of him. They dragged him forward to Kate. What is going on? Charlie questioned in confusion. I'll explain later, Charlie, Irina promised. She and Tanya were no longer crouched down as Carmen, Eliezer and Kate had Laurent surrounded. Kate grabbed Laurent's arm and he dropped to the ground screaming. I could see why Tanya was so upset when Kate tried her power on me. Why are you here, Laurent? Kate asked. I told you, I want to learn about your lifestyle, Laurent said, gritting his teeth. I glanced at Tanya's face. How can you be sure he's lying? After 1,000 years you learn to recognize the signs, Tanya answered. His appearance within weeks of you moving here is too suspicious to ignore. And if it turns out he's not lying? Kate cranked up her power and asked him once again why he was here. Laurent told her the same thing as before. He's not leaving here alive, Bella, Tanya said. The Cullens never should have left him and Victoria alive. We are simply correcting that mistake. I could see the electricity coming off Kate when she zapped Laurent again. I imagine if he could, he would be crying. Why are you here? Kate repeated. Victoria, Laurent stuttered out. She wanted to know where the Cullens were. She thought the Cullens would lead her to Bella. I told Victoria about the coven here. She asked me to talk to you, to see if I could figure out where they were. I never expected Bella to be here. Enough, Tanya roared. She was angry. No, angry didn't cover it. She was furious. Her anger was bleeding through the bond, to the point that I was starting to feel angry. Tanya, Irina called. She seemed to notice what was happening. Tanya, you need to calm down before you hurt Bella. Tanya's attention immediately went to me. Bella, she said softly. The anger was slowly fading, but it didn't disappear completely. She was trying hard to get herself under control. I'm sorry. I'm trying to control it. I promise. It'll be dealt with soon. Tanya, what do you want us to do? Eliezer asked, tightening his grip on Laurent's arm. Tanya turned to face the four. She looked every bit the coven leader she was. Far more formidable than Carlyle ever was. Kill him, she said coldly. Just as she finished speaking, everything went black. The first thing I noticed when I regained consciousness was voices. Most of the voices were low, but one voice was particularly loud. I focused on that one voice, trying to figure out what was going on and why it was so loud. That's when I realized, it was Charlie. The other voices were vampires, that's why they were so low, so calm. She's waking up Charlie, Irina said. Bella, Charlie exclaimed. I could hear him running to my side. The only reason I knew it was him and not someone else was because no vampire would ever be that loud. Take it easy Charlie, Tanya said. She was right beside me. My guess was I was laying on the couch and she was seated beside me. It didn't seem likely that I would be put in one of their beds. Don't tell me to take it easy, Charlie snapped. Bella's like this because of you. I felt a wave of sadness that had to have come from Tanya. I didn't understand. What did Charlie mean it was Tanya's fault? And why was Tanya sad? Did she believe she was to blame? I opened my eyes and turned to the side. I was on the couch, with Tanya sitting beside me, just like I thought. I reached for her, not wanting to feel how sad she was. She misinterpreted and handed me my whiteboard. I sat up so my leg was touching her shoulder. Her sadness eased a bit but was still there. What happened? I waved the whiteboard in front of Tanya. What do you remember, Bella? She asked, handing the whiteboard back. I frowned. I remembered everything. Was I not supposed to? You were angry. Laurent was going to use you to get to Cullens, to get to me. You were trying to calm down because you knew how it affected me. You told them to kill Laurent and then, nothing. I don't understand. Why is Charlie blaming you? It was my fault, Tanya muttered. Tanya, Irina warned. I looked to Irina. You passed out. Eliezer thinks it's a sort of defense mechanism for you. The anger you were feeling was too much for your body to handle. It could have caused you harm. When you passed out, Tanya's anger faded and turned to concern. Passing out protected you in a way, kept you from the added stress. That's not your fault, Tanya. It is my fault, Tanya said, shaking her head. I've been alive for over 1,000 years. I should be able to control my anger. I could have hurt you. Is that why Charlie is blaming you? Because you blame yourself. Bella, your father is blaming me because it is my fault, Tanya told me. Can you guys give Tanya and I a moment alone? I showed the message to Irina. Of course, Bella, she said. Charlie, why don't I give you a tour of the house? Charlie frowned. No, I'm not going anywhere and I'm not leaving Bella alone with her. I could feel Tanya flinch at his words. I touched her shoulder and she reached up to grab my hand. Her touch was far lighter than normal, like she was afraid of her own strength. It made no sense. She had perfected being able to touch humans without hurting them. I didn't like this. I pulled my hand away so I could write a message for Charlie. You have to stop blaming her dad. She got angry and it affected me. That's part of being a vampire. She's not Edward. She wouldn't never intentionally hurt me. If you don't trust her, then trust me. Charlie's eyes darted back and forth as he read the message through more than once. Bella, he started. He shook his head. Whatever he was going to say, he changed his mind. Instead, he turned his attention to Irina. A tour would be nice. The two of them left, leaving just me and Tanya in the living room. Is Laurent dead? Yes, Tanya confirmed. You passed out right before they ripped his head off. I wrinkled my nose at the thought. I had seen James get ripped apart, but I had been bitten at the time and wasn't able to focus on what was happening at the time. Is that where the others are? Carmen's in the kitchen, Tanya said. She pointed behind me. I turned and saw a doorway that must have led to the kitchen. She's cooking for you and Charlie. She's thrilled to have humans around. Eliezer and Kate are making sure Laurent burns. Our venom catches fire easily, but it takes time to completely burn our bodies. They're simply making sure the fire doesn't go out before he's ash. How long was I unconscious? Half an hour, Tanya answered. A very long half an hour. Charlie's been very angry, mostly at me, but I'm sure he's angry at the whole situation as well. I'm sure it's hard for him. He did just learn about vampires. Do you think I did the right thing, telling him about all of this? You did, Tanya replied. Despite everything that happened here, I think Charlie is happier knowing the truth. Even if he does hate me, I don't think he hates you. Tanya laughed at my words. It was obvious she didn't believe them. I mean it. He's afraid, for me. After what happened with the Cullens, I don't blame him. He'll get over it eventually. I don't hate you guys anymore. Actually, I don't think I ever hated you. Will you tell me what happened with Edward? Tanya asked. I thought about it. She deserved to know. What happened in the woods shaped who I was now, as well as Charlie's anger toward the Cullens. Tanya deserved to know why I wouldn't love her, and why Charlie hated her. If I tell you, you have to promise you will stay in control. I don't think I could handle your anger again right now. I promise to stay in control, Tanya said. Or I will tell you to stop if I think I can't handle it. It started with my birthday. Alice threw me a party I didn't want. I was opening a gift when I got a paper cut. Jasper tried to attack and Edward threw me into a pile of plates. I showed her the scar on my forearm from when Carlisle stitched me up. That's what this scar is from. Edward took me home. He was distant after that. Alice and Jasper left the next day. Tanya's fingers lightly traced the scar on my arm. They came here, Tanya said. After your birthday, Alice and Jasper came here. They were both so upset. Jasper was angry with himself. Alice was just sad. She wanted to say goodbye, but Jasper needed her. I nodded. I understood that now. A couple days later, Edward led me to the woods behind my house. He told me they were leaving. I stupidly believed I was going with him. Tanya took my hand and squeezed it. It's okay, Bella, she said softly. You don't have to continue if you don't want. Are you still in control? I'm upset, on your behalf, but yes, I'm in control, Tanya replied. He told me he didn't love me and that I was just a distraction for him. Tanya growled, but she was still in control. I tried to argue with him. Finally, he snapped. He told me to shut up and that nothing I said mattered. I haven't spoken since. Edward broke me and I don't know if I'll ever heal. Tanya got off the floor. For a second, I thought she was going to leave to hunt him down. Her eyes were already dark from what happened earlier with Laurent. Now they were black, like Jasper's had been when he tried to attack me and like Edward's had been the day I met him. The one difference between those times and now, was right now I felt no fear. While I didn't blame Jasper for what happened, I was still afraid when he tried to attack. Right now, Tanya could kill me and I still wouldn't be afraid of her. Tanya slowly moved to the couch. She sat down beside me and pulled me into her arms. I'm so sorry, Bella, she muttered. You didn't deserve anything he said to you and none of it was true. You're not a distraction, not to me. You are everything to me. I leaned forward and pressed my lips to hers. The kiss, if you could call it that as my lips barely touched hers, was brief. I barely grazed her lips before pulling away in confusion. I had no idea what possessed me to do it. I wanted to kiss her cheek. I loved spending time with Tanya. It gave me a sense of calm I didn't realize I needed. I couldn't deny Tanya was attractive either. I mean, all vampires were attractive, so it wasn't surprising. But there was something different about Tanya. No one even came close when compared to Tanya. Not even Rosalie could match her beauty. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. It's not fair to you. I don't know what I was thinking. Tanya didn't seem mad at me for leading her on, so that was something. It's okay, Bella, she said. We can pretend like it didn't happen if that's what you prefer. She cupped my cheek. Are you okay? I'm fine. I still felt guilty for kissing her, especially when I had no intention of ever kissing her. I traced the bruises under her eyes. You need to hunt. I'll go later, she said. Being here with you is more important right now. You shouldn't have to suffer more because of me. Tanya laughed and shook her head. I'm not suffering, Bella, she said gently. Your blood has no appeal to me. You do smell good, but I have no desire to sink my teeth into you. She eyed me. Well, not to feed at least. I blushed. And Charlie is perfectly safe as well. I would never hurt him, no matter how thirsty I was. Well, that's good to know at least, Charlie said from behind me. I turned around to see him, Kate and Irina watching us. Kate was smirking and I was worried about how much she saw. I glanced at Tanya's face. She didn't look surprised to see him. You knew he was there. Tanya's eyes flickered down to read my note. Yes, I did, she admitted. He needed to hear it. He needs to know that you're safe with me and that he is as well. Did you discuss whatever it was you needed to talk about? Charlie asked, looking back and forth between was. I think they did more than, Kate started. She didn't have a chance to finish her thought as Irina smacked her across the head. Shut up, Katrina, she hissed. We did. You look less angry. I'm still mad, but Irina did raise some good points, Charlie admitted. All I've ever wanted since you were born was to keep you safe. Now, not only is there an entire coven that will keep you safe, but you have your own personal vampire protector. I can't really ask much more than that. You know I tried really hard not to get involved with vampires again. Tanya kissed my cheek. I'll give you two some privacy, she muttered before waving at Irina and Kate to follow her. Kate protested and Irina dragged her away. Once they were gone, Charlie moved over to the couch. He sat down beside me. I didn't want to be involved with vampires again. After everything that happened with the Cullens, I refused to get involved. I hurt you. When I went to Phoenix, the things I said. None of it was true, Dad. There was a tracker, a vampire that can find you, no matter where you are. It wasn't safe for me to be home. I knew if I told you wanted to leave you wouldn't let me, so I had to hurt you. I'm so sorry, Dad. I get it, Bella, Charlie said. I didn't then, and the things you said really did hurt me. I was worried I wasn't ever there for you. I worked almost every day and fishing on the weekends. I thought it was my fault you didn't want to stay. Looking back, it does make more sense. I never understood your sudden desire to leave. You seemed happy one minute and miserable the next. I am happy living with you, Dad. I don't know if Mom told you, but when I was in the hospital, Mom tried to convince me to go to Jacksonville. I refused. Part of it was Edward, but mostly it was because I like living with you. This thing with the Denali's, Charlie started. I'm not in love with her, Dad. But I'm not stupid. It's inevitable that I will fall in love with her. The more I try to resist, the harder it becomes. Charlie rubbed the back of his neck. How do you feel about all this? I know you haven't really dated other than Edward, and she's, well, a she. I laughed. Leave it to Charlie to think about the least important part. Does it bother you that she's a she? No, Bells, Charlie answered. That doesn't bother me. If anything, the vampire part is more concerning. Do you want to be a vampire? I shrugged. I did for a while. When Edward left, I gave up on that. I didn't want to be a vampire. Now, I don't know. There's no rush. I'm 18 and she's 25. So, even if we did end up together, I have a few years to decide if it's really what I want. I'll love you, no matter what you decide, Charlie promised. How does one turn into a vampire? They have venom. When vampire bites you, if it doesn't kill you, you'll turn. I held out my arm to him. Are those teeth marks? Charlie asked, horrified. Your arm was wrapped in Phoenix. Dr. Cullen said you cut it on glass when you went through the window. He closed his eyes for a minute before looking at me. There was no window, was there? There was glass, but no, I didn't trip and fall through a window. The tracker, James, he told me he kidnapped Mom. I tried to rescue her. He liked to play with his victims. He tossed me around, broke my leg. Edward and the others showed up and he bit me. I think maybe he knew he was going to die and thought by biting me, he would still win. He bit you, Charlie repeated. We both turned at the sound of the growls coming from the kitchen. I knew it was Tanya. But you said if you get bit, you turn. Edward sucked out the venom. It's supposed to be next to impossible to do. He was convinced it was proof he loved me. Well, I like Edward a little more than I did before, Charlie muttered. Damn it. There was a snort from the kitchen. They really can hear everything, can't they? They can. It's rather annoying, but it does come in handy. Carmen came out of the kitchen a few minutes later with 2 plates in her hands. Kate, Irina and Tanya were right behind her. I'm sorry to interrupt, but the food was ready. I hope you like it. It's seafood paella. Thanks, Carmen, Charlie said respectfully. She sat both plates on the coffee table in front of us. Careful, the plates are very hot, she warned. I slid to the floor so I could eat. Charlie took the hot plate and sat it on his lap. It seemed he had no desire to sit on the floor. He looked up from his plate to see the Denali sisters and Carmen standing by the door, unsure if they could join us. You know you can sit, Charlie said. We didn't want to intrude, Tanya said. Come, sit, Charlie said, gesturing to the couches. It's unnerving watching you all hover. Tanya walked over and sat down on the couch beside me. I leaned against her while I ate. How's the food? Carmen asked, anxious. I gave her a thumbs up and signed thank you. This is delicious, Charlie admitted. Carmen beamed. Are you not eating? We don't need to eat, Irina explained. We can eat and do if we need to blend in, but it's not necessary. When we're home, we prefer not to. It's uncomfortable, until the venom has a chance to dissolve the food. Charlie nodded. That's strange. I'm assuming you can drink then. Alcohol or other liquids? Tanya asked. She put her hand on my shoulder. It wasn't possessive in the slightest, it felt like she really only wanted some physical contact. Either way, we can drink. Alcohol doesn't do anything to us though. Believe me, I've tried, Kate muttered from across the room. I snorted. It was no surprise that out of all of them, Kate was the one that tested the limits of alcohol on vampires. Halfway through the meal, I pushed the plate away. Like Esme, Carmen served way too much food for me to eat at once. Charlie didn't appear to have that problem as his plate was empty. That really was great, Carmen, Charlie praised when he finished. He checked his watch. Bells, we should probably get going. You have to work in the morning. I checked my phone and realized he was right. It was approaching 8 and I still needed to shower and try to get a little homework done before going to bed. Let me pack that up for you, Carmen said. She took my plate and headed back to the kitchen. I got off the floor, with Tanya's help. She handed me my whiteboard and marker. Carmen returned a minute later with a glass container filled with my leftover food. She handed a much larger container to Charlie. No doubt the rest of the leftovers. I followed Charlie out of the house. We both realized at the same time that Charlie didn't drive here. We rode with Tanya and Irina. Well, that explained why Tanya followed me out of the house. I'll give you a ride home, Tanya said, laughing as for not realizing. Thanks, Tanya, Charlie said sheepishly. We got in the car, me in the back directly behind Tanya, and Tanya drove away. The car ride was silent but not awkward. It helped that Charlie wasn't particularly talkative to begin with. He seemed to feel guilty for how he treated Tanya earlier. I didn't blame him. I feel bad for how I was treating her as well. Tanya pulled into our driveway. Thanks for the ride, Tanya, Charlie said. He got out of the car and headed toward the door. I couldn't really talk to Tanya right now. It was getting dark and I couldn't see well enough to write. I reached over the center divider and grabbed her arm. Sleep well, Bella, she said softly. I let go of her hand. I grabbed my stuff and headed into the house. It was after 10 by the time I was ready to go to sleep. I had showered and made it through my English and government homework before I decided to give up for the night. I still had tomorrow evening to finish the rest. I closed my eyes and waited for sleep to come, but it never did. An hour later, I rolled over to check the time and groaned. Another sleepless night was in store for me, unless my eyes darted to my phone, charging on my nightstand. I could text her and ask her to come. I know she would want me to. I closed my eyes again and tried to sleep. It was no use. When the clock struck midnight, I got out of bed and opened my window. There were no screens on the windows, so it would be easy for Tanya to slip inside. I wondered if Charlie would install screens once he realized Tanya could sneak in. I went back to my bed and grabbed my phone. Can you come over? I can't sleep. The reply was instant. I'll be there in 5. Thank you. I left my window open for you. Less than 5 minutes later, Tanya appeared in my room. I shifted to one side of the bed and patted the spot next to me, making it clear I wanted her to lay with me. Are you sure? She questioned. I nodded and she climbed onto the bed. Her gold eyes were practically glowing in the moonlight. She must have gone hunting after she dropped me off because they were not that light earlier. Go to sleep, Bella, Tanya muttered. She wrapped her arms around me and pulled me against her body. I'll be right here, for as long as you need me. Tanya turned out to be the best aid for sleep I could ask for. I was asleep within minutes of her holding me. Even though I didn't sleep a lot, when I woke up, I felt okay. Tired but still functional. Morning, Bella, Tanya greeted as soon as she noticed I was awake. My whiteboard was on the bed already. She was good at anticipating my needs. Morning. What time is it? Just before 6, Tanya replied. Did you sleep okay? Best sleep I've had in a while, I admitted. Thank you for coming. With everything that happened yesterday, well, you didn't have to. Tanya shook her head. Yes, I did, she disagreed. You needed me. I will always come if you need me. I laid my head on her chest, over her long dead heart. It was strange never hearing a heartbeat. It was the same with Edward. But with Edward, it didn't bother me that I couldn't feel his heartbeat. He was always so mythical that it made sense. With Tanya, it was different. A part of me hated the lack of heartbeat. It made me feel like she wasn't real, that she wasn't here. It hurt to even imagine. Are you okay, Bella? Tanya asked, concerned. You're upset. Did I do something? I shook my head. You didn't do anything. I was thinking about your heartbeat, or rather, lack of heartbeat. Tanya frowned. Does that bother you? Not in the way you're thinking. It has nothing to do with you being a vampire. Sometimes I think you're going to disappear and then I'll be all alone again. Tanya gently cupped my face. I'm not going anywhere, Bella, she promised. I told you once and I will tell you every day if that's what you need. I will never leave you. I can't leave you. That discomfort you feel when we're far apart, I feel that only it's 10 times worse for me. Why do you cause yourself pain? If you need to be close, why stay away? I do it for you, Tanya said. When we first met, you didn't want to be near me. I wanted to respect that. I still do. Your comfort, your happiness, it will always come first for me. And if I wanted you here. She didn't have a chance to answer as Charlie knocked on my door. Bells, you up? You're going to be late for work. He didn't wait for an answer, knowing one wouldn't come. He pushed the door open and froze at what he saw. What? He couldn't finish whatever it was he wanted to say. His eyes darted between the two of us. His eyes flickered to the blankets that covered us both. I realized then what he was thinking. It did look like we could have been undressed underneath the blankets. I blushed, which certainly did not help our case. It's not what you think, Charlie, Tanya said calmly. She sat up, letting the blanket drop, revealing her in a tank top and yoga pants and me, wearing my normal pajamas. She texted me last night. She couldn't sleep and I make it easier for her. So, I came. I nodded in agreement. How did you get in? Charlie asked suspiciously. I was up until midnight and I never heard the front door. The window, Tanya replied, pointing to the now closed window. Charlie's eyes widened in surprise. We're on the 2nd floor, he muttered. Vampire Charlie, Tanya reminded him gently. There's really nothing that can stop me from getting to Bella if she needs me. Bells, you should probably get ready for work, or you're going to be late, Charlie told me. I could tell he was still uncomfortable. Don't fight. I showed them both the message. Tanya touched my cheek. There will be no fighting, she promised. Go, get ready. I have to leave to get my car. I got out of bed, grabbed my clothes on the desk chair and headed to the bathroom. I didn't want to leave the two of them alone. Charlie was trying to give Tanya the benefit of the doubt, but it wasn't easy for him. I felt the same when I first met Tanya, so I understood where he was coming from. I knew Tanya wouldn't do anything to Charlie. She wouldn't hurt anyone unless they threatened me. But I didn't want to know what would happen if Charlie tried to forbid me from seeing her. It wouldn't work, I knew that much. Tanya couldn't stay away from me any more than I could stay away from her. It would cause us both too much pain. I didn't think Charlie would go that far, but he was also still coping with his newfound knowledge of vampires. I doubted he understood vampire mating any more than I did. I showered quickly. I didn't like the idea of leaving Charlie and Tanya alone together for too long. I knew she was gone long before I saw my empty bedroom. I felt her leave, not long after I got in the shower. Now there was a sense of nothing, until she got close enough for the pull to reestablish itself. I grabbed my things and headed downstairs. Charlie was sitting at the table with a cup of coffee. "How did your talk go?" Charlie frowned. "It was interesting," he said slowly. I raised an eyebrow at him. He shook his head. "Ask her. I'm sure she'll tell you." A few minutes later I felt the pull once again. My hand went to my chest. It was slower than usual, because she was driving. "Does it hurt?" Charlie asked, curious. "No. It's more of a reminder that she's close by. It's comforting when she's close. When she's away, it's like there's something missing. Before I didn't know what it was, but now I do." "I don't like this," Charlie admitted. "It feels like you have no choice in the matter." "I do have a choice, Dad. All Tanya has done since the moment I met her, is give me a choice. If I wanted to be a vampire, she would support it. If I wanted to be human, I know it would hurt her, but still she would support it. For the first time in a while, I'm in charge of my own destiny." "I wish I could have saved you from all of this," Charlie said. "We talked about this, Dad. There's nothing you could have done. Fate has tied me to Tanya. There is nothing that could change that. You know I was thinking about going to college here." "Really?" Charlie asked, surprised. It was obvious he didn't believe I was thinking about college. I nodded. "It was back around the time I started dating Edward, back when I wanted to be a vampire. Even after he left, I was considering college around here. I don't know. I think no matter what you or I did, I was always going to meet Tanya. It was just a matter of time." There was a pause as the bond settled. "She's here, I should go. Have a good day at work," Charlie called as I left the house. "Hello, Bella," Tanya greeted as I got into her car. Her hair was wet. She must have showered when she went home. I signed a hello and settled into the comfortable seat. "What did you talk to Charlie about?" "Nothing bad," Tanya assured me. He asked me to use the front door next time. I believe he wants a warning before finding me in your bed again." I blushed. I know she noticed, but she didn't say anything. "He didn't forbid you from coming over." "I'm sure he was considering it," Tanya said. "But I think he realized it was pointless. Or maybe he realized that forbidding me from coming over would only cause you pain." We pulled in front of the coffee shop a few minutes later. For the first time, I really wasn't looking forward to work. "I'll be back when you're off work," Tanya told me. "Unless you'd rather have Irina drive you home." It was probably smarter to let Irina drive me home. Not only did it make more sense, but it would put distance between Tanya and I. It was painful to think about, but it was safer. The more time I spent with Tanya, the more I got sucked into all of this. At this point, I wondered if it were too late for me. I glanced at Tanya. She sat there patiently, waiting for my response. I should have nodded. I should have agreed to let Irina drive me, but instead, I shook my head, because deep down I knew I wanted to spend time with Tanya. "Okay," Tanya said. She sounded relieved. "I'll be back around 3. If you need me before then, let me know." I got out of her car and headed to the store. As usual, Irina was there and ready. "Good morning, Bella," Irina greeted. I signed a quick hello and went to the back to get my apron. I threw my hair up into a messy bun and decided to make myself a nice latte. "How did you sleep?" Irina asked. I froze, my hand hovering over the machine. She had to have known that Tanya stayed the night with me. Was she suggesting that we did something? Did she know about the sort of kiss? "Tanya mentioned you were having trouble sleeping and that's why she went over," Irina elaborated. I sighed. Of course, Tanya hadn't said anything about that kiss. I felt guilty for thinking so badly about her. I should have known better. I couldn't fall asleep, not until she showed up, I wrote as I waited for my latte. "I don't get why I'm struggling so much. Do you think it's the bond?" "I don't think so," Irina answered slowly. "At least not in the way you're thinking. Do you want my opinion?" I nodded. "I think the very thought of the bond is stressing you out. You're so caught up in what it means for you and for Tanya that you're not letting it be." Her words made a lot more sense than I expected, or liked. "So, what would you do? You're focusing too much on the mating bond," Irina said. "I get why, but you need to remember, you're human. There's no pressure." She paused to study my face. "Is that the problem? Is Tanya pressuring you? I will kick her ass all the way to Canada if she is." "No," I hastily scrawled. I was touched by Irina's defense of me, but it was wholly unnecessary. Tanya has done nothing wrong. She's more patient than I deserve. We'll never forgive the Cullens for abandoning you, Irina said matter-of-factly. I looked away. I didn't have a chance to respond as the morning rush started. I was eternally grateful for that, as I didn't know how to respond to Irina's statement. I knew the Denalis, especially Irina and Tanya, held resentment toward the Cullens, and while it was deserved, there was still a part of me that wanted to defend them. It was several hours before Irina and I caught a break. That break lasted just long enough for me to make myself another latte. Then we were at it again. It was after 2 in the afternoon before I realized I hadn't eaten all day. I grabbed one of the pastries from the display. Irina frowned as she watched me scarf it down. "Is this the first time you've eaten today?" she asked, concerned. I blushed and nodded. I wiped off my hands so I could write. I kind of forgot earlier and then we were too busy. Irina pulled out her phone and dialed a number. She hissed something into the phone before ending the call. "Tanya is bringing you food," she told me. "You didn't have to do that. I would have been fine." Irina didn't like the sound of that. "You need to eat, Bella," Irina said firmly. "I should have realized earlier you needed food. You didn't have to call Tanya and make her bring me food. She could have been busy." "She wasn't," Irina said. "And even if she was, she would have dropped everything for you." "Are you telling me you're not happy you get to see her again?" she asked with a smirk. I ignored her and made my third latte of the shift. I was going to ask Tanya to come over again tonight. Although I slept well, I was now exhausted. Maybe with another good night of sleep I could manage without her again. The door to the shop opened and I braced myself for the work I was about to do again. It wasn't a customer though. I realized at the last second that it was Tanya. My eyes met hers and I couldn't stop the smile. She returned the smile and made her way over to me. "I'm sorry for not making sure you had food this morning," Tanya said. She handed me a bag. "It's carne asada fries, I hope that's okay." I took the bag from her and nodded. Carne asada fries were delicious. "It's not your job to make sure I eat." "Maybe not, but I should have paid attention," Tanya said. She stepped toward me and gently touched my cheek. "You look tired." "Oh, for the love of God," Irina said. I shifted my attention from Tanya to Irina. "I can't deal with whatever this is. Bella, go eat in the staff area, and Tanya, I don't care where you go, but go away." I blushed at being scolded. We weren't doing anything wrong. I went to the staff area and took off my apron. Tanya followed behind me, sitting across from me at the table. Why was Irina so irritated? "She wasn't irritated," Tanya said. "She watched as I opened the styrofoam container. She thinks we were flirting and she thought it was terrible." I took a bite of the fries. They were delicious. It was amazing how Tanya could pick out such good food when she didn't even eat. "We weren't flirting though." "Why would Irina think we were flirting?" "Because my sisters like to be overly involved in my life," Tanya answered. I pushed the fries toward her. "I can't eat this much food. Will you help?" Tanya looked at the fries and sighed. She reached over and grabbed a few. "I knew I should have ordered the half size," she muttered. I snorted. Vampires seem to struggle with the fact that less is more. "I'll learn," Tanya promised. She shifted in her seat. "Will you teach me to cook?" The fries fell out of my hand. "You don't eat. Why would you need to know how to cook?" "I would like to cook for you sometime, if you would let me, but I would rather not poison you," Tanya answered. I was touched by her thoughtfulness. Edward never once offered to cook for me. Instead he made comments about how repulsive food was. Most vampires only made comments on how repulsive food was, except for Esme and Carmen. Irina too, but she worked around food, so I didn't think that really counted. "Bella," Tanya questioned when I didn't respond. "I'll teach you. It won't be easy considering you can't taste the food, but yeah, I'll teach you." Tanya beamed. "Thank you," Tanya said gratefully. "Oh, I have something for you." She removed something from her pocket and passed it over to me. I opened what turned out to be a flyer, advertising a Halloween party in Anchorage. "A party? I was hoping you would consider going with me, I mean us. Kate, Irina and I go every year," Tanya said. "I talked to your father about it and he agreed to let you go and stay the night at my house." I stared at the flyer. It was already Halloween. How did I miss that? It had been a month since they left me and sometimes it felt like it was yesterday. Other times it felt like it had been years since they left. Bella, Tanya called in concern. I looked up and met her eyes. Sorry, I didn't realize it was almost Halloween. It's been over a month since they left and I didn't even realize. Ah, Tanya said in realization. Is there anything I can do? I shook my head. She didn't realize I wasn't as upset as she expected me to be. I'm not upset. Well, not as upset as I expected. I suppose if I was in Forks, I would be much more upset. I don't know. It feels much longer. You're healing, Tanya said. It's okay to move on, Bella. You shouldn't be expected to mourn for them forever. If you don't want to go to the party, it's fine. No, I'll go. It might be fun. I glanced at the flyer again. Is this a club? Frat house actually, Tanya answered. Kate briefly dated the president of the fraternity. I raised an eyebrow at her, wanting an explanation as to how that was a thing. She thought he was cute and good in bed. I choked on my fries. I was better off not knowing that. I would rather not know about any of Kate's conquests in the future. Tanya grinned. What about Irina's past conquests? There are some rather interesting ones, including the king of Tanya, Irina shouted from the front of the shop. No past conquests, from any of you. As you wish, she agreed, grinning at my red face. We didn't talk while I tried to eat all the fries. Tanya would grab a fry here and there but overall left the food for me. The food was delicious but so much. I was already planning on taking it home for Charlie. The door to the staff area opened. I assumed it was Irina and continued to eat. If she needed me she would let me know. Bella, Claire greeted. Tanya. Hello Claire, Tanya said politely. How are you? I'm good, she said awkwardly. I'm sorry, am I interrupting? Not at all, Tanya replied. I was simply bringing Bella some food. Are you hungry? Tanya has no concept of normal portions. Claire sat down at the table with us. I pushed the fries toward her and she took a couple. Thanks Bella, she said. No problem. Eat what you want. I'll go finish out my shift. I grabbed my apron and whiteboard as I headed out of the staff area. Tanya didn't follow me back to the front of the shop. The fact that she stayed back, presumably to talk to Claire, bothered me more than it should. I couldn't dwell on those thoughts as there were several customers in line. Bella, I need a matcha latte with almond milk, a black coffee and an iced chai tea latte with whole milk, Irina called to me. I got straight to work on the drinks. I had gotten good at multitasking so I could easily do all drinks at once. Once I finished a drink, I passed it off to Irina so she could give it to the customer. Thanks Bella, Irina said when the last customer left. It's after 3, are you planning on leaving or do you want to stay longer? I glanced toward the office. I would stay but I have a lot of homework to do still and I've been exhausted. It's okay Bella, you don't have to explain, Irina told me. You've been helping out a lot more than I expected. It's okay to keep your time off. I sighed in relief. I really did have a lot of homework to finish. Tanya came out of the back. Are you ready to go? She asked me. I glanced at Irina and she nodded. Yes, I'm ready. Just let me put my apron back first. I put my apron back in the staff area before following Tanya out of the shop. I climbed into the car and closed my eyes while Tanya drove me home. Bella, Tanya said gently nudging me. We're at your house. I opened my eyes and found we were parked in my driveway. I hadn't realized I fell asleep. I had only planned on resting my eyes on the drive home, not sleeping. Do you want to come in? Do you want me to come in? Tanya countered. I nodded. I was planning on making dinner for Charlie. If you want to learn how to cook, tonight would be a good time to start. Then I would be happy to come in, Tanya said. Charlie's car was here, which meant he was home. When we lived in Forks, Charlie could be found on the couch with a beer watching the game on his days off. While he did still watch the game when he could, he had taken to doing other things. Last week he made a rack for the firewood. He spent half the day cutting logs for firewood in preparation of the cold weather. I think he was thrilled to have a large fireplace to enjoy. Tanya headed inside the house. I could hear banging and cursing coming from the living room. I glanced at Tanya and she had a smile on her face. Well, at least Charlie wasn't doing anything too dangerous. We walked into the living to find Charlie trying to build a bookcase for our movies. He hadn't seen us. He was too busy trying to hold the pieces of wood together with one hand and hammer in the nail with the other hand. Ouch, damn it, Charlie hissed a second later. He managed to hit his finger with the hammer, probably not for the first time. Tanya disappeared from my side just as Charlie dropped the pieces of furniture. He held his thumb up and I could see the blood trickling down. Charlie looked up. Bella, he exclaimed, did you just get here? I nodded just as Tanya reappeared with a first aid kit. Charlie stared at Tanya, his eyes wide. He looked at Tanya and then his bleeding thumb. I'm not going to hurt you, Charlie, Tanya said. Even if you weren't Bella's father. We don't feed on humans, remember? Charlie blushed. Right, he agreed. But still, blood and vampires don't mix well. Tanya snorted. For others perhaps. She sat the first aid kit down and started pulling out what she needed to treat him. I've been alive for a very long time. Human blood has little effect on me. Charlie glanced at me before asking his next question. What about the Cullens? He asked, curious. I decided to make myself comfortable on the couch while Tanya took care of Charlie. I couldn't watch. Blood still made me queasy. No stitches, Tanya muttered. Carlisle is immune to the smell of human blood. It's the only way he could be a doctor. With the exception of Carlisle, they have all killed humans before, however Rosalie is the only one who has never tasted human blood. Charlie frowned and so did I. But you said she killed humans, he muttered. She did, Tanya confirmed. But she didn't feed from them. You would have to ask her if you want more information. It's not my place to tell. Charlie looked to me and I shook my head. I knew nothing about Rosalie, mostly because she hated me. All I knew was Carlisle only turned the others because they were close to death. Right, Charlie muttered, wincing as Tanya wiped the wound with an alcohol pad. It only took a few minutes for Tanya to take care of Charlie. She disappeared when she was done, but I knew she was still close by. Do you want some help with that? Charlie stared at the bookcase like it offended him. Yeah, I could use some help, he admitted. He looked at his bandaged thumb. I'm glad he realized he couldn't do it alone. Tanya and I could easily help him. Tanya returned. Hold the pieces together, Charlie, she instructed. He did what she said. She grabbed the nail and pushed into the wood. Charlie stared at the pieces in amazement. I watched as Charlie and Tanya worked together to build the bookcase. Charlie would hold the pieces together while Tanya nailed or screwed them together with just her fingers. I had to admit, this was entertaining to watch. When they finished, Charlie stared proudly at the surprisingly secure bookshelf. Thanks for your help, Tanya, he said gratefully. What are you guys up to this afternoon? Homework, and I'm teaching Tanya to cook. You want to learn to cook? Charlie asked her in surprise. I want to be able to cook for Bella, Tanya said honestly. Charlie's respect for Tanya just dramatically increased, whether Tanya noticed or not. Okay, Charlie said with a nod. Do you want any help with that? Nah, Bells, Charlie said. Go get your homework done. This is the easy part. I headed to the kitchen to grab a bottle of water before going upstairs to my room. Tanya followed behind. When we got to my room, I grabbed my backpack and dumped the contents onto my bed. I needed to work on my organization or it was going to be too easy for me to get behind in my classes. Tanya took a seat at my desk when she realized I wasn't going to be using it. Once my assignments and notebooks were organized, I flipped through my textbooks. The books I needed were left on the bed while the rest were shoved back into my bag. I dropped my bag over the side of my bed and got to work. Math was first on my list to tackle because I knew it would take the longest to finish. It was also the most annoying and frustrating to do. I had to reread the examples in the textbook several times before attempting the problem. Luckily, the teacher assigned the problems with the answers in the back so I could check if I was doing it right. I checked my answer and growled when I realized I had gotten the problem wrong. I crumpled up the paper and tossed it to the side so I could try again. After the third attempt, I was ready to throw my textbook across the room. I threw the crumpled paper to the floor, but this time it never hit the ground. I looked up and found Tanya unfolding the paper. Would you like some help? Tanya offered. I may not have done high school repeatedly, but I did go to college a few times. Please, I signed to her. Tanya grabbed the chair and dragged it over to the side of the bed. She grabbed the pencil and paper from my hand and began explaining the different problems. It took over an hour for me to get my homework done. But with Tanya explaining everything, it was far easier to finish. I sighed in relief once it was done. My neck was stiff from bending over the piece of paper. I glanced at my alarm clock. It was almost 5 and I would have to start thinking about dinner soon. The only thing I had left to do was my anatomy worksheet, and to study for an upcoming exam in government. The exam wasn't until Thursday though, so I had time. I put my math work away and grabbed the worksheet. Anatomy in high school was largely about memorizing, so it was fairly easy. Just some fill in the blanks and short answer questions. I quickly filled out the sheet before putting everything away. "I'm done," I wrote. I flexed my hand. It was cramping from all of the writing. "I have an exam to study for later, but if I don't get to it tonight it's okay. I can help you study later if you want," Tanya offered. She was always so quick to offer to help me. I felt guilty, but at the same time, who better to help me study for a government exam than someone who has lived through it all? I nodded and she beamed. "Would you like to learn some more sign language before you have to cook?" she questioned. I nodded again and she taught me several more things. It wasn't enough to hold a full conversation, but I now knew the entire alphabet: hello, goodbye, how are you, please and thank you, yes and no, and hungry and thirsty. "Thank you," I signed when we were finished. I frowned. I had more to say but I couldn't sign it. I sighed and grabbed my whiteboard. "For learning sign language and for teaching me." Tanya cupped my cheek. "Of course, Bella," she said softly. "Come on." I can hear Charlie's stomach growling. I laughed and followed Tanya downstairs and to the kitchen. It was strange how well she knew my house, considering she'd only been here a few times. "What are we making, boss?" she asked. I froze. I hadn't even considered what I was making. I knew the fridge was stocked because I went grocery shopping a couple days ago. So, we definitely had food. I just needed to come up with a recipe. "You don't know," Tanya realized with a laugh. I blushed and nodded. I held up my finger to tell her to give me a minute before opening the door to the fridge. I dug around the fridge and found a pack of chicken thighs that needed to be used or frozen. I put them onto the counter and looked around some more. I eyed the soy sauce in the fridge and a plan was formed. I was going to make chicken teriyaki with roasted broccoli and rice. I was even going to do a homemade teriyaki sauce since I had everything I needed. It was simple but it would work out well. I grabbed the head of broccoli and sat it, along with the soy sauce, on the counter. I dug through the cabinets to grab what I needed for the teriyaki sauce. I made sure to grab the rice while I was in the cabinets. Once I had everything I needed, I grabbed my whiteboard so I could let Tanya know what we were doing. "I'm making chicken teriyaki with rice and roasted broccoli." Tanya nodded. "What do you want me to do?" she asked. "Can you debone the chicken?" Tanya stared at the bag of chicken and wrinkled her nose in disgust. "Yes, I can," she said with a sigh. I grabbed her hand before she could walk away. "Does the smell bother you? Like the blood and stuff?" "The meat is unappealing," Tanya confirmed. "The blood, as little as there is, isn't fresh, so it isn't appealing either. If it's bothering you, you can." Tanya grabbed my hand before I could finish writing. "I'm not going anywhere, Bella," she said firmly. "If the smell gets to be too much, I can hold my breath." I had forgotten they could hold their breath. From what I remembered, it wasn't something they enjoyed. While breathing wasn't necessary, it was uncomfortable to be without their senses. I nodded and went back to work. While Tanya prepared the chicken, I got the rice maker out and was making rice. Once the rice was going, I got the broccoli cut up and tossed with spices and olive oil and the teriyaki sauce made. I turned on the oven so it could start preheating. Tanya handed me back the deboned chicken. Instead of taking it back, I put it on the counter and wrote out my next instructions while she washed her hands. "Cover the chicken in the teriyaki sauce. Don't use more than half the sauce. I'll cook the chicken on the stove when you're done." I got my pan out and started to heat it up. When the oven beeped, I put the broccoli in and set the timer. Tanya watched carefully while I cooked the chicken. I saw her eyes flicker to the clock on the microwave. When I flipped the chicken, her eyes would go back to the time. She was checking to see how long it took me to cook the chicken on each side. If you ever cook chicken for someone, make sure there's no pink in the middle. Raw chicken is dangerous for humans. I covered the chicken with the rest of the sauce and let it sit. It was almost cooked. I glanced at Tanya and saw her frowning. "How do I know there's no pink when I'm cooking?" I took the chicken out of the pan and sat it on a plate before I grabbed a hot pad and took the broccoli from the oven. While that stuff cooled down, I dug a meat thermometer from the drawer and handed it to her. Meat thermometer. You stick it into the chicken and it reads the temperature. You want it to be 165 degrees, but it'll continue to cook even after being removed from the stove. So, you can remove it at 160. All meat should rest for a few minutes before cutting it, so it can retain its juices. I quickly plated food for Charlie and I. I offered Tanya a plate, but she shook her head. Since Charlie knows, I don't need to play human here, Tanya explained. I shrugged and put the plates on the table. I'll go get him. Tanya left the kitchen while I poured 2 glasses of milk. I sat them at the table just as Charlie arrived. Smells good, Bells, he said. He took his usual seat. I sat down across from him and we ate in silence. Tanya never came back from the living room. She knew I didn't like to be stared at while I ate. I could hear some noise and it sounded like she took over Charlie's job of putting our movies on the bookshelf. You roped Tanya into helping you. I tapped the table to get Charlie's attention. Charlie swallowed a mouthful of rice before replying. I didn't force her. She volunteered to help. Said you didn't like being watched. She's right. Vampires have a habit at staring at me while I eat. I don't like it. Tanya's not as bad as Edward had been though. Charlie's eyes darkened at the mention of Edward. Sorry, Dad. I shouldn't have brought him up. Because of Tanya I could think about Edward without my chest hurting or flinching. But I didn't stop to think about how Charlie would react to his name. It was an unspoken rule for the longest time that the Cullens were never mentioned, and now all of that had changed. Don't apologize, Charlie said, setting down his fork. You have every right to bring him up. I'll never forgive them for what they did to you and I hope to never see them again, but we can't pretend like they don't exist. They were an important part of your life. After we finished eating I got up to start cleaning up. Leave the dishes, I'll do them tonight, Charlie told her. He glanced at the leftovers on the counter. Anything special I should do with the food? I shook my head. Rice can go in a Ziploc. I'll make fried rice tomorrow night with it. The rest can go in any container you find. Charlie nodded. Right, go on and relax. I know you haven't had much time for that, he said. I gathered my things. Is Tanya, staying again tonight? He asked before I left the room. Yes, I sleep better with her. I figured, he muttered. I'd hoped when we moved the nightmares would go away. He sighed. I won't stop her from being here. The nightmares aren't healthy for you. Just be careful, if you two are doing. I waved my hands to cut him off. We're not doing anything, I wrote. I underlined it several times. There's no relationship, Dad. She's a friend, a good friend. If you say so, Bells, Charlie said. I frowned at him. Go on. You have school tomorrow. I headed upstairs with Tanya right behind me. When we got to my room, I debated between crashing in my bed fully dressed, or going about my nightly routine and getting ready for bed the proper way. I decided on my routine, but only because I would be much more comfortable that way. I grabbed my things and headed to the bathroom. I preferred to shower in the morning, so that was one less thing to worry about tonight. I quickly changed into my pajamas before washing my face and brushing my teeth. I brushed out my hair as I found my hair easier to deal with in the morning. Once I was done, I grabbed my dirty clothes and headed back to my room. Tanya was sitting in my desk chair, flipping through my borrowed copy of Mice and Men. I had checked it out Friday since we were going to start using it in class tomorrow. I meant to start reading it this weekend but didn't have the chance. It was a short book though, so it wouldn't take long for me to finish it. I dumped my dirty clothes into the hamper and climbed onto the bed. It wasn't all that late, but I was exhausted. I set my alarm for the morning and grabbed my book so I could read for a bit. It didn't take long for Tanya to walk over to the other side of the bed and slide in under the covers. You should sleep, Tanya muttered. I can feel how tired you are. I glanced at her face. There was nothing but concern there. I nodded and put my book away. She left the bed long enough to turn off the night. I laid my head against her shoulder and closed my eyes. I stared at my reflection in the mirror and I did not like it at all. It was Halloween and for some reason, that I had forgotten and now regretted, I had allowed Kate to pick out my costume. Irina had picked me up from school. According to her, Tanya wasn't allowed to see me until it was time to go to the party. The shop was closed as Irina and apparently Claire, were going to the party tonight. I asked Claire about it at work yesterday. She said holidays were big for Irina and the family and Claire was always invited. Claire never really went to the events but this year she decided to go. I adjusted the fangs in my mouth. I still can't believe I allowed Kate to dress me up like a vampire for Halloween. I looked nothing like a real vampire. My eyes were still brown and I had fangs and a cape. Kate and Irina thought it was funny. I thought I looked dumb. In the last 2 weeks, I had spent a little more time with Kate. Tanya took me to Kate's garage a few times so I could check the progress of my truck. While it didn't look like she was accomplishing much, other than tearing my truck apart, Kate assured me she was making progress. Though it would still take several more weeks before it was done. I didn't mind as much as I thought I would. I got to spend more time with Tanya. It was because of that extra time that I was now decent at sign language. I could hold full conversations with Tanya and Irina, and Kate when I saw her. Anything I didn't know I could spell out and Tanya could teach me. Once Charlie had realized I was learning, Tanya ended up teaching him as well. He wasn't quite as far in learning as me but he could understand most of what I was saying to him. Tanya was always there to translate the rest. There was a knock at my door and Charlie walked inside. "Bella, are you about ready?" he asked me. Even after these last few weeks, he still hates that I'm supernaturally bound to Tanya. While I wasn't thrilled by it either, I was starting to get used to it. He eyed my outfit. "Vampire, really, Kate?" I signed. Charlie snorted. Kate was the Denali Charlie liked the most. That wasn't to say that he didn't like the others, because he did, even if he didn't want to admit it. Well, not so much Tanya. But Kate, somehow, was different. I think it is because Kate is so relaxed about everything. It allows Charlie a chance to relax as well. "Are you sure you're going to be okay at this party?" Charlie asked. "I know you're 18 but it is a frat party. Tanya, Kate and Irina will be there." I signed slowly so he could understand me. "You know none of them will let anything happen to me." "Yeah, I know," Charlie agreed. "I don't like the thought of you going to a frat party and drinking but I won't stop you, as long as you're careful." "I'll be okay," I assured him. "I don't plan on drinking much or at all." Charlie nodded in approval. I know he didn't approve of the whole frat party aspect of the evening. But he was determined to let me make my own decisions since I was 18. I think there was a part of him that was simply glad I was having fun. There was a knock at the front door and I sighed. They were here. I followed Charlie downstairs. He had the front door open before I made it down the stairs. Tanya sighed when she saw me. She had no idea what my costume was and now that she knew, she didn't seem amused. "That bad?" I signed. Tanya shook her head. "I should have known Kate would do something like this," she said. I studied Tanya's costume. It appeared she was dressed as a fairy. She was wearing a silver dress that was way too short in my opinion. On her back was wings. I could see the straps that held them in place. "You look nice." "Thank you," Tanya said. She held her hand out to me. "Are you ready to go?" I glanced at Charlie before taking her hand. "Have fun, Bella," Charlie said. "And text me when you get back to the Denali's house safely." "I'll make sure you know when she is back safe," Tanya promised. She, like me, knew I would probably be asleep by the time we returned. "Thanks," Charlie said gruffly. Tanya and I left the house. In Kate's car, was Kate and Irina, waiting for us. Kate honked the horn and gestured for us to hurry up. Tanya held the door open so I could get in the backseat. She got in on the other side before I could even shut the door. As Kate started driving, I took a minute to study their costumes. Kate had on a pirate costume, or sexy pirate would be more accurate. Irina was dressed as Wonder Woman, complete with dark hair wig. It seemed they went all out for Halloween and I was pleased all I had to wear was black jeans and a shirt, a cape, fake fangs and a little bit of makeup. "The drive will be about an hour," Irina told me. "We were sure if we should get you food before the party. Frat boys aren't known for being good cooks. They'll most likely have snacks," I signed. "I can eat those and we can stop for food after." "Food after," Tanya told her sisters, as they couldn't see me signing. Kate nodded and drove straight to Anchorage. Claire was meeting us there as she would likely have to leave early to relieve the babysitter. I leaned against Tanya and closed my eyes. I wasn't really tired. Tanya had spent the last 2 weeks with me at night. I originally planned on ending the arrangement after a few days. Not only did I not want to rely on Tanya to sleep, but it wasn't fair to lead her on. But I never managed to tell her to stop coming. Are you tired? Tanya muttered. I shook my head. Comfortable, I signed. Tanya wrapped her arm around me. Bella, what do you think of Tanya's costume? Kate asked. I helped her pick it out. I glanced at Tanya's costume. The dress was very short and with her sitting down it was much more noticeable. Her thighs were barely covered by the frills at the end of the dress. My eyes lingered a bit too long. Tanya nudged me to get my attention. She looks nice, I signed. Irina turned so she could see me. Nice, Irina repeated. So, you checking out Tanya is just nice. Irina, Tanya growled as I blushed. Irina held up her hands. I'm just saying. We went through a lot of effort to dress you up and all Bella can say is that you look nice. You dressed her like that for a frat party, I signed to Irina. Irina looked to Tanya and Tanya shrugged. I'm not helping you out of this. I told you the same thing when you both insisted I wear this. Kate was suspiciously quiet. Either she was talking too quietly for me to hear, or she was afraid to say something and piss off Tanya. My guess was the latter as they were all good about not talking quietly. I could admit, to myself, that Tanya looked good, better than good, in her costume. I liked the dress more than I should, which is why I simply said she looked nice. What I didn't like was the thought of all those frats boys eyeing her like a piece of meat. Of course, if that was what she wanted then I wouldn't stand in her way. She deserved to be happy. An hour later, Kate parallel parked next to a large house with cars all around. We were here. I hadn't felt nervous until this moment. I watched as people made their way to the house. They all looked to be college-aged. It made me realize how much I did not belong here. I was barely legal and a high school student. Before we go in, there's something we need to talk to you about, Irina started. My heart dropped. Was this the part where they decided I wasn't attractive enough to attend the party and they wanted me to stay in the car? They wouldn't be wrong. Bella, Tanya said softly. It's nothing bad, but we do need to talk about your safety. My safety? I hadn't even thought about it. With the three of them there, my safety was the least of my concerns. You can drink if you want, Kate said. But never accept a drink from anyone but us, or wait for one of us to give you the okay to drink it. Why? This is a frat house, Irina reminded me. It doesn't happen often, but it is possible someone will try to roofie you. That's why we want to check your drinks. They can't be smelled, I pointed out. I didn't know much about date rape drugs, but I knew that. By humans, Tanya said. Our senses are stronger so we can smell them. She touched my cheek. I want you to have fun. But I need you to be safe. Please, be careful. Okay, I agreed. It wasn't hard to agree to. I trusted them. All right, let's go, Kate said, getting out of the car. Kate and Irina led the way to the house with Tanya and I walking behind them. There were other people approaching the house at the same time as us. The men were eyeing all three of them, mainly Kate and Tanya since they were showing the most skin, but also Irina. I wasn't getting many looks at all, which I found refreshing. At least this wouldn't be a repeat of my first day at Forks High. The front door swung open when we got there and a guy dressed as a Greek god, Zeus I assumed based on the fake lightning bolt he was holding, was standing on the other side. In his other hand was a cup of something, alcohol most likely. Cape Denali, he exclaimed. He took a sip of his drink. I was wondering if you were gonna show up. His eyes went to the rest of us. And who are these lovely ladies? My sisters, Irina, Tanya and Bella, Kate said, pointing us each out. I froze in shock. Sister. I signed to Tanya. Tanya leaned forward to whisper in my ear. Would you rather Kate tell him the truth? No, I didn't want Kate to tell the truth. But calling Tanya a sister, it was wrong. I don't know what we are, but we were certainly not sisters. It's okay, Tanya said. In an hour or so, everyone will be too drunk to remember. Well, come on in ladies, the frat boy said. I'm Eric. Drinks are in the kitchen. Help yourself. We stepped inside the house and I was surprised by how clean it was. There were cups everywhere. People would set them down, forget about them and go get another one. But the house itself was clean. Something I didn't expect from frat boys. Tanya led me to the kitchen while Kate and Irina went somewhere. The kitchen island was covered in an assortment of chips and dips. The kitchen table was full of various alcohols, most of which I'd never heard of. "Do you want a drink?" Tanya questioned. I frowned at the assortment of drinks. "I don't know anything about." I paused, trying to think of the sign for alcohol. I pointed to the drinks. Tanya demonstrated the sign so I would know for the future. "I can make you something," she offered. Back in the 90s I was a bartender. My eyes widened in surprise. She never told me much about her life. "Why did you stop?" I assumed it had to do with her age. Tanya grabbed a couple bottles and started pouring a drink. "One was the lack of aging," she admitted. "But I also broke one too many hands of men that thought that they could grab my ass." I clenched my fists. Tanya looked up at the intense, sudden emotion coming from me. "It's okay, Bella," she said softly. "It was a while ago and nothing bad happened." She handed me a drink. "Try it. I promise you'll like it." I took a hesitant sip of the drink. It was surprisingly good. I could taste the alcohol, but it wasn't as strong as I expected. I mostly tasted the orange juice and cranberry juice she added. I handed the drink to her so I could sign. "It's good. What's it called?" She handed the drink back and I took another sip. "Sex on the Beach," she answered. I choked on my drink. "Sorry," she said, gently rubbing my back. I glared at her. "I wasn't trying to make you choke, but I wasn't lying." "That's really what it is called. Are all drink names that weird?" "Some of them," Tanya said with a shrug. She handed me back my drink. "Remind me to make you an adios, motherfucker next." She scanned the assorted beers before she grabbed a random one and twisted the top off. I recognized the beer as something Charlie enjoyed drinking, and I knew for a fact a bottle opener was needed to open it. I looked around but no one was paying attention to us. "Come on," she said, putting her hand on my back. "There's usually activities outside." We made our way through the crowd of college students. I grabbed the slider door to open it when I heard someone call my name. I turned and found Claire approaching us. "Claire," Tanya greeted. I studied Claire's appearance. She was dressed as a witch, complete with the hat. It was a modest costume, much like mine. I waved at her. Irina had taught her a few signs, enough for us to communicate more efficiently at work, but it wasn't enough to hold a real conversation. Tanya would have to translate for me. "How are you?" Tanya translated. "I'm good. Have you guys been here long?" "Not long," Tanya answered. "Only 10 minutes." Claire eyed the drink I was holding. I nudged Tanya, pointed to my drink and then tilted my head in Claire's direction. "Would you like a drink, Claire?" Tanya asked politely. I was telling Bella earlier, I used to be a bartender, so I have experience mixing drinks. I made hers. "That would be great, Tanya. Thank you," Claire said gratefully. "Do you have a preference?" Tanya asked. "Not really," Claire replied. "Just no tequila." Tanya headed back to the kitchen while Claire and I moved to the side, out of people's way. "Should I be worried?" I laughed and shook my head. I pointed to my drink and gave her a thumbs up. I took a big sip as I awkwardly waited for Tanya to return. "Tanya taught you sign language, right?" Claire asked. I nodded. "I thought you were maybe born mute. But you didn't know sign language, so that was strange. What happened that made you stop talking?" I froze. I really didn't want to talk about this. Claire was nice and all, but she wouldn't understand. I chugged down the rest of my drink. My throat burned a little. There was a lot more alcohol in the bottom of the cup. Tanya returned with 2 drinks in her hand. The beer she had was lost somewhere. She handed me one and Claire the other. I put my old cup over the new one. I frowned at the sight of the drink. It wasn't the same one. "Adios, motherfucker," Tanya reminded me. I nodded. She turned her attention to Claire. "I made you a rum and coke. I hope that's okay." I sipped my drink. It wasn't bad, but the other one was better. "This is perfect," Claire said, taking the drink. I could tell she wanted to ask me again why I didn't talk, but she didn't. We were headed outside. Tanya told her. "Would you like to join us?" Claire's eyes lit up. "Sure, that would be great," she said. We went outside and I figured out where Kate had gone. She was playing darts with 3 guys. Kate heard us approach and turned. "Bella," she exclaimed. If I didn't know Kate, I would assume she was drunk. "Come play." I glanced at Tanya and Tanya shrugged. I'm sure you can't do that much damage, Tanya joked. I glared at her before marching over to Kate's side. I took the offered dart and studied it. It was metal, which concerned me a bit, but I was committed at this point. I downed my entire drink, ignoring the burning as I chugged. I winced at the taste. It wasn't all that good when you chugged it. I could practically feel Kate's amusement. When I finished, I threw the cup on the ground and willed myself to not throw up. I would not give Kate the satisfaction. I swayed slightly and my eyesight was a bit blurred as I tried to line up my shot. I realized just as I let the dart fly, that I shouldn't be trying to throw darts under the effects of alcohol. Lucky for me, I've always been terrible at anything physical. The dart traveled a few feet more, dropping to the ground. It got nowhere near the dartboard. Kate howled with laughter as I staggered back to Tanya's side. You okay? Tanya asked. I nodded. Can you make another of the first drink? I refused to refer to it by its actual name. Are you sure? Tanya questioned in concern. I nodded. It probably wasn't the best idea to drink more, but I was feeling relaxed and I didn't want that feeling to go away. All right, I'll get you another, but I am getting you some water as well. Tanya turned her attention to Claire. Will you watch her? I don't like the idea of leaving her alone. I watched as Tanya's eyes went to her sister. She may have been speaking to Claire, but she was also speaking to Kate. Of course, Claire said. I'll watch her. Tanya headed back inside while Claire and I hung out outside, watching Kate and some guys play darts. Kate was winning, if there was such a thing in darts, which wasn't a surprise. But I did watch as she purposely missed a few shots in order to seem more human. It also helped that she wasn't drinking while the other guys were already hammered. Several minutes had passed, I guessed, as things were a bit blurry and I couldn't properly check the time, and Tanya still hadn't returned. I knew she was still around. I could feel her in the same general direction as the kitchen. But I couldn't imagine what was taking her so long. It wasn't that I was in a hurry to get my drink, I simply wanted her beside me. I finally decided I had enough and was going to go look for Tanya. I waved at Kate to get her attention since Claire didn't know sign language. I'm going to find Tanya. Kate frowned but nodded. She's going to find Tanya, Kate translated. I'll go with you, Claire offered. I shook my head. Stay here, I'll just be a minute. Claire looked unsure. She'll be fine, Kate told her, though she didn't seem convinced. I had no doubt she would be listening to see if I needed her. I slowly made my way back inside the house in search of Tanya. I followed the bond straight back to the kitchen. I could see now why Tanya had taken so long. She was surrounded by college boys. She handed one a drink before making the next one. I couldn't hear what was being said, but based on the body language of some of the guys, they were definitely hitting on her. I hated it. I hated seeing men surround her. I hated the fact that they were interested in her. It wasn't surprising. She was beautiful and, in her costume, she was even more breathtaking. Plus, she was a vampire. It was in their nature to draw humans in. Still, I hated it. I glared at the boys. She was mine, even if I wasn't ready to admit it. I froze as I thought about it. Was that the problem? Was she looking elsewhere because I didn't want her? Would she hook up with one of these guys just to fulfill that need for intimacy that she wasn't getting from me? The very thought of that made my heart ache in a way it never did with Edward. I thought Edward had broken me, and in a way he did. But it was nothing compared to what I was feeling now. Tanya's eyes snapped up to meet mine. Whatever I was feeling right now, I honestly couldn't say what it was strong enough that it caused a reaction in her. She muttered something to the boys before making her way over to me. Bella, she said when she was standing in front of me. What's going on? You seemed fine, and then all of a sudden I felt despair. I didn't know how to explain it to her. I wished I had my whiteboard so I could write down my thoughts. I doubt it would make much sense, but at least I could form some words. She gently cupped my face. Bella, she whispered. The feel of her hand on my face caused something in me to snap. I grabbed her dress and pulled her closer to me before pressing my lips firmly against hers. I had kissed Tanya once before. It had been an accident that I still couldn't explain. This time it was on purpose, and part of me wondered why I had waited until now to do it. I could taste a hint of the beer she had sipped on her lips. I moved closer to her. My hands left her dress to wrap around the back of her neck. She wasn't kissing me back, and for some reason that wasn't registering in my brain. If I hadn't been drinking I would be embarrassed and panicking, but I was too focused on what I was doing to care. The kiss was over almost as soon as it began. Tanya gently pushed me away. Her eyes were dark, much darker than they were when we got here. I was vaguely aware of the nearby people watching us in stunned silence. "Bella," she said softly. "You don't want me?" I asked her. This was familiar in a way that was making me nauseous. I couldn't really believe that to be true, but I couldn't think of another reason for her to end that kiss. "Bella, of course I want you," Tanya started. "But you're drunk and I'm not entirely convinced you're aware of your actions." She leaned forward to kiss my forehead. "I will not take advantage of you. If, when you're sober, you still want to kiss me, I will be more than happy to participate." I swayed and Tanya grabbed a hold of my arms to hold me steady. "Are you okay?" she asked, concerned. I didn't know the word for sick, so I mimicked vomiting. Tanya nodded in understanding. "Come on, I'll take you to the bathroom," she said. She wrapped an arm around my waist and guided me up the stairs to one of the bathrooms. The bathroom was empty, so Tanya dragged me inside and locked the door behind us. She gently eased me on the floor next to the toilet and slid to the ground beside me. I removed the fangs and put them in my pocket. I did not want vomit all over them. Tanya gently rubbed my back as I leaned over the toilet. "Irina," Tanya said, "bring some water to the bathroom please." Although I didn't hear a reply, I know Irina heard her and was going to follow her request. Sure enough, a few minutes later there was a knock at the door. Tanya got up to unlock the door. I turned my head just as Irina walked in. She handed Tanya the water bottle before leaving again. Tanya locked the door and moved back to my side. "How are you feeling?" Tanya asked as she went back to rubbing my back. I glanced at her and shrugged. "Same." I nodded. She put her hand to my forehead. It felt nice. I assumed she was checking to see if I was sick. She left her hand there for a minute before realizing even if I was sick, her skin was too cold to tell the difference. She went to withdraw her hand, but I grabbed it and held it against my head. "Feels nice," I told her. "Do you want to leave?" Tanya questioned. "I don't want to pull you away from the party," I signed. "I could care less about the party," Tanya said. "The only thing that matters is you." "I want to leave," I admitted. "Food might help with the drinks." "Then we will go," Tanya said. She helped me off the ground. "What about Kate and Irina?" I knew they could easily run home, but I didn't want to force them to. "We'll come back for them when they're ready to leave," Tanya said, not only to me but them as well. They agree. "Okay, can we go now?" The last thing I wanted was to sit on this dirty floor longer than necessary. "Are you going to be okay?" Tanya asked, concerned. I didn't feel as nauseous as before, but my stomach was in knots. "I don't know," I admitted. It was hard to tell if my stomach would rebel as soon as I started moving. "Then we'll wait here for a few," Tanya decided. I moved away from the toilet so I could lay my head against her shoulder. Tanya pressed the bottle of water into my hands. "Drink it," she said gently. "It'll help with the hangover." I pulled away so I could raise an eyebrow at her. "Do you have much experience with that?" Tanya snorted. "Of course not," she said. "But, working in bars, I saw plenty of drunk people. I also heard a lot of people say that water is best. I have some medications at home if you need them later. Or we can stop at the store. I will be okay. Or at least I hoped I would be. I never had alcohol before tonight, so I wasn't sure what to expect." My only wish was to not throw up in front of Tanya, or on Tanya. "How are you feeling?" Tanya asked after a few minutes. "Better," I signed honestly. "The water helps. Are you ready to go?" Tanya asked. I nodded. "Irina put some water bottles in the car for you. We can stop at the gas station for crackers if you need them." Tanya got off the ground and helped me up. "Still good. I'm fine. I want to leave." Tanya helped me out of the bathroom and down the stairs. No one batted an eye at our reappearance. There were so many drunk people that I doubted any of them remembered me kissing Tanya earlier. Claire hadn't found me either, so I assumed Kate had told her I was leaving. Once we were outside of the house, Tanya lifted me into her arms. There was no one around to see her full strength. She adjusted me in her arms so she could open the door to the car. She gently put me inside and buckled me up. Anchorage was a beautiful town. It was dark and I couldn't see much, but what I could see I really enjoyed. I would love to come back another day. It wasn't a large city compared to Phoenix or even Seattle, but it was the largest in the state. There was so much to do here based on the research I had done before moving to Alaska. Tanya had offered to take me to Anchorage back when we first met. I wondered if that offer was still on the table, or if I had managed to ruin everything with that kiss. She pulled into the parking lot of a Denny's. It was likely the only thing still open this late at night. She was out of the car and at my door by the time I got the seatbelt unbuckled. She held out her hand and I took it. "Do you still feel sick?" Tanya asked, concerned. I shook my head. "A little," I frowned. "Lightheaded," I spelled out since I didn't know the word for that. Tanya wrapped her arm around my waist to help keep me steady. We slowly walked to the front of the restaurant. It wasn't that busy when we got there. There were a few groups of people, mostly young adults that appeared to have finished their Halloween plans, much like us. All eyes went to Tanya. With her dressed the way she was, it wasn't surprising. At least they weren't ogling her like those frat boys. Tanya kissed my forehead before leading up to the register where an older woman was waiting. "Table for two," Tanya requested politely. "Right this way," the woman said. She grabbed 2 menus and led us to a booth. Tanya helped me into the booth before sliding in beside me. If the woman was surprised, she didn't say anything. She sat the menus down in front of us. "Can I get you ladies anything to drink?" "Water," Tanya asked me. I nodded. "Water, for both of us," Tanya told her. I scanned the menu in an attempt to find something that was appealing. The pictures of food were making my stomach turn. I closed the menu and pushed it aside. "Are you feeling sick again?" Tanya asked. I nodded. "Would you like help picking something out?" I nodded again. I leaned against her and closed my eyes while she read through the menu. The waitress returned with our waters. I opened my eyes. "Are you ready to order?" She asked us. "She'll have pancakes with scrambled eggs and bacon," Tanya ordered. "And I'll take the chicken and dumpling soup with crackers." She handed back the menus. The woman nodded and wrote everything down. "Anything else I can get you?" "No, that is it," Tanya said. "Can we come back to this town?" I asked her. "Of course, whenever you want," Tanya promised. "Is there something in particular you want to do here?" "Yes, I'll show you what I found later," I told her. There was no way I could sign all the activities I looked up. "Did you enjoy your first college party?" Tanya asked. I finished my water and pushed it aside. Tanya put her untouched water in front of me and took my cup. "Not really," I admitted. "It's really not my thing." Tanya frowned. "Why didn't you say something before the party?" I shrugged. "You guys seemed really excited about it. I didn't want to ruin it." Tanya sighed. "I come to the parties for Kate," she started. "I could care less about hormonal college boys. I could have saved myself all of this." She gestured to her costume. "Sorry." Tanya shook her head. "It's not your fault. Next year we'll do something else. Perhaps a movie and an assortment of food for you." Next year. If Tanya could blush, I'm pretty sure she would be. "It may be too soon to talk about plans for next year," Tanya admitted. "A year for us is nothing, but for you it's considerably longer." The waitress returned with our food. I took one look at it and wrinkled my nose. I leaned my forehead against Tanya's cool shoulder. I didn't want the food. I just wanted the coolness of her body. "You should try to eat," Tanya muttered in my ear. "The eggs should be easy on your stomach and the pancakes should help soak up the alcohol. If that doesn't work, you can drink the soup broth." I reluctantly grabbed the fork and took a tiny bite of the eggs. My stomach felt okay. Not great, but I didn't feel the immediate need to vomit. I ended up finishing them before I even looked at the pancakes. I added some butter but no syrup. I wasn't a huge fan of syrup as that amount of sugar made me jittery. I took a tiny bite of the pancake. It tasted good, or about as good as you could expect from a chain diner, but for some reason I couldn't force myself to eat it. I would rather have more eggs. I shook my head and pushed the plate away. "Is it making you sick?" Tanya asked, moving the plate. "No, but I would rather have." I tapped the finished plate of eggs. Tanya nodded in understanding. She pulled the plate toward herself and pushed the soup to me. "Drink the broth and try to eat the crackers." "I'll order you more eggs," Tanya muttered. I sipped the broth while Tanya waved over the waitress. "Is there anything else I can get you?" she questioned. 2 more orders of eggs, Tanya requested. The woman nodded. I'll be right back to refill your waters, she promised. She left to put in the order for the eggs and a few minutes later returned with a pitcher of water. She refilled the glasses while I continued to sip the broth. It wasn't bad and helped my stomach. I feel better, I told her. Good, Tanya said pleased. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have given you so much alcohol and I shouldn't have given you that second drink. It's not your fault, I didn't have to drink it. Tanya shook her head. It's not that simple, you're my mate, I should have taken better care of you. I took her hand and squeezed it. I let her hand go so I could sign again. Are we going to talk about what happened? Her eyes met mine. Do you want to talk about it? She questioned. Last time, you seemed happy to ignore it. Last time I didn't know why I did it. This time I do. Because you were jealous, Tanya supplied. I know. I felt it, just before the anger. I looked down. It was a stupid reason to kiss her. I knew that, but at the time I couldn't think of another way to let them know she was mine. Bella, you don't have to prove anything, to me or to others. You are my mate, no one appeals to me, other than you. You don't need to claim me in front of other humans. I'm already yours, and only yours. The waitress returned with my eggs. I took a few bites, trying to get my thoughts together. I'm sorry. Tanya shook her head and opened her mouth, probably to tell me, yet again, that I didn't have to apologize. Let me finish, please. Tanya nodded. I wish I could write this down because I feel like I'm going to mess it up. If you wish, we could continue this at home, Tanya suggested. That way you have a chance to write it down. I thought about it. On the one hand, I wanted to have this conversation. Tanya deserved to have this conversation. But on the other hand, I wasn't an expert at signing and there were probably many things that wouldn't translate properly. Okay, later. Tanya's phone buzzed. That's Irina, she said. They're done, Tanya said, showing me the message. I glanced at the time. It was a little after 11. It seemed rather early for a vampire to give up. It's a bit early, Tanya laughed. They never stay late. Once the frats boys are too drunk, they tend to leave. Otherwise they continuously hit on us. Claire went home too, so there was no reason to stay. She glanced at my half-eaten eggs. Are you still eating? I shook my head and pushed it away. Do you want to take it with you? She asked as she waved the waitress over. No, I just want to go. Tanya didn't bother asking for the check. She simply handed the woman a $100 bill and told her to keep the change. The woman's eyes widened in surprise and she was still muttering thanks to Tanya as we walked out of the diner. I tried to get into the back of the car but Tanya wouldn't allow it. Something about if Kate and Irina had a problem with it then they could run home. We pulled up in front of the house and a couple minutes later Kate and Irina walked out. They got into the back seat without a word and Tanya drove away. So, how was your night? Kate asked me. I turned and found her grinning. Well, no need to ask if she saw what happened. Katrina, Tanya growled. Kate held up her hands. Hey, I wasn't the one that decided to claim a vampire in front of the entire fraternity, Kate protested. Tanya's hands tightened on the steering wheel. I reached over to take her hand. She relaxed as soon as my hand touched hers. You should rest, she told me. We've still got a bit of a drive to go. I let go of her hand so I could get comfortable, or as comfortable as you can get in a car, and closed my eyes. I knew we were almost to the house when I heard the crunching of gravel underneath the tires. It startled me awake. I rolled my neck and winced at the pain. I must have slept in the same position the entire drive. Tanya stopped the car. Irina and Kate got out, said something to Tanya, and took off running toward the woods. They went hunting, Tanya informed me when she opened the passenger side door. I nodded. I expected as much. I took her offered hand and got out of the car. You look tired, she commented. Would you like me to carry you? Considering I had already broken every one of my carefully constructed rules, I decided I had nothing to lose by agreeing. I nodded again and she gently lifted me into her arms. I laid my head on her chest as she carried me through the house and upstairs to her bedroom. She sat me on her bed and moved to her dresser. She dug out 2 pairs of clothes, one she handed to me and the other she put on the desk. We're close to the same size so those should fit. If not, I can get you something of Irina's. I shook my head. Even if Tanya's clothes didn't fit, I would rather wear hers than Irina's. I stood up and looked around. The bathroom is through there, Tanya said, pointing to the door next to the dresser. Top left drawer you will find a toothbrush, toothpaste and anything else you might need. I quickly changed into Tanya's clothes. The pants were a bit short but the top fit perfectly. I dug through the drawers and grabbed a toothbrush, toothpaste, brush, deodorant and some face wash. I found a washcloth in the cabinet. I washed the makeup off my face. It took a bit more work than I expected but I felt better once it was gone. I ran the brush through my hair and then quickly brushed my teeth. I threw on some deodorant before I left the bathroom. Tanya changed while I was in the bathroom. She was wearing pants and an oversized t-shirt that said University of Alaska. She was lying in bed, a book in her hand. There was a pen and notebook on the bed next to her, ready for me to voice my thoughts. I got you some water and painkillers, she said. She didn't look up from her book as she gestured to the nightstand on what would be my side of the bed. She finished whatever she was reading before closing the book and setting it aside. Thank you, I signed. I brought you a notebook and pen, she said. Not to rush you, I just thought it might be easier for you to voice your thoughts. I went over to the bed and grabbed the notebook and pen. I stared at the notebook as if I thought the words would magically appear. I didn't even have a chance to write anything before I was sound asleep. The bright light woke me the next morning. I wasn't sure what time it was but I assumed it was late considering how bright it was. My head was pounding and I was feeling a little nauseous but not as bad as last night. My heart sank. Last night, the party, the kiss. I remembered everything and I couldn't believe I did that. I've never done something so bold before. I thought back to the kiss. I realized now how one-sided it was, which made sense because Tanya hadn't wanted to take advantage of the situation. She had mentioned that if I wanted to do it again, now that I was sober, she would be happy to participate. Did I want to kiss her again? If I was being honest with myself then yes, I did want to kiss her again. Whether or not I would admit that to Tanya, I wasn't sure. I frowned at the thought of Tanya. I opened my eyes, groaning when the light hurt my head, and looked around. Somehow, I just realized that she wasn't here. She wasn't in the house at all. I couldn't feel her at all, which meant she was several miles away. I wondered how long ago she left. I didn't recall waking up in the middle of the night or ever noticing she was gone. I looked around the room and found a note on the nightstand, next to the water and pills she left for me. Bella, it read, I had to leave to hunt. I also wanted to give you some time to yourself so you could consider what we talked about last night without my interference. If you don't remember what we talked about, you can simply disregard this message or ask me about it if you want to know. The others are around if you need them, or me. I'll be back as soon as I can. Tanya, P.S. Take the pills and drink some water. It will help. I'll bring you food when I return. I hadn't considered that she would need to hunt. It had never really been an issue for us. She usually hunted when we were separated so it didn't affect me. I imagine being surrounded by the humans at the party had made it more difficult for all of them. I decided to take her advice and took 2 ibuprofen and downed half of the water. I laid back down and closed my eyes, waiting for the medication to kick in. It wouldn't be instant, despite my hope. I would love to go back to sleep but I owed it to Tanya to follow through and express my feelings. So, I opened my eyes again and grabbed the pen and paper beside me. It turned out expressing my feelings was a lot more difficult than I expected. I knew what I wanted to say. I simply could not figure how to phrase it. This one letter would change everything for me and for Tanya. It had to be perfect. Tanya, I wrote, I always considered myself good with words but now, staring at this piece of paper, I find it difficult to express myself. For you to truly understand where I am at now, I have to go back to last year. When I met Edward, I had no idea what he was. I was entranced by him though he frustrated me. We grew close and eventually fell in love. I was ready to give up everything for him in order to be a part of his family. I wanted to turn, almost as soon as I learned he was a vampire. He didn't want me to turn. He said I didn't know what I was asking for. He was right, even if I didn't believe it then. Falling in love with him was quick and intense. It consumed me. I chose him over everyone, even my own father. I realize now, it wasn't healthy. It wasn't right for me. Whatever my future holds, it has to include my father. I know you probably don't want to hear about this, to hear about how much I loved him, but it's important for you to know. I told you about the day Edward left. But what I didn't tell you was that I tried to follow him when he ran, but I got lost in the woods. I gave up. It was like nothing mattered anymore. I laid down on the forest floor and waited for it to end. I didn't want to die. I don't want to die. I wanted the pain to end. When Charlie told me we're moving to Alaska, I wanted to fight with him. I wanted to refuse to go in case they came back. But I didn't because I knew it wouldn't matter. Charlie is as stubborn as I am. My only option was to go with him or go to Florida with my mother, and I choose Charlie. I promised myself when I came here that there would be no more vampires. I figured it would be easy enough promise to keep as I went through my first 17 year without ever meeting a vampire. But then I met Irina. I told myself it was okay. She was my boss and it would be minimal interaction. Then you showed up to that party and I realized the tugging I had felt had led straight to you. I tried so hard to keep my distance, even after you told me about the mate bond. I wanted to fight it. I tried to fight it. I owed it to Charlie to resist. I wasn't good at it. But I find now that I cannot fight it any longer. I don't want to love you because I'm terrified of being hurt again. I know you say you would never hurt me, that you would never leave me. But he promised me the same thing and he broke that promise. I wouldn't survive if that happened again, especially not from you. I once told you I didn't love you. At the time it was true. I didn't love you then, but I think I've been falling for you ever since. I didn't realize it was happening until it was too late. Now that I know, now that I've really considered my own feelings, I think it was inevitable. No, I know it was inevitable. I think that's why I fought it so much. I wanted the choice. Irina said something interesting not long after you and I met. She said Edward was my first love but you were intended to be my last, and sometimes that takes longer. I think that's why I didn't realize what was happening. Everything with Edward was so fast, but with you it was slower, so slow I didn't realize it was happening. Nor was I able to fight it. I remember everything about last night. I remember seeing those college boys flirt with you and you were right. I was jealous. It wasn't rational. I knew deep down that you wouldn't go for them. But I couldn't help but think how much easier it would be for you if you had a less complicated mate. The more I watched them, the angrier I got. All I could think about was how you were mine. I knew exactly what I was doing. Yes, I was drunk, but I wanted to kiss you. I wanted everyone to know that you were mine. I'll be honest, if I was sober, I probably wouldn't have kissed you in front of everyone, but I have no doubt I still would have kissed you. I wanted you to know that. You deserved to know that. I promised you I would give you a real chance. When I said that, I did mean it, but looking back, I see that I may not have meant it. I haven't given you a real chance. But I think I'm ready now, truly ready, to try and see where things go with us. I can't say it will be perfect and I'm still terrified, but I want to try. I need to try, if you'll still take me. Love, Bella. I read through the letter twice in order to make sure I was satisfied with the results. I thought I would be embarrassed, but instead I felt nothing but relief. I was glad I could lay it all out in the open. The fact that I told her I was ready to attempt some type of relationship with her surprised even myself. I was willing to try, but I wasn't sure if I was truly ready for a relationship so soon after Edward. I felt the only way I would really know for sure was if I tried. There was a knock at the door that pulled me from my thoughts. I looked up. I knew it was Tanya. I had felt the tugging as she got closer and closer. I had simply ignored it in favor of finishing the letter. Bella, Tanya called, opening the door slightly so she could look at me. Can I come in? I nodded and waved her inside. It was weird that she was asking permission to come inside her own room. Tanya walked inside carrying a plate of food. Carmen made you breakfast, she explained. She sat the plate of scrambled eggs and toast on the nightstand next to me. She figured something light would be good for you. How are you feeling? I'm okay. A little nauseous and a headache, but I took the pills. Tanya nodded. That's good, she said. This hesitation with her was strange. It was as if she didn't know how to react around me. I didn't like it. I liked her confidence. In a way, it boosted my own confidence. I called Charlie last night. He wasn't happy about the drinking, but he was happy you had fun. He asked that you text him sometime today. I glanced at my phone on the nightstand. I wanted to text Charlie now, to assure him I was alright, but I knew that would turn into a rather lengthy conversation. I'll text him later. I handed her the letter. I finished. I'm going to. I pointed to the restroom and got out of the bed and headed to the bathroom. I really didn't want to be in the room while Tanya read. While Tanya read the letter, I decided to freshen up a bit. I washed my face and brushed out my hair. I would have loved to take a shower, but I didn't have any of my clothes here to change into. I don't know how long I stayed in the bathroom. I wanted to give Tanya plenty of time to read and process my letter. She wouldn't need more than a few minutes, so I assumed it was safe for me to leave. Tanya was standing in the same position I left her in. My letter was still in her hand. Tanya looked up when I walked back into the room. I made my way over to the desk where the plate of food that Carmen made for me. It wasn't a gourmet meal, just some eggs and toast with butter, but it was perfect. Bella, Tanya started. I looked up from the plate. We have a lot to discuss. She paused when she saw the piece of toast in my hand. She shook her head. It can wait until you eat, she amended. She sat quietly on the bed while I ate. She didn't watch me. Instead, she flipped through a magazine. I wasn't convinced she was actually reading it. It was more likely she was pretending to keep herself busy while I ate. Once I finished, I put my fork down and went back to the bed to sit beside Tanya. You said you wanted to try, to see if there is a future for us, Tanya started. I nodded. What I'm wondering, is if you've considered what that means. I frowned, not entirely sure what she was getting at. I thought so. That does make this a bit easier. Bella, would you consider going on a date with me? What would a date with you look like? I was going to say yes. I had already told her I would. But I did want to know her expectations before I committed so I could be prepared. Well, you mentioned last night you wanted to see Anchorage, Tanya started. We could spend the day there. I would pay for lunch, or dinner, whichever you prefer. We could also walk around the shops. It was a simple date night idea. I honestly expected something extravagant like Edward would. I shook my head. I needed to stop comparing Tanya to Edward. They weren't the same. Other than the vampire thing, they weren't all that similar. We could do something else, Tanya said when she noticed me shaking my head. No, I signed quickly. It wasn't you, I was just thinking. That sounds like a perfect first date. I frowned. Charlie, are you worried about him being upset about our date? Tanya questioned. A little, I admitted. I knew Charlie wasn't thrilled about the idea of us together. But Charlie knew it was going to happen eventually. He'd be more upset by how soon it was happening. Your father loves you, Tanya said gently. She slowly walked over to the bed and sat down beside me. He's worried about losing you, and after everything I don't blame him. It'll take time for him to really see the differences between us and the Cullens, and for him to realize we're not trying to steal you away. I don't think he'll ever be okay with this. Tanya shook her head. I don't believe that, she disagreed. All Charlie wants is for you to be happy. If he sees you happy, if I make you happy, I don't think he'll fight it. I leaned against her and she wrapped an arm around me. We can take this as slow as you want, Tanya said softly. If I ever move too fast, I want you to tell me. I nodded against her. Are the others still here? Carmen is in the kitchen, Tanya replied. Kate and Irina went on a hunting trip and Eliezer is in his study. I thought you were. I didn't know how to sign hunting, but luckily Tanya understood what I meant. I went local, Tanya explained. They prefer to go farther away. We sat quietly for a few minutes. You should text your father. He'll worry. I grabbed my phone and sent a quick text to Charlie. Hi Dad, we made it safely last night. I had fun and I'm safe. Charlie's response was instant. I'm glad you had fun, Bells. Do you know what time you will be home? Not yet. I really hoped he didn't ask me to go home early. No rush, Bells, just be home for dinner. There's something I want to talk to you about. I didn't respond to his message. Instead, I put my phone back on the nightstand. He said to be home by dinner, I signed. Do you know what he wants to talk about? I do not, Tanya said. He didn't mention anything to me either when I talked to him. I wouldn't worry about it right now. If it was an emergency he would have said something. I nodded. She was right. It was very unlikely this was an emergency. Was there anything you wanted to do today? I thought about it. Only one thing came to mind. Shower. I told her. Tanya laughed. You're welcome to shower here. I could run to your house and get you some of your clothes if you want, she offered. Or, if you're comfortable wearing my clothes again. I'm okay with your clothes. I like wearing your clothes. They smell like you. Tanya grinned, but she didn't say anything. She got off the bed and pulled me with her. She went straight to her dresser where she dug out a pair of yoga pants and a long-sleeve t-shirt. She handed them to me before going to her closet and pulling out what looked like a gift basket. I made this for you, she said, embarrassed. It's not much. Just some basic things I knew you would need if you ever stayed here. If you prefer different shampoo or anything, let me know. I looked inside the basket and found a bottle of shampoo and conditioner, the same strawberry kind I used, a loofah, body wash, floss and mouthwash to go with the toothbrush and toothpaste she gave me last night. There were also other things like lotion and deodorant and, to my embarrassment, undergarments. Is it too much? Tanya asked, nervous. I took the basket from her and sat it on the dresser, along with the clothes, before hugging her. No, it's perfect, I signed when I released her. Thank you. Go, shower, Tanya said. I'll be here when you finish. I grabbed the basket and clothes and headed into the bathroom. I dug through the cabinet for a towel before stripping off my clothes and setting them aside. I turned on the water and spent a few minutes fiddling with the temperature before it was just right. I put everything I needed into the shower. I stepped under the warm water and instantly melted. All the tension I didn't realize I had was gone. I quickly washed and conditioned my hair. I felt so much more awake and so much cleaner now. I quickly finished up and shut the water off. I could hear soft music coming from Tanya's room. It made me wonder what she was doing in there. I dried off and wrapped the towel around my hair before getting dressed. Tanya had the most comfortable clothes, which probably meant they were expensive. I gathered my clothes and left the bathroom. The gift basket was left in the bathroom for the time being. Tanya had changed while I was in the shower. She was wearing another pair of yoga pants and a tank top that didn't really fit in with the cold weather. Tanya looked up. You look better, she noted. I sat the clothes on the dresser. I feel much better, I signed. That's good, Tanya said, sitting up. She eyed the clothes sitting on her dresser. You can put those in my hamper. I'll wash them next time I do laundry. I didn't argue with her. It would be pointless anyway. Despite feeling much better after my shower, I was still very tired. Are you okay? Tanya asked. She was right in front of me, reaching out and touching my cheek. I didn't even hear her move. I nodded. Tired. Tanya dragged me back to her bed. Take a nap with me, she requested. I settled into her arms and closed my eyes. I woke up a few hours later feeling much better. Not only was the last bit of nausea gone, but it felt like a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. Despite everything that happened since they left, I was happy and nothing could ruin that. I shifted on the bed. Tanya's arms were around me. She loosened her hold when I moved. I sighed and sat up. Did you sleep okay? Tanya asked. She handed me a bottle of water. I took the lid off and downed half the water before nodding. What time is it? It's only 10, Tanya assured me. You slept for 2 hours. Did anything happen? No, everything is fine, Tanya promised. Kate and Irina are back. They ran by your house to check on Charlie. They didn't see anything wrong, so they came back. It was a relief to know there was nothing wrong with Charlie. Are you hungry? Tanya asked. I didn't have time to answer as my stomach growled seconds later. Tanya laughed. I guess so. Is there anything in particular you want? Carmen is happy to cook. She's from Spain, right? I had to spell Spain since I didn't know the word for it. It wasn't a big deal though. If I didn't know a word, Tanya would usually learn it and teach me. She is, Tanya confirmed. Can she make something? I frowned, trying to think of a word. You want a traditional meal? Tanya questioned. I nodded. She would be more than happy to do that. Can you thank her for me? She nodded and muttered a thanks under her breath. She said you're welcome. She also said it will take a while and wants to know if you would like a snack. Yes please, I signed. We headed downstairs. Tanya stayed close to me in case I fell over. It wasn't necessary since I felt fine now, but I appreciated it all the same. It was nice having someone worried about me like this. Bella, Carmen exclaimed, I have some fruit for you. Is that okay? I nodded and Carmen ran off to the kitchen. Tanya led me to the dining room. By the time we got here, there was a bowl of fresh fruit on the table waiting for me, along with a glass of water. Is there anything else you need? Carmen asked. Coffee. I'll get it, Tanya said. She kissed my cheek and headed to the kitchen. Do you mind if I sit with you? Carmen asked. I shook my head. I liked Carmen, even though I hadn't spent time with her. That was something that needed to change. I had avoided Carmen and Eliezer because I didn't want to get close to them. I no longer desired to avoid the Denali coven. I wanted to thank you, Bella, Carmen said. I took a bite of the strawberry and put my fork down. I wasn't sure what she was trying to thank me for. I don't understand, I signed. I know you wanted nothing to do with vampires, Carmen started. But I'm so grateful you gave her a chance. She's been alone for so long. I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. This was starting to get too close to the conversation I had with Esme. Carmen watched me shift. I'm sorry, Bella. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. I wanted to deny it but I couldn't. Esme said something similar, I explained. Carmen nodded in understanding. I'm sorry, she said again. May I ask, what made you change your mind? It took me time to realize Tanya is not like Edward, I admitted. I can't go through that kind of abandonment again. It would break me more than I was already broken. I don't think you're broken, Bella, Carmen said gently. You've been through a lot and you're still here. I think that makes you strong. I didn't agree with her but I didn't say anything. There was no point, as I knew she wouldn't back down. Vampires were stubborn. Carmen turned toward the kitchen and seconds later Tanya walked about with a steaming cup of coffee. Is there enough creamer? She asked concerned. I peered into the coffee cup. It looked a little darker than normal but I wasn't going to complain after all the effort she put into making the coffee for me. It's perfect, I signed. I sat down and sipped the coffee. It was much better, and probably much more expensive, than the coffee Charlie and I bought. Carmen stood up. I'll get back to work on your paella, Carmen said. Bella, let me know if you need anything. I nodded and waved at her. I went back to my fruit while I waited for the coffee to cool down just a bit. It'll be a couple of hours before your food is ready, Tanya said, taking a seat next to me. Is there anything you would like to do until then? The bookstore, I signed. It was the one thing since moving here that I wanted to do but I hadn't had a chance yet. There's no bookstore in town, Tanya said sadly. We would have to go to Anchorage. I sighed. A trip to Anchorage would take hours, even with Tanya's driving. I would more than happy to take you tomorrow though, if your father allows it. I'm 18, I reminded her. You live with your father, Tanya countered. He barely likes me as it is. I won't do anything to upset that fragile trust he has in me. That made me all warm and fuzzy inside. She had more consideration for Charlie than the Cullens. I would never forget when James showed up in that clearing and they wanted me to run without telling Charlie anything. Okay, I agreed. I'll talk to him when I get home. Is there anything else you would want to do? Tanya questioned, still determined to have me do something. I sighed. I need winter clothes, I confessed. It's starting to get cold and my stuff isn't good enough. There's a decent clothing store in town. They should have what you need, Tanya said. Do you need a jacket or do you need other things as well? A warm coat would be nice and some long-sleeve shirts, I signed. I did some research before we moved and I think thermal shirts and pants would be helpful. Tanya nodded. We can do that, she said. She hesitated. I don't mean to be pushy, but do you have the money to buy what you need or would you like some assistance? I blushed in embarrassment. I appreciated her asking but I was embarrassed by the reminder that I didn't have much money. I thought about my meager bank account. With my truck being worked on I was saving quite a bit of money on gas. I wasn't sure if I could afford a full wardrobe but I imagine I could cover most of one. I don't know, I signed. I might be able to cover it all. Okay, Tanya said. I won't offer you money as I know you won't like that but I want you to be able to get everything you need. So, if it turns out you need some, please just ask. I nodded in agreement. If it wasn't so important I would have said no. But winters in Alaska are no joke and I need to be prepared. I refused to ask Charlie for money. I would empty my account if needed but I would not ask for money from Charlie. As much as I don't want to, I would accept money from Tanya because I know she would never force it. I reached for my now empty plate of fruit but it was gone before I could. Tanya disappeared into the kitchen and returned seconds later. Carmen said she would let us know when her paella was ready. It should be an hour or two, depending on if she needs to run to the store. Will that be enough time? With you driving, probably. Tanya glared at me and I rolled my eyes. I'll focus on a coat and if we need to go back, we can. I'm going to go shower really quick. Tanya nodded. Take your time. I'll wait for you in the living room. I headed upstairs to Tanya's room so I could shower. I grabbed some clothes, Tanya's again because they were comfortable. If it bothered Tanya that I wore her clothes, she didn't say anything. I doubt she would either. She seemed to enjoy having me wear her things. It probably had something to do with me wearing her scent. I showered as quickly as possible, which was difficult because the shower was so nice. I was pretty sure they upgraded the shower at some point. It looked far too expensive for the average family to have in their home but completely normal for a rich vampire family. It took only 15 minutes for me to be completely ready. I knew we had a limited amount of time so I made sure to be quick. Once I was ready, I headed downstairs to the living room where Tanya was waiting. Are you ready? Tanya asked when I walked into the living room. I nodded. Let's go. I talked to Carmen. We have 2 hours before we're expected back. Do you think that will be enough time? I shrugged. I'm not big on shopping so I'm usually pretty quick. I followed Tanya out of the house to her car. If needed we can go out again after you eat. Or I can get what you need for you if you don't want to shop. The drive only took a couple of minutes since we didn't have to leave town. I wondered why I hadn't seen this department store before, until I realized we were driving in the opposite direction of the coffee shop in town square. The department store was off the highway, just inside of town. Tanya pulled into parking lot of the store. She turned the car off and reached into the backseat and pulled out a jacket. She handed it to me. It's a little cold but it's better than nothing, she said. The coldness of the jacket didn't bother me. It would warm up soon enough. The jacket smelled like Tanya and that was the most important thing. Tanya led me through the store to the coat section. It was a large section, which made sense since this was Alaska. Shopping with Tanya was interesting. I hadn't told her what I was looking for but based on the 2 options she showed me, she seemed to understand what I wanted. I immediately dismissed her first choice. I didn't look at the price. I was trying not to base my decisions on money but instead focus on what I wanted. What about this one? Tanya asked holding up a wool coat. It was black so it would go with anything. It was a bit long, going down to my thigh. It looked nice and warm. I took off Tanya's jacket and handed it to her, taking the wool coat in the process. I tried it on. It was just as warm as it looked. Do you like it? Tanya questioned. I nodded. It was perfect. I took it off and checked the tag. I winced at the $200 price tag. Do you still want it? Tanya asked after seeing my reaction to the price. Yes, I signed. I do love it. It should last for several years, Tanya commented. Is it too much? I don't know. I signed. I thought back to the last time I checked my bank account, which was right around the time we moved. I had a decent amount of money from working at Newton's before we moved. We'd been in Alaska for almost 2 months and I've had several paychecks since then. I'll be good. Not having my truck is actually helpful. I'll drive you around as long as you want, Tanya promised. We headed to the winter accessories next. I picked out a matching set of gloves, a beanie and a scarf. I already had a couple pairs of gloves but it was Alaska. I needed more. The last stop was to get thermals. Even in Forks I had never needed the thermals, although there were times I wish I had them. I touched Tanya's arm. She was looking through the selection for my size. How much time do we have? Tanya checked the time. About 20 minutes, she replied. I nodded. That would be plenty of time to finish shopping. I had picked out 2 thermal shirts and was scanning through the pants trying to decide if I actually needed them, when I heard someone call Tanya's name. I turned around and saw a woman approaching us. It didn't dawn on me who she was until Tanya said her name. April, Tanya greeted. April, the woman that had a thing for Tanya. The same woman that invited Tanya to the party we met at. I stepped closer to Tanya. April didn't look angry but I can't imagine her being happy that I'm here with her crush. April's eyes went to me. Bella right? She questioned. I nodded. She turned her attention back to Tanya. It's good to see you Tanya. It's nice to see you too, Tanya said politely. April noticed my hand on Tanya's arm. Oh, I see, she said. I watched as her face fell. She seemed to realize she had no chance with Tanya now. Does your father know? I released Tanya's arm. I'm 18, I signed, knowing exactly what she was getting at. She's 18, Tanya translated. She sighed. I should apologize to you, April. I knew you were interested, and while I never encouraged, I never made it clear I wasn't interested. So, I'm sorry. April nodded. Thank you. It's not all on you. I could tell you weren't interested. I shouldn't have continued to try. I hope you two are happy together. She checked the time. I should go. I have to head to the station soon. Goodbye, April, Tanya said. April walked away, leaving Tanya and I alone again. Are you okay? Tanya questioned. Yes. I'm glad she'll leave you alone now. Tanya kissed the back of my hand. I'm glad too, she said. She checked the time. We need to get going. After paying for everything, we headed back to the Denali house where Carmen was waiting with lunch. My things were left in Tanya's car since she would be driving me home later. The smell of the paella was incredible. I'd never had it before, and smelling it now made me realize I was really missing out. Tanya wrinkled her nose as we stepped inside. Does this smell good to you? She asked me. I nodded as Carmen yelled at Tanya for being rude. I glanced at Tanya and had to stop myself from laughing. She looked like she would be blushing if she could. I followed Tanya to the dining room. Bella, Carmen exclaimed. Lunch is ready. Are you hungry? Starving, I signed. Carmen frowned. I'm sorry. I should have fed you more than just fruit before you left. I shook my head. It's okay. It means I can eat more of this. I can't wait to try it. Carmen beams. Sit, she said, gently pushing me toward the chair. I'll bring your food. What would you like to drink? We have milk, water, soda, juice, lemonade. Lemonade, I requested. Carmen left the dining room to go get the food and drink. I frowned. I could have gotten my own drink. Tanya laughed. She likes to take care of people, Tanya said, taking a seat next to me. Carmen returned with a plate full of food in one hand and a glass of lemonade in another. She sat the plate down in front of me and left. She didn't have to leave. She didn't want to stare at you while you ate, Tanya explained. I nodded in understanding. I did appreciate it. I took a bite of the paella and groaned. This was delicious. Good? Tanya asked. I looked up and her eyes were slightly darker. I blushed when I realized that the noise I had made had affected her. Some of the best food I've ever eaten, I signed. She approves, Carmen, Tanya said. She didn't raise her voice, but I knew Carmen heard her. Carmen appeared seconds later. You like it? She asked excitedly. I wasn't sure if she didn't believe Tanya, or if she wanted to hear it directly from me. If I had to guess, I would say the latter. I love it, I told her. Carmen beamed. I'm glad. I'll pack up the leftovers for you to take home. Oh, do you think Charlie will like it? She asked, worried. I'm not sure, I admitted. He was open to trying new foods though. Is there anything in particular he likes? Carmen asked. Steak and potatoes. He can eat it for every meal, I answered. Perhaps we'll have Charlie over for dinner one night, Carmen said thoughtfully. Carmen, you'll never guess who we saw at the store, Tanya said. She squeezed my thigh under the table. She was distracting Carmen so I could eat in peace. Who? Carmen questioned. She sat down beside Tanya. Her attention was now fully on Tanya instead of me. April, Tanya replied. She happened to be at the store while we were there. Seeing me with Bella, she finally realized I wasn't interested in her. You forgot the part was she was tempted to have you arrested, I signed with some difficulty. I ended up having to spell arrested. Carmen raised an eyebrow at Tanya. Because Bella is still in high school, she assumed she was underage. A valid, yet unnecessary concern. Does age matter to vampires? I asked them. When it comes to our mates, no, Tanya replied. Vampires like us, and the Cullens, tend to respect human laws a bit more. For instance, if you were a few years younger, I never would have pursued you. Befriended you, yes. Protected you, definitely, but I wouldn't have tried to form a romantic bond until you were of age. Most vampires don't find their mates when they're still human, Carmen added. And a vampire would never hurt their mate in any way, Tanya added. Do you want some more? Carmen asked, eyeing my empty plate. No thanks. It was a lot of food. I'll put the rest away for you, Carmen said. She grabbed my plate and left the room. What time do you want to go home? Tanya questioned. I didn't want to go home. Whatever bubble we were living in, I wanted to stay here forever. But that wasn't possible. I had to go home and I had to go back to school. I should go soon. I still have homework to do and I work tomorrow. Tanya nodded. Is there anything you wish to do before we go? She asked. No. Any clothes I have here can stay, if that's all right. Tanya nodded. Are you going to stay at Charlie's? Do you want me to stay? She asked. I nodded. She should know by now that I always want her around. I'll stay then, unless Charlie objects, she said. I didn't like that. Charlie was starting to come around to the idea of us together, but it was likely he would want her to not hang around. Although he seemed to understand I needed her in order to sleep. So, she would be back. Carmen returned to the dining room with a container full of food. She gently cupped my face. We'll see you soon, Bella, she said. You're always welcome here. Thank you, Carmen. Tanya took the food and we left the house. Tanya held my hand as she drove me home. It was nice. Now that I was allowing myself to commit to being with her, she was more and more open with initiating physical contact. It still made me nervous, allowing myself to fall for another vampire, but I didn't think I would regret it. She gave me every reason to believe I wouldn't regret it. She pulled up to a signal. I pulled my hand away from her so I could sign. Where were Irina and Kate? I didn't ask about Eliezer because I hadn't spent much time with him, so I wasn't surprised he wasn't around while I was there. But I remembered Tanya mentioning her sisters were home. Kate went to the shop to work on your truck, Tanya answered. She's hoping to have it done in the next week. Irina went to the coffee shop to help out for a bit since you're off today. I frowned. I should have offered to help out today. Tanya glanced at my face and glared at me. Bella, don't you dare feel guilty for taking a day off. Irina's fine. She can work all day, every day, and not feel any of the burnout you do. You deserve time off. I crossed my arms over my chest but didn't argue. Tanya had a point. Irina could work and never be worn out. If she really didn't want to work, she would hire more people, but she didn't. So, I had to assume she liked working. Tanya grabbed my bags once we pulled into my driveway. I didn't try to protest because I knew she wouldn't listen. Instead, I led her to the front door. I pulled my key from my pocket, while Tanya took the leftover paella from me, and unlocked the door. Charlie was home. His car was out front. It wasn't like Forks where his only vehicle was the police cruiser. He had his own car when he wasn't at the station. Charlie, Tanya called, since I couldn't do it. Charlie walked out of the kitchen holding a half-eaten piece of pizza. Bella, he exclaimed, were you not expecting me? Tanya quickly translated. While he was learning sign language, he didn't have the amount of free time a vampire had to learn. So, he didn't know as much as she did. I thought you would be later, he said with a shrug. I ordered pizza if you're hungry. He eyed the stuff Tanya was holding. What's that? Carmen made paella for Bella for lunch, Tanya replied. She sent it home with Bella. She held up the bags. I took Bella to get some winter clothes. I'll put this away while you two talk. Is everything okay, Dad? Oh, yeah, everything is fine, Charlie said. He took a bite of his pizza. It looked like he was trying to find the right words to explain what was going on with him. Do you remember when you told me about the connection with you and Tanya? I nodded. You guys said it was like a rope around your heart or something. I nodded again, unsure what exactly he was getting at. Well, I think I'm feeling it too. Tanya was back by my side in an instant. What do you mean, Charlie? She urged. Well, it's hard to explain, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. It comes and goes, you know. 1 minute there's a tugging sensation and then it's gone and I feel empty, Tanya finished, having known exactly how it feels. There's nothing quite like that feeling of emptiness. Yeah, I guess so, Charlie said with a nod. Does this mean I'm mated to a vampire? It certainly seems like it, Tanya said. The question is who? A sudden wave of nausea hit me when I thought of the possibility of Charlie being mated to Irina or Kate. Tanya turned to me. No, she said quickly. It's not possible for him to be mated to Irina or Kate. The pull to a mate is instant. It wouldn't have developed so late. I sighed in relief. I could not handle having my father mated to the sister of my mate. Especially not after accepting Tanya. Charlie choked on his pizza. Irina or Kate? He looked horrified at the thought. Not them, Tanya reassured him. You would have noticed when you first met them. It's someone else. Someone new. A nomad most likely. Do nomads come here often? It does happen on occasion, Tanya said. She pulled out her phone. I watched as her fingers flew across the keys of the phone. Irina and Kate are on their way. If there's a nomad nearby we need to know about it, mate or not. Now wait a minute, you're not going to hurt her, it is a her, right? Charlie asked looking back and forth between us. I rolled my eyes as Tanya answered, yes, your mate is female. Bella never would have been mated to me if she wasn't attracted to females on some level. I blushed and she raised an eyebrow at me. Rosalie, I confessed. When I first saw the Cullens, I couldn't decide if Edward or Rosalie were more attractive. Yes, Rosalie has that effect on people, until she starts talking, Tanya muttered. I snorted. Rosalie isn't the nicest person around, Tanya explained for Charlie's sake. She has a general disdain for everyone around her, especially humans. Right, Charlie said. The front door opened and in walked Irina and Kate. Do we know anything about the nomad? Kate asked. For once she was taking this seriously. Right now, not much, Tanya told her. All we know is the nomad is mated to Charlie. She is not to be harmed. Tanya looked at Kate as she said it. Kate held up her hands. Charlie's family, which means this nomad will be family as well. I won't hurt her. Maybe a light zap to get her to the house. Tanya sighed but didn't say anything. I took her hand and she pulled me against her. Find her, Tanya instructed her two sisters. They nodded and left the house. Charlie, I need to know what you want to do about this. Charlie frowned. Do I have a choice? I thought it was pretty clear as to what is supposed to happen. You have a choice, Charlie, Tanya said. You may feel the pull but you aren't tied to your mate the way she is to you. So Bella has a choice to be with you? Charlie asked, raising an eyebrow at her. Bella has a choice, Tanya said firmly. She chose me, but she can change her mind at any time. I shook my head. That wasn't going to happen. I wasn't one to change my mind once I decided. Charlie sighed. He knew Tanya was right but I could tell he still wasn't thrilled with the idea of me being tied down to a vampire. It was unlikely he would ever get over it. Although, maybe with him being tied to a vampire himself, it would help him understand better. I wondered if he would fight the bond or if he would end up giving in like I did. It would be nice if Charlie had someone in his life. He'd been alone for so long. He deserved some happiness, though I was a little concerned about who this vampire was. Would a random human drinker care that their mate was human? Would she try to kill him because she didn't care about humans? Or would she change, for him? I wanted a chance to talk to Tanya about it, without Charlie around. I should go put away my things, I signed to Tanya. I want to talk to you, in private. Charlie was watching us but he didn't seem to understand what I signed to Tanya. She wants to go unpack some of her new things, Tanya explained to him. Charlie nodded. Do you have any plans for the rest of the day? I glanced at Tanya before shaking my head. I have a lot of homework, I signed. Charlie recognized the sign for homework as I used it a lot. All right, he said. Well, I'll be down here if you need anything. Don't worry about dinner. I'll eat leftover pizza or figure something out. Tanya, I'll make sure she eats something, Tanya promised. Charlie went to the living room, probably to watch some game. I headed upstairs with Tanya right behind me. She didn't say anything until I had shut the door behind us. What's going on? Tanya questioned. I'm worried about this vampire. What if she hurts Charlie? She won't, Tanya told me. I shook my head. I didn't realize I was shaking until she wrapped her arms around me. She won't hurt him, she repeated. The mating bond for a vampire is stronger than a human. For you, feelings are there but you have a choice to act on them. The bond doesn't create love in humans, only an attachment. For vampires, it's like love at first sight. The other person, human or vampire, becomes our whole world instantly. I thought about our interactions when we first met. How we talked, how understanding she was over everything and how I told her how I wanted nothing to do with her. All that time and she said nothing about how she really felt. I didn't blame her. I couldn't after how I treated her. All this time and you were in love with you. Yes, Tanya confirmed. Why didn't you say anything? You weren't ready to hear it, Tanya told me. You already had a lot of pressure on you, whether it was intended or not. I didn't want you to feel obligated. I don't want you to feel obligated to be with me. I don't. I signed quickly. At first, I hadn't liked it. It felt like my choice was being taken away. But I was wrong back then. I didn't have to be with her, but I wanted to. I want you. Tanya cupped my cheek. I know. She dropped her hand. Kate and Irina will continue to look for this vampire. Your dad will be safe, no matter what happens. You said she wouldn't hurt him. She won't, Tanya said quickly. To even attempt to hurt him would cause her pain. But she hasn't made herself known to him. That's making me wonder, perhaps she never learned about the mating bond. It's possible her creator never told her. What does that mean for Charlie? Just that we need to keep a close eye out for her, Tanya replied. While I'm certain she won't hurt him, if she doesn't know what is going on then she might act recklessly. I pulled away from Tanya even though I didn't want to. I wasn't lying to Charlie. I did have a lot of homework to do and only today to get it all done. Do you want me to leave? Tanya asked as I started pulling my notebooks from my backpack. I hadn't even bothered to empty it when I got home from school yesterday. I looked up and shook my head. I want you to stay. Tanya went over to my bed and sat down. She grabbed one of my books and made herself comfortable. I ignored the vampire in my bed and instead focused on getting my desk set up. I had 2 essays to do, one for history and one for English. I'm glad I did my math homework before the party yesterday or it was likely I would never finish. My English essay was on Pride and Prejudice, a book I had read many times, so I got to work on the outline. I only needed an outline and rough draft for class. The rough draft didn't have to be an actual essay, so I was going to do my introduction and conclusion with the outline focusing on the body. An hour later, I leaned back in my chair and groaned. It was the longest hour of my life. Normally I enjoyed essays, but right now, I wasn't in the mood. There was too much going on and school didn't have the same appeal that it used to when I was younger. I got up and stretched. My chair was comfortable but not comfortable enough. It needed some extra cushioning. I would have to see about getting a cushion. All finished? Tanya asked, setting the book down in her lap. I shook my head. I still have a history essay to write. Can you look over my outline? Of course, Tanya readily agreed. Not that I expected her not to. She was always willing to help me, even if it was something as mundane as homework. I grabbed my essay from the desk and took it over to her. It's a very rough draft. We're only required to do the outline and attempt to draft. I did the intro and conclusion and outlined the body. That wasn't the easiest thing to sign. While I knew general signs for school-related stuff, I didn't know words like draft and outline, so I had to spell them all. While Tanya read that essay, I got to work on my last one. The history paper wasn't as long but a lot more in depth. It was also something I couldn't write in my sleep. I had to think about it. I leaned back in my seat and glanced at Tanya. She was reading my outline slowly, slower than the average human. Her eyes met mine. Were you here, in America, for all of the major events? Are you calling me old? She teased. I blushed. No, of course not. We have to write an essay about which of the 3. I really needed to learn some new words. I was getting tired of having to spell everything out, government branches. I figured since you were alive then, maybe you could help me. Tanya sat the book aside and walked over to me. After 2 hours spent working on both essays, I had never been happier to have a mate that had been alive for centuries. With Edward, we talked about music and books. If I wanted to talk about history, I would go to Jasper. But Jasper mostly avoided me, so I only went to him when I had questions. Edward hated to talk about events that he lived through. He hated any references to how old he was, especially compared to me, except when it came to music. Tanya was the opposite. She loved to tell me stories about things that had happened hundreds of years ago. She did limit the amount of stories about her previous relationships, or rather her previous hookups, which I was grateful for. Although some of the female historical figures she had taken to bed were rather surprising. While I wasn't angry at her for having relationships before me, I didn't enjoy hearing about them. Tanya's willingness to talk history with me meant a lot. I loved history, though not as much as I loved English. It was nice to share my interests with someone. Charlie tried, but he struggled to show any enthusiasm for history, just like me and fishing. Which reminded me, Charlie's birthday is coming up. I signed. I had finished most of my school work. I had one worksheet for anatomy to do, but my hand was hurting from all the writing. It would be easy enough to finish, so I wasn't in a hurry. I could do it after work tomorrow. Tanya ran her hand through my hair. We were laying on my bed. It was still light outside despite it starting to get late. That was the hardest thing to adjust to when we moved. It stayed light outside for so long. It was like I was sleeping during the daytime. Do you wish to do something for him? Tanya questioned. I nodded. He loves fishing. He hasn't had a chance since we moved. I frowned. This was Alaska and winter was approaching. Can you even fish here in the winter? You can, Tanya confirmed. If the lake is frozen over, he could always go ice fishing. That was something to look into. I wasn't sure if Charlie would be interested in ice fishing. I wasn't even sure what ice fishing was. I could get him stuff for ice fishing so he could at least test it out. Where would we go for that stuff? There's a few places in Anchorage, Tanya responded. In fact, there's a place there that is mostly tailored toward fishing. I could take you. I nodded. I wanted to go to Anchorage anyway. This was a good reason to go. Whenever you want, Tanya replied. Friday, after school, or is Saturday better? Saturday would be best, Tanya said after a minute. It would give you more time to explore the city like you wanted. It's a date, I signed. Tanya beamed. She checked the clock. You should eat. I wasn't really hungry, but Tanya was right. I needed to eat. Some of the paella. Tanya nodded. She leaned over and kissed my forehead before getting up to go get my food. I could have gotten the food myself, and I would have, but I knew Tanya. She would have insisted. Since she was heating my food for me, I decided to work on my anatomy worksheet. With any luck I could finish it tonight. I got through 3 of the 20 questions by the time Tanya returned with my food. I could smell it across the room. My stomach growled, but I ignored it. I wanted to answer at least 2 more questions. 5 out of 20 questions wouldn't be bad. The rest could easily be done tomorrow. Bella, Tanya said from right beside me. She sat the bowl next to me. You don't need to finish that. You did a lot tonight. 2 more questions, I told her. Besides, the paella needs to cool. She didn't try to stop me, so I assumed she agreed. The 2 questions I ended up doing took a bit longer than expected. They were short answer questions and I had to refer to my textbook for the answer. But it worked out well because the paella was the perfect temperature when I started to eat it. I managed to sneak in a few more questions while I ate. The food was just as good as before. I would be more than happy to have Carmen continue to cook for me. She was an excellent cook. When I finished eating, the bowl disappeared. I rolled my eyes and put my things away for the night. It was still a bit early, but I was tired and ready to go to bed. I would have to get up early for work anyway. I grabbed my pajamas before heading to the bathroom to get ready for bed. I decided to shower now so I wouldn't have to worry about it in the morning. I took my time in the shower. The hot water felt great. After my shower, I brushed my teeth and headed back to my bedroom. Tanya was on my bed waiting. I dumped my clothes into the hamper before crawling into my bed beside her. I pulled the blankets up and rolled into Tanya's arms. Charlie, he came in to say goodnight while you were in the shower, Tanya answered. I think he's starting to get used to the idea of me being here. I snorted. He still hates it though. He definitely does, Tanya confirmed. But he's noticed the changes in you. He likes that you're moving on. She ran her hand through my hand. He loves you so much. He would do anything for you, even if that means tolerating me. We had this conversation before, but the more she said it, the more I started to believe she might be right. I doubted Charlie would ever genuinely like Tanya, or the fact that she was a vampire. But he didn't seem as upset about Tanya being in my room every night. Though I felt like that was more because he knew we weren't doing anything inappropriate. I blushed at the thought. Tanya tilted her head as she noticed my blood rushing to the surface. What? She questioned. I shook my head. I was just thinking, Charlie's probably happy because he knows we're not doing anything inappropriate in here. Tanya laughed. That has certainly earned a few points in my favor, Tanya agreed. I yawned. It was barely 8 but I was so tired. You should sleep as Sarsic, she muttered in my ear. I cocked my head at the unfamiliar word. What does that mean? It's Slovakian for sweetheart, Tanya explained. I'm sorry, I should have asked. I kissed her cheek. I like it. Sleep, Tanya said softly. I shifted to make myself more comfortable and closed my eyes. I was asleep in seconds. I didn't want to get up in the morning. I had slept plenty. 10 hours with no nightmares. I couldn't remember the last time I slept that long. Before I moved in with Charlie at the beginning of the year. Bella, Tanya muttered. She knew I was awake. She knew before I did. I shook my head and rolled over, into her, to try and sleep longer. Tanya chuckled. Would you like me to call Irina and tell her you can't come in today? She offered. I groaned and sat up. I would never let Tanya use my position as her maid to get me out of work. But I was considering talking to Irina about working only 4 days a week, or not on Sundays. I usually worked 5 to 6 days depending on my plans with Tanya. I'll talk to Irina about working less days, I decided. Tanya nodded. That's a good idea, she commented. I admire your dedication to work, but you're going to burn yourself out, especially with the amount of schoolwork you have. Are you going to hang out at the shop today? Not the whole time, Tanya replied. I want to go to Kate's shop to check on your truck. Will it be ready soon? I'm not sure, Tanya responded. Hopefully in the next week. Kate's had help the entire time she's had your truck, so she can only do so much with her speed. I nodded. I would like my truck back soon rather than later, but I was also enjoying having Tanya drive me around. I miss my truck. I understand, Tanya said. She ran a hand through my hair. Would you like one of Kate's extra cars for a few days? I thought about it. I did enjoy having Tanya drive me around, but I did need to go to the grocery store. Something that I would rather do alone. For 1 day this week, I signed. I need to go to the grocery store sometime this week and I like to go alone. Tanya nodded. I'll talk to Kate while I'm at the shop, she said. I can do some patrols that day, unless we happen to find the nomad before then. You're not mad that I want to do this alone? Of course not, Tanya said. She seemed almost offended that I suggested it. It works out well. Grocery stores are repulsive. I snorted. I hadn't considered how much a vampire would hate the grocery store. Esme went there so often I figured it couldn't be too bad. Okay, Wednesday work for you? Wednesday, she confirmed. I'll have a car brought over Tuesday night. You can use it as long as you wish. She checked the time. You'll be late if you don't start getting ready soon. I sighed and got out of bed. I grabbed my work clothes and headed to the bathroom. I'm glad I showered the night before. It would make getting ready much quicker. Charlie was walking down the hall when I got out of the bathroom. Morning bells, he greeted. He eyed my outfit. Getting ready for work, I nodded. What time do you think you'll be home? Around 2:30, I signed. I worked until 2 today and didn't really plan on staying later than necessary. Sounds good, Charlie said. I figured I could grill up some of that chicken in the fridge. What do you think? Tanya stepped out of my room. She had the best timing as she could now interpret for us. Sounds good, Dad. I can make some roasted veggies and baked potatoes. Is there anything else you would like? Maybe some biscottis from the school? He questioned hopefully. I laughed and nodded. Have a good day at work. I'll see you when you get home. I hugged Charlie before heading downstairs, with Tanya right behind me. Work was slow. After the morning rush, which happened every morning as soon the shop opened until about 10, we had a handful of customers. It was just after noon when Claire walked in the door. Bella, she greeted with a smile. I waved at her. Communicating with Claire wasn't the easiest, though my whiteboard was here so I could talk to her. I didn't need it anywhere else. How are you feeling after Friday night? She asked concerned. I'm okay. Slept a lot more than I expected and was nauseous for a while. Was that your first time drinking? She asked. I nodded. The first time is always the worst. She hesitated. Well, I saw you and Tanya that night. My face turned bright red. I had hoped I was lucky enough not to have Claire see that drunken display. Are you two together? She asked curious. I frowned. Would it matter if we were? No, of course not, Claire said quickly. I was just curious and well, You were drunk and you're only 18. I wanted to make sure she wasn't taking advantage of you. My chest tightened. She was worried about my safety. I appreciated her concern, though it was unnecessary. It wasn't like we were doing anything wrong. We're together, kind of. We're talking this very, very slow. She's not taking advantage at all. Thank you though. Okay, Claire said. But if you ever need anything, I'm here for you. Thank you. The next 2 hours went by faster than I expected. There were a few customers but nowhere near as many as the morning. I knew it was almost 2 when I felt Tanya getting closer. She stayed away for the entire shift, which helped to keep me from being distracted by her. I did miss her though. I always missed her when she wasn't around. Tanya walked inside the shop at exactly 2. I had no doubt she knew exactly what Claire had said when she arrived. Irina would have told her since she wasn't close enough to overhear. She didn't look angry. She was perfectly polite when she said hello. But I could see it in her eyes, she wasn't pleased. You can't be mad at her for being concerned, I signed, suddenly very glad Claire didn't know sign language. As far as she knows, you're a 25-year-old trying to date an 18-year-old. You have to admit that looks bad. Tanya's face softened and she nodded. She hadn't considered it any more than I have. It made me realize we would have to be a little more careful. She pulled me into her arms and I inhaled her scent. I was getting better with the distance between us. I think it had a lot to do with me accepting her as my mate. That didn't stop me from being really glad to see her. I missed you, she muttered in my ear. I pulled away. I missed you too. Any news about my truck? Kate confirmed it will be done by the weekend, Tanya responded. She's waiting on a part and it's supposed to be here by Friday at the latest. Good. I like having you drive me around, but I miss my truck. I clocked out for the day and waved goodbye to Claire. I grabbed the bag of biscottis I had set aside for Charlie and followed Tanya out of the shop. Charlie wasn't home when we pulled up. I was a little worried, until I found a note from him saying he had to get a few things for the barbecue. Charlie bought a barbecue last weekend, but as far as I knew he had nothing for it. I'm guessing an impulse buy out of his desire for us to be a normal family. I handed the note over to Tanya and went over to the fridge. Irina picked me up a sandwich at the local sandwich shop, but I was starving now. I grabbed a slice of pizza out of one of the 2 boxes in the fridge. It was supreme pizza, my personal favorite. I didn't bother to heat the pizza. I ate it cold as I headed upstairs. I went to my desk. I was determined to finish this assignment before dinner. I planned on spending the rest of the evening with Charlie. I barely spent any time with him over the last couple days, and I didn't want him to think that spending time with Tanya was more important. It wasn't. As much as I needed to be with Tanya, Charlie was my dad. I wanted to spend time with him. I finished up my worksheet while I munched on the slice of pizza. It was good pizza. I would have to ask Charlie to order from there again. Tanya played with my hair while I finished up the last of my homework. It was a bit distracting, but I couldn't bear to tell her to stop. If nothing else, it became a motivation to finish up the worksheet sooner. Tanya's phone chimed just as I finished up the assignment. I cleaned up my desk, putting all of my homework away for tomorrow while Tanya responded to the message. That was Carmen, Tanya said. They've caught the scent of the Nomad, but Nomad is smarter than we gave her credit for. They can't get close to her and she's gone, for now. Do you think she knows? She knows something, Tanya said confidently. Whether she's aware of the mating bond, I don't know. But something is drawing her back here. She sighed and tossed her phone on my bed. It's my fault. I sent the others after her and now she's staying away. I should have waited. I walked over to her and wrapped my arms around her waist. There was so much I wanted to say to her, but the words wouldn't come out. I would get there, I knew I would, but until then I would need to settle for my usual way. It's not your fault, I told her. You're doing everything you can. You'll find her. I know you guys will. Thank you, Bella, she said. She leaned forward slowly, waiting to give me a chance to protest. My heart pounded as I waited for this moment. Her lips brushed against mine gently. I wrapped my arms around her and pulled her closer to me. This was well worth the wait. It was everything I wanted and more. She pulled away and I was gasping for breath. Kissing a vampire was a surefire way to make me regret being human. I hated the need for oxygen. Tanya wrapped her arms around me and pulled me against her. We should talk, Tanya muttered softly. I stiffened in her arms. I didn't have much experience with relationships, but I knew those words were not good. Tanya pulled me away from her. I'm sorry, Bella. That's not what I meant, she hurried to explain. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them, they were a slightly duller gold. If I hadn't spent so much time looking at her eyes, I never would have noticed the change. She cupped my cheek. One day you will understand how I can never leave you. What do you want to talk about then? I asked, confused. Boundaries, Tanya said. More specifically, your boundaries. I was still confused. What did my boundaries have to do with anything? And boundaries with what specifically? She led me over to the bed. Bella, she said softly. She must have sensed my confusion. It's no secret that I have a lot of sexual experience. I blushed and she stroked my cheek with her thumb. I don't want to do anything to make you uncomfortable. You're obviously okay with kissing, considering you've kissed me twice. She smirked as my blush deepened. Now I was convinced she was doing this on purpose. I nodded, even though she already knew the answer. I'm not ready for sex, I admitted to her. I'd never considered having sex with anyone. Maybe someday, but not right now. I understand, Tanya said. I would never push you into sex. You don't have to answer, but did you and Edward? I shook my head quickly. Never. He barely kissed me, said he was too afraid of hurting me. For someone as young as him, I shouldn't be surprised, Tanya said. There are very few vampires that would willingly have sex with humans, and even fewer that would want to control themselves. She pushed my hair from my face. There's no rush for anything, and if I ever do something you're not ready for, I need you to tell me. Thank you. I should have known Tanya would be this relaxed regarding sex. It was something I never considered, but Tanya definitely had. What happens now, with the nomad? She'll be back. She can't stay away from Charlie for too long. We're keeping an eye on the house and Charlie for now. I'm with you most of the time, so that covers the house. The others are alternating keeping an eye on Charlie. Are you going to tell him that the others are following him? Of course, Tanya said like it was obvious. We're not trying to hide it. Right now, it's the only way to find this nomad. If he doesn't want you to watch him, or to find the nomad, we will respect his wishes to not be watched, Tanya promised. However, we cannot promise to not find the nomad. It's not just Charlie affected by that decision. You and this whole town could be at risk from out of control nomad. I won't risk you. Is she out of control? Not that we've seen, Tanya admitted. As far as we can tell, she has yet to kill anyone in town. Kate's going to keep an eye on the news for Anchorage. It's likely that's where she will go to hunt. You're already with me the majority of the time, I signed. I hated protection detail when James was targeting me. At least this time I wasn't being taken out of the state to hide. Charlie wasn't going to be hurt like the last time, and I was grateful for that. I don't want your siblings watching me, but you I don't mind. Tanya laughed. I'm glad I meet your approval, she said. We'll have to make arrangements for when I go hunting. I made a face at that. I did not want a babysitter. She shook her head. I'll limit my hunting to when you're at work or school. That worked for me. It meant I didn't have to lose time with her. Now that I embraced the mating bond, the thought of separating from Tanya was far more painful now than it was before. We sat silently on my bed, with Tanya running her hand through my hair. I would never admit it, out loud, but it was one of my favorite things. Tanya's hand stilled. Charlie's here, she muttered. I sighed. That meant we couldn't hide away in my bedroom forever. Not that it would ever happen. She had obligations to her coven and I had human obligations. I pulled away from her and headed out of my room to meet Charlie. Tanya followed behind me. I never had to ask her if she could come with me. She was always just there. We made it downstairs just as Charlie opened the front door. Hey, he greeted cheerfully. How was work, Bells? Good. It was slow. He nodded and turned his attention to Tanya. There's a rather large box in the car, a cover for the barbecue. Do you mind grabbing it? It's a bit awkward to carry. Of course, Charlie, Tanya said. She touched my arm before walking around me to head out the front door. You know you can't keep claiming to hate her and then use her for the heavy lifting when it's convenient. Charlie frowned. I don't hate her, he admitted. I watched Tanya walk around the house carrying a large box. The box was bigger than her, so it looked funny. I don't like all this mating stuff, but I don't hate her. He looked out the window. I actually kinda like her. She's good for you, Bells. I don't know if you see it, but I do. I see it. Tanya came back around to the front of the house. I heard the car door shut and she came back inside holding an assortment of bags. Here's the rest of it, she said. She sat it down by the front door, probably so she didn't accidentally stab Charlie. Thanks, Tanya, he said. When do you want to start dinner, Bella? I shrugged. I wasn't even sure what time it was. My phone was upstairs somewhere. I hadn't even thought about it after I came home. It's 3:30, Tanya told me. Maybe around 6 then. I asked Charlie. I wasn't sure how hungry he was. But with my slice of pizza I was good for a while. Charlie nodded. I'll start grilling at 6 then and you can get your other stuff going. Do you have any homework to do? I shook my head. I finished it when I got home. Is there a game playing tonight? Tanya quickly translated and Charlie laughed. There's always a game playing, he told her. I don't have to watch it though, if you want to do something else. I shook my head. I wasn't a fan of sports, but it was something Charlie enjoyed. He had done a lot more for. The least I could do was watch a game with him. I'll make some popcorn for you. Do you want a beer? That would be great, Charlie said, rubbing the back of his neck. But you don't have to do that, Bells. I can get my own beer. I waved Charlie away and headed to the kitchen. I dug a bag of microwave popcorn from the cabinet. I ripped off the plastic and tossed it into the microwave. I hit the popcorn button and went to the fridge to grab Charlie a beer. I grabbed a bottle of water for myself. I pulled open the side drawer to grab a bottle opener when I remembered I had something better beside me. Tanya understood what I wanted and twisted off the cap of the bottle. I took the bottle back from her and headed to the living room to give it to Charlie. Thanks, Bella, he said. There was already a game playing on the TV. Football. I wasn't sure what teams were playing, nor did I really care. I was doing this for Charlie. The game itself was irreverent. I headed back to the kitchen to wait for the popcorn to finish. The popping was slowing down, which meant it was almost done. Do you know anything about football? I do, Tanya answered. It was invented in the late 1800s. It was highly improper for a woman to play. Which means you and your sisters loved it. Tanya grinned. That we did. She stepped closer to me. You don't care about football. It wasn't a question. She knew I didn't. Sports were never my thing. I was too clumsy to play. I did like running, back when I lived in Phoenix, but I haven't done that in years. Is that something you're interested in doing again? She asked. I shrugged. I haven't really thought about it. Is there a gym around here? Running on a treadmill wouldn't be bad. There isn't one here, Tanya said. But I could get you a treadmill if you're interested. The microwave beeped and I went over to grab the bag. I hissed as the steam burned my fingers. Tanya was by my side in an instant. She grabbed the bag of popcorn and dropped it on the counter before whirling around and grabbing my hand. I couldn't sign with her holding my hand, carefully inspecting in search of injury. She wouldn't find anything. It was more surprise than pain that caused my reaction. I used my free hand to touch her cheek. Her eyes met mine and I was able to slip my hand out of her grasp. I'm okay. I was just surprised. I moved away from her so I could put the popcorn in a bowl for Charlie, but Tanya, sensing my plan, beat me to it. She handed me the bowl and one took it out to Charlie. Charlie shoved a handful of popcorn in his mouth while I went over to the couch to sit down. Do you want some? He asked. I shook my head. I wasn't really hungry, not after that slice of pizza. Charlie shrugged and went back to eating. Tanya walked into the living room. She stood near the front door, like she didn't want to intrude on my time with Charlie. I locked eyes with her and patted the seat beside me, inviting her to come sit with me. I didn't need to be alone with Charlie to enjoy time with him. Besides, I needed her to explain what was going on. It had only been a few minutes and I was already confused. Tanya didn't need further invitation. She quickly made her way across the living room and sat down beside me on the couch. I shifted so I was laying in her lap. You're going to have to explain what's going on. Tanya laughed and spent the next 2 hours whispering all the different plays. I still understood nothing. Tanya's cool breath on me as she whispered in my ear was much too distracting. Charlie shouted and flinched at the sudden sound. Tanya wrapped her arms around me. Are you okay? I nodded. Just wasn't expecting it. The game had been slow, according to Tanya. There wasn't enough action for her taste and I had a feeling Charlie agreed. It was normal for him to be vocal during the games, but today, not so much. An alarm went off on Charlie's phone, pulling our attention from the TV. Charlie reached over and paused the game. "We should get dinner ready," Charlie said. He stood up and stretched. Of course, he had an alarm. If he waited for me to be hungry we probably wouldn't have eaten. He grabbed his popcorn bowl and empty beer bottle and headed to the kitchen. I sighed and got off the table to follow him. The bowl is in the sink and he's in the fridge digging out the chicken I prepped. "How much time will you need for the rest?" he questioned. "About 30 minutes, I signed. Charlie nodded. "It shouldn't take more than 15 to 20 minutes for the chicken. I'm going to go mess with the grill. Can you bring this out when you're ready for me to start grilling?" he asked. I nodded. He grabbed a beer from the fridge and headed outside. I grabbed the assorted vegetables from the fridge and started to wash them. "Do you want some help?" Tanya asked. "Cut these ends off and separate the stalks." I demonstrated what I wanted and handed her the knife. I watched her cutting the stalks off of the broccoli and cauliflower. There was something about the scene in front of me. It was so domestic. I had seen Carmen in the kitchen and Esme, but this was different. This was Tanya and me, cooking together, like a family. It made me realize I wanted more of this, more of us together like this. I didn't know if I wanted to be a vampire. All I knew was I wanted her, for as long as I could have her. Whether that was the length of my human life, or eternity. Tanya turned, almost like she could sense my eyes on her. "What?" she asked. "Am I doing this wrong?" I dropped the potatoes I was scrubbing and closed the distance between us. I wrapped my arms around her neck and pulled her to me. My lips brushed hers and her arms went to my waist. I pressed my lips harder against hers. "Bella," Tanya muttered. I pulled away from her, just far enough so I could sign. It wasn't how I wanted to say this for the first time, but I couldn't wait until I could speak again. I had to tell her, "I love you." My heart pounded in my chest as I waited for a response, any response from Tanya. She was staring at me. I imagined if she was human her mouth would be hanging open. It would be amusing to see, if I wasn't terrified of her answer. She had already told me she loved me, but this was different and it terrified me. I couldn't handle the rejection. I raised my hands with the intention of signing something, anything, to stop this silence. Before I could sign any apology and take back what I said, Tanya grabbed my hands. The grip was light. If I wanted to pull away I could do so easily. She would never restrict my only means of communication. It was one of the many things I loved about her. "I love you too, Bella," she said softly. I glanced at her face. I had seen her happy before, but it was nothing compared to how she looked now. Maybe it was because I could feel her happiness bubbling over the bond, but she looked different, lighter. She leaned forward, to kiss me, but just before our lips met, the slider to the backyard opened and I jumped away from her. I wasn't sure why. Charlie was well aware of our relationship, though not the details. It was felt weird to be kissing her in front of him though. I didn't like the idea of kissing Edward in front of Charlie either. "Bells, you ready yet?" Charlie called. He walked into the kitchen and looked around, a small frown on his face. "Everything okay in here?" Tanya pulled away from me. "I'm sorry, Charlie," she said. "Bella has been teaching me to cook." Charlie looked around the kitchen. Half-prepped veggies covered the island. Nothing was in the oven yet. "Sorry, Dad," I signed. "I'll get it done quickly. Give me 10 minutes. Charlie went to the fridge and pulled out another beer. "Take your time," she said. "I'll be outside waiting." He glanced between us. "You sure everything is good?" He was far more observant than I gave him credit for. He could feel the tension between me and Tanya. But he didn't know what it was. I'm sure he thought we were fighting, but he didn't look pleased at the idea. "We're good, Dad," I told him. "I can use my vampire to speed up the prep." Tanya raised an eyebrow at what I said but didn't say anything. She simply translated the basics of what I signed. "Okay then," Charlie said. He headed out of the kitchen, leaving Tanya and I alone again. Tanya went back to cutting the veggies. "Your vampire?" she questioned. I should have known she wouldn't let it go. "We don't have time to talk about that," I signed in an attempt to delay the embarrassing conversation that was sure to happen. Tanya took the knife from me and started dicing the potatoes. I used that time to gather the vegetables she had already chopped and get them seasoned and into the oven. Tanya said, handing me a bowl of perfectly diced potatoes. I put it on the counter so I could grab a sheet pan. My eyes met hers. "You're vampire," she clarified. I blushed and knocked the bowl of the counter. She caught it before it could hit the ground. Luckily, nothing spilled out of the bowl. I did not want to have to explain that to Charlie. She sat the bowl back on the counter. "Can we talk later?" I asked her. "We need to get this done." Tanya cupped her cheek. "We can talk later," she promised. "What do you need me to do?" "Nothing right now," I told her. "I just need to get the potatoes in the oven and then in about 15 minutes take the chicken out to Charlie." Tanya stayed out of my way while I finished prepping the potatoes. I put the tray into the oven along with the rest of the vegetables and set a timer. The next 15 minutes were the most awkward 15 minutes of my life. We didn't talk. I was staring at the oven, willing everything to cook quicker. Every few minutes I would glance at Tanya and see her staring at me with a smile on her face. She knew I was flustered and was enjoying it. Or maybe she was happy about what I told her. We had a lot to talk about. I checked the vegetables after the timer went off. They weren't done, but I was sure they would be done not long after the chicken. I grabbed a plate of chicken and handed it to Tanya. The chicken was already marinated, so there was no need for anything extra. She kissed me cheek and took it to Charlie. That few minutes alone gave me time to collect myself. We had at least an hour before Tanya and I would be able to talk. That was an hour of extra stress I didn't want or need. I knew nothing bad would happen. I felt it in her emotion when I told her I loved her. But I still didn't know where we stood. Was anything going to change between us? Did I want anything to change between us? Things were already changing, I realized. Physically it was slowly changing, but that didn't bother me. It was only a matter of time before we had sex. I knew that, and it didn't bother me as much as I expected. I still wasn't ready, but I knew I would be. There was something else that was changing. When I thought of the future, I included Tanya. When I thought of college, I thought of whether or not Tanya could go outside. I still wasn't thinking about being a vampire, even though I was certain it would happen at some point. But I wasn't in a rush. I was 18, she was physically 25. That gave me at least 7 years before it needed to be a concern. Tanya's arms wrapped around my waist, her chin resting on my shoulder. "I'm sorry for teasing you," she muttered in my ear. I shook my head. "You didn't." I wasn't planning on saying that. Not right then. Tanya's arms tightened around me. "I know," she said. I shouldn't be surprised she knew. When it came to me, she always seemed to know. That's why I was so surprised when you said it. She spun me around so I was facing her. "Why did you say it?" "I've felt it for a while." I would be honest with her. I owed her that, and myself. But watching you, cutting vegetables, it was so human. It made me realize it was something I could do forever, however long that lasts for me. Tanya nodded. She gently stroked my face. "I love you so much," she said almost too softly for me to hear. I leaned into her touch. I wasn't afraid of the affection. In fact, I craved it. "I love you too," Tanya beamed. I was certain I could say it repeatedly and she would be just as happy each time. "Are you going to tell your father about the change in our relationship?" I cringed at the thought. I didn't like talking to Charlie about my dating life. Charlie never liked Edward. He liked him even less after the James incident. Charlie barely liked Tanya. If he found out we were actually in a relationship, I imagine he would like her even less than before. "Not yet," I told her. "I'm not trying to hide it, but there's no reason to tell him. We already spend all of our time together." "I'm not trying to hide you," I signed quickly. I had to explain my reasoning to her. I needed her to understand. "But if Charlie knew, he wouldn't want you staying in my room at night." I felt a little guilty about lying to Charlie. He definitely would not be happy with me sleeping in the same bed as Tanya if we were in a relationship. But we weren't doing anything inappropriate, and that eased my guilt. "Okay," Tanya agreed. "I won't say anything to him. But he deserves to know at some point." "I'll tell him," I promised. "Just not right now." I checked the vegetables again. They weren't quite done, so I added an extra 5 minutes to the timer. "Is there anything you would like me to do?" she asked. "Set the table," I suggested. Tanya moved around the kitchen like she did this all the time. She pulled out everything we needed. Plates, cups, forks and knives. She even remembered napkins. The slider opened again and Charlie came back inside. I could hear some talking and then the slider opening and shutting again. Tanya came back into the kitchen holding the tray of chicken. Your dad is shutting down the grill. He asked me to bring this to you. Can you put it on the table? I asked her. I checked on the vegetables one last time. They were finally done, so I pulled them out and sat the trays on the counter. Each tray of veggies was dumped into a separate glass serving bowl. I took the 2 bowls to the dining room, just as Charlie came back inside. It's getting cold out there, he announced. It's starting to snow too. He frowned. Eat bells. I want to get that grill cleaned up before the snow comes down too hard. Sit, Charlie, Tanya said, redirecting Charlie to his seat. I'll take care of the grill. It's getting cold, Tanya. You're not even dressed for winter, he pointed out. I snorted and he looked at me. Charlie, I'm a vampire, Tanya gently reminded him. Temperature means nothing to me. Let me take care of the grill for you. It'll only take me a couple minutes and I'm not at risk of getting sick. She disappeared outside before Charlie could stop her. We sat at the table and served ourselves. I piled my plate with mostly vegetables and the smallest piece of chicken on the tray. My appetite had been coming back slowly since the move to Alaska, more specifically since I met Tanya, but I still couldn't stomach large meals. Charlie had mostly chicken on his plate but still a healthy portion of vegetables. I knew he was more of a steak and potatoes kind of guy. I was glad he was following through with his promise to eat a bit healthier, at home at least. It's good, Bells, Charlie said before taking another bite of broccoli. Thanks, I said. Chicken's good too. Are you okay with me grilling more in the future? Charlie asked. I nodded. Why didn't you grill in forks? I couldn't even recall if he had a grill in forks. I mentally cringed. My life in forks had been so focused on Edward, it left little room for anything else. That was not healthy. I used to grill in La Push a lot, Charlie admitted. When you moved here, you mentioned you wanted to take over in the kitchen. I figured you didn't want me to help. He looked at his plate. I'm sorry, Bells. I should have helped more. Maybe if I had. I sighed. This wasn't the best way for us to have this conversation. Charlie was learning sign language BTU. I still had to sign slowly and spell most things for him to understand. Dad, there's nothing you could have done that would have stopped what happened with Edward, I told him. I loved him and all I wanted was to be with him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for choosing you over him. I'm sorry for lying to you and for everything I said to you before I went back to Phoenix during spring break. Charlie stared at me. He was confused. I'm sorry, Bells. I didn't understand most of that, he admitted. He looked so upset that he didn't understand. That's okay, Charlie, Tanya said, walking back into the room. I can translate, if you would like, Bella. Tanya's hair was damp. I could see some snowflakes in her hair and on her shirt. I wanted to wrap a blanket around her, but it was pointless. She wasn't cold. It was unlikely the wet clothes bothered her either. Bella, she questioned. I nodded. Tanya translated what I said to Charlie. It's okay, Bella, Charlie said when Tanya was done. This is our fresh start. Fresh start, I agreed with a nod. The snow is getting worse, Tanya told us. There will be at least 2 inches by morning. Charlie nodded. Will you be okay taking Bella to school tomorrow? He asked. Tanya raised an eyebrow at him. I have perfect reflexes, Charlie, she reminded him. My car is also equipped to deal with the snow. Even if it wasn't, I could run her to school. Will you be okay getting to work? Charlie looked taken aback by the question. I don't think he ever expected Tanya to care about him. He assumed she was only there for me. And while that was mostly true, she always considered Charlie's safety. I'll be fine, Charlie responded. The rest of dinner was silent. Tanya excused herself to dry off while we finished eating. When dinner was over, I packed up the leftover food while Charlie did the dishes. I had planned to do them myself, but Charlie insisted, like he usually did when I cooked. He said it was only fair that we shared responsibilities. It wasn't until I headed upstairs for the night that I realized Tanya never came back downstairs. I pushed open to the door to my room and found Tanya on my bed. She had changed into an oversized sweatshirt and sweats. She never wore anything less than pants and long sleeves, so I didn't get cold when sleeping beside her. Did you enjoy dinner with your father? Tanya questioned. I tore my eyes from her body to look at her face. She was smiling at me. She was always smiling at me, so that was nothing new. I nodded. It was nice to get some things off my chest. I've felt so guilty for how I treated Charlie last year, and I never actually apologized to him for it. Your father loves you very much, she said softly. I knew that. I didn't always believe it, but I knew it. I eyed her outfit. Are you comfortable wearing sweaters and pants all the time? Tanya frowned. What do you mean? You never wear shorts, or short-sleeve shirts. My skin is too cold, Bella, Tanya said. She finally realized what I was talking about. I moved over to her side after shutting my bedroom door. I grabbed her hand briefly before letting go so I could sign. Your cold skin doesn't bother me. It's a comfort. As long as there's some extra blankets, I'll be okay. We can try it, Tanya agreed. If you get too cold, I'll put my sweater back on. She leaned forward and pulled her sweater off. She was wearing a tank top underneath the sweater. I was suddenly very glad she was so strict about boundaries. I hadn't considered the possibility of her wearing nothing underneath the sweater. Bella, she said, reaching out for my hand. Her hand hovered over mine. She didn't touch me. She was waiting to see how I would react, to see if she pushed too far. Give me a couple human minutes. Tanya nodded. I grabbed my pajamas and headed to the bathroom. I went through my nightly routine as quickly as I could while still being thorough. I grabbed my dirty clothes and dropped them into the hamper before heading back to my room. She offered me her hand again. I took it and crawled onto the bed beside her. I laid in her arms, my head on her shoulder. Her cold arms wrapped around my body and I felt at peace. Thank you. Not too cold? She asked. A little cool, but I like it. She ran her hand down my back. Would you ever leave Alaska? When I thought about my future, I didn't always consider being in Alaska. As much as I was starting to love Alaska, it wasn't where I pictured living. It was a possibility that would change in the future. Bella, Tanya said, I can feel your anxiety rising. Look at me, she commanded gently. I met her eyes. Tanya shifted our bodies so I was no longer on top of her. Instead, we were laying face to face, with just enough room between us so I could sign. Bella, I will follow you anywhere, if you want me to, she muttered. If you want to leave Alaska to go to college, then you should go. Don't worry about what I think or what Charlie thinks. What about the others? I asked. I wouldn't be selfish, no matter how much I wanted to be. You're the coven leader. Yes, I am, Tanya agreed. But the others will be fine if I leave for a while. A few years is nothing to a vampire. They won't fault me for it. And, if something happens, I can return. What if I chose Texas or California? I had no desire to go to either one, but both locations were not vampire friendly. Then you would have a girlfriend that could only go out at night, which would undoubtedly cause vampire rumors, Tanya replied with a smirk. She was enjoying this. I could always go back to bartending, she added thoughtfully. Girlfriend. I raised an eyebrow at her. She ran her hand through my hair. Girlfriend is a socially acceptable, human term of endearment. Does it bother you? I shook my head. It sounds nice and normal. Well, you've picked the perfect person for that, Tanya joked. Yeah, Irina is perfectly nice and normal. Tanya growled. Only kidding. I love you. I don't need anyone else. She shifted forward and her lips brushed against mine. I love you, she muttered. She gently placed her hand over my heart. She leaned forward to kiss me again, but I pulled away. Charlie, he's still cleaning up the kitchen, she replied. I nodded and she pressed her body against mine. I had never been this close to anyone. In Phoenix there was no one I was interested. Then there was Edward, who would never have risked getting this close to me. Tanya had no such fears. Her only hesitation was centered around my boundaries. I was beginning to hate the boundaries I had constructed. Is this too much? She whispered to me. I looked in her eyes. I'm okay. She took my hands in hers. You can touch if you want, whenever you want, she muttered. Whatever you're comfortable with. There's never any pressure. I lifted my hand and placed it on her chest, over her heart. It was silent and it always would be. I didn't need to feel her heartbeat. I could feel the bond that connected my heart to Tanya's, even if it didn't beat. I always knew what was in her heart. Does it bother you? Tanya questioned. I shook my head. I removed my hand so I could sign. No, even if your heart doesn't beat, I can still feel it. I can always feel it. The bond, Tanya said in understanding. She put her hand over mine. For centuries I wondered what it would be like to have a mate. I watched Eliezer and Carmen and Carlisle and Esme be happy. I feared there was something wrong with me. There is nothing wrong with you. Signing with her body this close to mine wasn't easy. She seemed to understand me though. Thank you, Bella, she said. She leaned forward to kiss me again, but before her lips could touch mine, she was out of my bed and at my desk, acting like she had been there the whole time. She winked at me just as Charlie knocked at my door. Bells, he called, before opening the door. In Forks, he always waited for a response. Here, that wasn't possible. His eyes darted between me, lying on my bed, and Tanya at my desk, pretending to read one of my textbooks. He always seemed to know when something was going on, even if he wasn't sure what it was. I'm heading to bed, he said. Snow is coming down pretty hard, so I'm going to head into work early. Drive carefully tomorrow, he finished, looking at Tanya. Always, Charlie, she replied. She put the book she was fake reading down. Good night, he said. As soon as the door latched shut, Tanya was back beside me in my bed. You should sleep too, Milisic, Tanya muttered. I rolled over so I was partway on top of her. My fingers gently traced the exposed skin on her collarbone. Sleep, my love, she said. I'll be here when you wake. Snow in Alaska was nothing like Forks. It was far more intense for one, and it lasted so much longer. But the roads were also much better maintained. It was Wednesday. I was driving to school for the first time in several weeks. I picked a great day to go to the grocery store. The snow had stopped, but now everything was icy. The car Kate picked out for me was sitting innocently in the driveway. Kate had brought it over at some point during the night. The keys were sitting on my desk. The key had a Toyota symbol on it, but that was all I knew about it. I was starting to regret my decision to drive alone. Tanya had already left after waking me up. She was helping Irina at the shop before a quick hunting trip. I had asked her why she seemed to hunt more now than before, but she hadn't answered. The answer I had gotten from Irina, on the other hand, made me blush, and I regretted starting that conversation. At Tanya and Charlie's recommendation, I left 30 minutes early. It only took 20 to get to school, but both said it was safer to go slow and leave early. I followed their advice. They were the experts after all, and left almost an hour early. I could always read if I got there too early. It was a lot easier to get to school than I expected. To the point that when I headed to the grocery store, I was confident everything would be fine. Everything was going fine. I should have known it wouldn't last. There was something about driving home with a car full of groceries that was oddly comforting. The grocery store was about 10 minutes from home, but it did involve getting on the highway for a few miles first. I pulled onto the hallway and started the slow trek home. I was the only car on the road. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a familiar flash of red. My heart dropped. My eyes darted to the left where I saw that red. There was nothing there. I didn't expect there to be. If Victoria was here, she was gone now. I turned my attention back to the road. There was a caribou directly in front of me. I jerked the wheel to the right to tried to avoid it. I shouldn't have done that, as I slid on some ice and went off the side of the road. I tried to hit the brakes, so I could get a little bit of control back, but if anything, it made it worse. My eyes widened seconds before I hit the tree. The windshield shattered, glass hitting my face. My head snapped forward and hit the wheel before slamming back into the headrest. The airbags went off, bruising my ribs and the side of my face. As soon as it started, it was over. I groaned as the pain set in. This was just my luck. I was going to die from a car accident after possibly seeing Victoria minutes before. The bond, which was stretched too far for me to feel for the last couple hours, suddenly sprang to life. It was no longer stretched. It was getting closer and quick. That meant only one thing. Tanya knew something was wrong and she was running. My right hand slid down to the seatbelt. I flexed my fingers. Nothing felt broken, so that was a positive. I pushed the button and the seatbelt unlatched. I slumped forward onto the wheel. The horn wasn't going off, or maybe I couldn't hear it. At this point, I had no idea. I flexed my left hand and winced as I felt a sharp pain. I had a feeling my wrist was sprained, or possibly broken. I glanced at it but I couldn't see anything. My eyesight was blurry and there was blood dripping down the left side of my face. I felt Tanya's presence just as she ripped off the driver's side door. Bella, her muffled voice said. She cursed in another language. Bella, she repeated. Can you hear me? I tilted my head toward her. Tanya, I said weakly. Tanya's eyes widened at my voice. If I wasn't in so much pain, I would be equally surprised. I didn't have time to dwell on that though. Everything hurt. Even the bond was hurting because Tanya was upset that I was hurt. Somehow the bond hurting was more distressing to me. Bella, what hurts? She asked. I swallowed hurt. My throat was dry. I wasn't used to using my voice. It had been almost 2 months since I spoke a word to anyone. I would kill for some water right now. Head, I managed to get out. Chest, wrist, I held out my left hand. Tanya gently prodded it and I hissed in pain. Broken, she muttered. I need to get you to the hospital. She was hesitating. I wasn't sure why. There was a good amount of blood. I could feel it running down my face. Your spine, she explained. If you hurt your neck or your back, moving you could paralyze or kill you. I rolled my neck. The only pain I felt was the pain in my head. I moved my legs and everything felt normal. No damage, I told her, though I was hardly an expert. Please, get me out. Okay, Tanya agreed. She ripped the seatbelt off of me and leaned forward to slide one arm under my legs. Her other arm supported my back and she carefully pulled me from the car. I need to get you to the hospital. Denali was a small town, smaller than Forks even. There was a hospital on the north end of town. It wasn't a trauma center. Anything major was sent to Anchorage, but it was decent enough. I remembered hearing a story about how it was built because of all the hikers in the area. I tucked my head in her chest as she ran. It would have been at least a 30-minute drive to the hospital on a normal day. Close to an hour with the snow. But with Tanya running it only took a couple of minutes. She stopped on the outskirts of the parking lot and walked the rest of the way. What happened? She asked me. She didn't try asking before as I couldn't be able to hear her over the noise from her running. I thought I saw Victoria, I told her. It was so weird using my voice again. But it made things so much easier. I wouldn't be able to sign with a broken wrist. It was my fault. I wasn't paying attention to the road. By the time I did, it was too late. There was a caribou. I tried to go around it but I hit some ice and lost control. How bad is it? I don't know, Tanya said honestly. She walked through the automatic doors of the emergency room. I wish I had gone to medical school. You sure you saw Victoria? Tanya asked. She ignored the looks of the other people in the emergency room and went straight to the receptionist. It must have looked so strange to see a woman like Tanya, carrying someone about the same size as her, with no issues. Tanya didn't pretend to struggle, didn't pretend to act human. It was a testament to how upset she was. No, I muttered. I only saw her hair. Tanya stepped up to the counter. The receptionist grabbed a clipboard with some paperwork and set it on the counter without looking at us. Fill out the paperwork and someone will. The receptionist looked up from her computer screen. What the? My girlfriend was in a car accident, Tanya interrupted. I was following her home to make sure she got there safely but she hit some ice. The receptionist hit a button. I need someone to the stat. The receptionist released the button and turned her attention back to Tanya. Why didn't you call 911? We live in Denali, Tanya explained. She was pissed and trying hard to hide it. It was a good thing she was holding me. Who knows what would happen to the humans if she wasn't. The roads aren't great. It was quicker to drive her. The receptionist nodded as a doctor came rushing to the desk. The doctor was a woman, older, maybe 40s or 50s. Her red hair was pulled back in a bun and she was wearing navy blue scrubs. There was another doctor right behind her, a man that looked to be around Tanya's age with short blonde hair and light blue scrubs. Get a gurney, the woman demanded. The man rushed away. What happened? Car accident, Tanya said. She slid on some ice and hit a tree. You're uninjured? She asked Tanya. Yes, I wasn't in the car, Tanya answered. She was a lot nicer to this doctor. The man returned with the gurney and Tanya gently set me on it. Can you tell me your name? The doctor asked. Bella, I muttered. Bella, she repeated. Okay Bella, I'm going to take you for a CT scan. We need to know if you hit your head and how hard. Tanya, I called. I wanted Tanya. I didn't want to be here. I'm right here Bella, Tanya said, taking my uninjured hand. Tanya, you need to let her go, Kate said. When did Kate get here? I turned my head and saw Kate restraining her. I could feel Tanya's panic. She wanted to stay with me. Kate was trying to stop her from exposing herself to humans. I'll be okay Tanya, I whispered. It didn't feel like it was true, but I needed to calm her. I wouldn't let her expose her family after all these centuries. Not for me. Not my first accident. I winced. I shouldn't have said that. It made the panic worse. You'll be okay Bella, Kate said. She must have realized I wasn't as calm as I was portraying. We'll call Charlie and let him know. The doctors wheeled me away from the vampires. I had to hand it to them. They didn't seem even slightly scared of the vampires. How old are you Bella? The female doctor asked. 18, I answered. Good, we don't have to wait, the doctor said. We need that court, Dr. Moore, she instructed. Yes, Dr. Hunt, Dr. Moore said. I'll go ahead and get it ready. There should be one open. Over the years, I had a number of concussions and assorted injuries due to my clumsiness. The most recent being after the incident with James. Experience with CT scans didn't make them any less stressful. By the time I was wheeled into a private room, I was exhausted and shaky. I needed Tanya. She was still here in the hospital, but she felt so far away. Dr. Hunt promised I could see her again once the tests were done. Now that I was in a room and I would see her soon. Your father will be brought to your room, Dr. Hunt said. We're waiting on the results from your CT scan, but when we get them I will let you know. Thank you doctor, I told her. She seemed strict, but she was one of the nicer doctors I had met. The doctor left, but I wasn't alone in the room. There was a nurse on the computer doing paperwork of some kind. My arm was connected to an IV. Something in the bond changed. There was relief I didn't know I needed. It was moving closer but not fast enough. The doctor was talking to Tanya, and likely Charlie, about me. She was bringing them here. Bella, Tanya exclaimed when the door opened. She was by my side in an instant. I wasn't convinced she didn't use her speed to get to me. I hoped the doctor didn't see it at least. Tanya, I breathed. She touched my face and I felt peace. The stress I was under since the accident, which increased when I separated from her, was instantly gone. Gone wasn't the right word for it. The bond did a lot for me. But it couldn't erase emotions. I still felt the stress of the accident. But the separation wasn't part of my stress anymore. How are you feeling, Millicent? Tanya questioned. I'm okay, I told her. My eyes went to Charlie and Kate, who were standing in the doorway. Charlie's eyes were wide when he realized I was talking to Tanya. Tears were silently falling down his face. I wasn't sure if he was crying because I was talking or because I was injured. Probably a combination of the two. You're not okay, love, Tanya said. Her touch was so light. For once, she was afraid of touching me and causing me pain. My head hurts, I admitted. And I'm nauseous. All part of the concussion. How is your wrist? Tanya asked, gently touching my wrapped wrist. Not broken, I told them. Fractured, so needs to be wrapped but no cast. Charlie stepped further into the room. Bella, he started. I really hoped he wasn't going to mention me talking. What happened? I shifted myself as best I could on the bed to make room for Tanya. She climbed on the bed next to me and pulled me into her arms. I thought I saw Victoria, I told Charlie. I wasn't sure how much Kate knew, but it didn't hurt to fill her in. I got distracted and didn't see the caribou in the road. I swerved and hit some ice. Charlie put his hand on the top of my head. I'm glad you're okay, Bells, he said softly. I would rather Tanya drive you around in the snow and ice. I nodded. I had some practice in Forks, but it was nowhere near enough for Alaska. It was unlikely that Tanya would let me drive again after this. Charlie removed his hand from my head and took the seat next to my bed, the side that Tanya wasn't laying on. Irina, Carmen and Eliezer are searching the area of the accident, Kate announced. They'll call when they have news. I'm sorry about the car, Kate, I mumbled. Kate moved over to my side. Don't worry about it, Bella, she told me. I'm glad you're okay. There was a knock at the door and Dr. Hunt stepped inside. How are you feeling, Bella? She questioned. When can I go home? I asked, ignoring the question. If I admitted I was in pain, it was unlikely I would be allowed to go. We have your results and you have a concussion, Dr. Hunt said. You have a hairline fracture in your wrist, but there are no other broken bones. Your ribs are heavily bruised, along with the left side of your face. You were very lucky, Ms. Swan. I would like you to remain here for the night for observation. I turned to Charlie. Dad, let me go home, please, I begged him. Tanya tightened her grip on me, like she was afraid they were going to take me away from her. Doctor, is there any way I can take Bella home today? Charlie asked. Dr. Hunt sighed. She is not in any immediate danger, she said. Concussions can be dangerous. She needs to be monitored closely for a couple of days. I would rather it be here. I can watch her, Tanya volunteered. I'm a night owl. It wouldn't bother me to keep an eye on her. Tanya watching me was the best thing for me. Not that I could tell the doctor that. If only she knew Tanya would watch over me the entire night. That she would give me more care than any doctor or nurse. She would have to let me go home. I was sure of it. Dr. Hunt looked to me and then to Tanya, like she was trying to assess her helpfulness. Okay, she said with a nod. I will monitor you for the next couple hours. If everything looks good, I will release you. Is that agreeable? She asked me. Yes, I agreed. I could handle a couple hours in the hospital if it meant I could go home tonight. A nurse will be by soon to wrap your wrist, Dr. Hunt continued. Have you had a broken bone before? I nodded. In March, I broke my leg, I told her. The doctor nodded. You won't get a cast this time. But you'll need to keep it wrapped with the splint. I would like to see you again in 6 weeks, to see how your wrist is healing. Sure, doctor, Charlie agreed. The nurse will bring you some pain meds as well, Dr. Hunt continued. I will be back in a few hours to discharge you. Do you have a preferred pharmacy for medications? I tuned out the rest of the conversation between Charlie and the doctor. The doctor left the room and Charlie sighed in relief. Tanya's hand gently wrapped around my wrist. Does this hurt? She asked me. Your hand is an ice pack, I whispered. It's nice. Tanya held onto my wrist until the nurse arrived with what was needed to wrap my wrist. I was happy I didn't have to get a cast. I hated casts more than anything. The nurse went through the instructions slowly, showing Tanya exactly what to do. I had to keep it splinted at all times, but if something happened, Tanya needed to know how to rewrap it. Have her cover it up, like a cast, when she showers, the nurse instructed Tanya. The wrapping can come off, but be careful. You risk doing more damage the longer it's off. I'll be careful, Tanya promised. I'll be back with your pain meds. Any allergies I should be aware of? She looked at Charlie when she asked the question. No, Charlie said, unsure. He looked at me for confirmation. I nodded. I didn't have any allergies, food or otherwise. No, he said more confidently. Kate's phone rang a few minutes after the nurse left. I was still in a lot of pain. I could barely hear what Kate was saying. It wasn't until Tanya tensed up that I realized something was going on. I didn't have a chance to ask what was happening because as soon as Kate hung up the phone she announced, "We have a problem." "What's going on, Kate?" Tanya asked her sister. She was stroking my arm. She was still upset about the accident. I have a feeling she won't be pulling herself from my side for a while. Irina caught the scent of a vampire near where the accident was, Kate started. Her eyes locked with her sister's and I knew it was going to be bad. It's the same scent of the nomad Charlie is mated to. No, I muttered. I tried to get out of the bed but everything hurt. Tanya gently pinned me down. Bella, stop, she said. She was as gentle as she could possibly be while still holding me in place. We need to get out of here, I told her. Charlie was mated to Victoria, if I was right by what I had seen. Victoria wanted to kill me. She would probably kill him too. I couldn't put Charlie in danger like that, not again. She's not going to hurt Charlie, Tanya promised me. I wasn't sure if I believed it. I knew a vampire couldn't hurt their mate, but this was Victoria. There was no telling what she could, or would, do. She can't, and even if she could, we won't let her. She kissed my forehead. She was being careful, respecting my decision to keep our relationship a secret. It made me feel guilty for hiding the truth from Charlie. The nurse returned with my pain meds. I hated taking medication. It made me feel weird. But, between my ribs, head and wrist, I was in a lot of pain. Tanya held the water cup for me while I took the pills. I closed my eyes and laid my head against her shoulder. Once the throbbing stopped, I would be much better off. The doctor will be back in a couple hours, the nurse announced. If everything looks good, you'll be allowed to go home. Thanks, Charlie said gratefully. The nurse left and once again we were alone. So, what is going on? Do you remember Laurent? Kate asked him. Charlie nodded. He mentioned Victoria. She wanted revenge for what we thought was her mate. It appears the Cullens were wrong, as were we. Bella says she saw Victoria here. Irina recognized her scent as the scent of the nomad that's been around. The same nomad you're mated to. Charlie shook his head. It seemed he was taking the news just as well as I was. No, he said firmly. Absolutely not. I will not be mated to a vampire that wants to kill my daughter. Kill her like you did that Laurent guy. He rubbed his chest and I knew his mate. I was still holding out hope that it wasn't Victoria, was feeling his strong, negative emotions toward her. Charlie, Kate started. She looked toward Tanya and I. You were bound to this woman. There is no choice in that. No, Charlie repeated. You said I have a choice in this. That I don't have to choose her. Well, I don't choose her. I'll never choose her. You do have a choice, Tanya said gently. But you cannot change the fact that you're bound together. She won't hurt you, Charlie. Charlie turned to glare at Tanya. That doesn't reassure me when my daughter is sitting in a hospital bed, he snapped. Victoria didn't crash the car, I said. All eyes went to me. I hated defending Victoria, but we didn't know what would happen to him if she died. Killing her wasn't worth Charlie's life. She didn't do anything to me. She wasn't even near me. We can't kill her, Charlie, Tanya said firmly. We have no idea how that would affect you and I'm not willing to risk it. We can figure out another way. Charlie looked ready to punch a wall. I want a promise right now. That if this Victoria tries to hurt Bella, you all will kill her, regardless of what may happen to me. Dad, I protested immediately. I promise, Tanya said right away. Tanya, I hissed, I will do everything I can for your father. But you are my first priority, Millicent, Tanya said fiercely. If Victoria is a threat to you, I will kill her. I opened my mouth to protest, but she held up a hand. She may be willing to talk. She has to now know that James was not her mate. Perhaps we can settle this without killing her. I'll let the others know about the no-kill order, Kate said, pushing herself off the wall. I'm glad you're okay, Bella. Thanks, Kate, I mumbled. The pain meds hadn't kicked in yet. All I wanted to do was sleep so the pain would go away. Rest, love, Tanya whispered in my ear. I'll be here. I'll wake you up when you can leave. When Tanya shook me awake, it felt like I only slept for minutes. In reality, it was 3 hours. I was still tired, but the throbbing in my head had eased up. The doctor is discharging you, Tanya told me. Charlie's filling out the paperwork. I nodded and pressed my head to her shoulder. If there are any concerns or Miss Swan loses consciousness, bring her back here immediately, Dr. Hunt told Charlie as they walked back inside the room. Understood, doctor, Charlie said. Thanks. He turned to me. All right, Bells, let's get you home.